Ah, yes. Folks, we have KSP with us today. We have built it's the royal we. EJ has built us a fantastic space capsule replica with thrusters in all the right places. And so what we're going to do is see how the capsule behaves when thrusters start to fail. We'll go through a couple different scenarios. We'll see how it flies. We'll see how it reacts when we give it control inputs, and we'll go for it. We have a lot more disclaimers from that, or I guess a lot more disclaimers than that. But let's go ahead and roll the intro, and then we will get into the show when we try to dock Jebliner in KSP.
And here we go.
Chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll with planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flighting downside, SPD off. Bring in, SPD off. It's orange!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane will be igniting the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Propulsion continues to be nominal, is what it says in the intro, but not today. This is going to be a lot of fun, y'all. We're not trying to be too serious here. We're trying to use literally a video game to learn a couple different things about physics and how thrusters and lever arms and moments and all sorts of stuff work. But we are sort of getting the band back together. First off, raise your hands. Were you in chat last week on the Flame Trench when we got into the whole Starliner debate, when we really got into Starliner? Give me some hands up in chat. While y'all do that, let me talk about getting the band back together, because I have with me today two folks that I knew from Kerbal, or I guess we knew each other from Kerbal, long before we did anything with NSF. Like, we knew nothing about NSF, and we were over on Twitch. We were playing KSP, combined thousands and thousands of hours of using the game to have fun and build things and entertain people. But first up, Mr. EJ_SA. We got EJ on? We do.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right? Everybody good?
Look at this guy. How's it going, EJ?
It's going good. Don't break my capsule, man. I put a lot of effort into that thing.
Hey, would you blame Butch and Sonny for Starliner's failure?
No. I mean, no comment.
All right. Hey, remember who's who here today? I am the Skippy Strappy test pilot, and you are the capsule designer, sir.
But I use their design. Oh dear.
It's a knockoff design.
Hey, who else is here? Hey, let's see. Who else is here?
Wait, no, time out. Y'all, for real, I have known EJ forever. I met EJ over on Twitch because EJ was playing Kerbal on Twitch long before I was playing Kerbal on Twitch, and I made a living out of it for I don't even know how many years at this point. EJ's been doing it longer than me. So EJ, thank you for joining us today, because we will be leaning heavily on your knowledge of what's going on and the fact that you built our capsule here as we go through this.
If it breaks, it's not my fault. Disclaimer.
Blame the pilot. He used the thrusters too much.
I don't blame the pilot. I blame the Kraken.
Blame the Kraken. Nice.
Blame the Kraken.
But EJ streams games like this on a regular basis over on Twitch. I think we're on Twitch right now, aren't we, EJ? Like we
yeah, we're live over there.
Nice. What's up, Twitch?
They were wondering.
Like,
they're wondering why it took so long for you to get your Kerbal dusted off, Das. When's the last time you played?
My shift key is broken, EJ. It's a problem. Like, my shift key's not working correctly.
Oh, yeah. Blame the equipment. Didn't you just,
I blame Logitech, man. No, my shift key is not nominal. No, also with us on the stream today, Mr. Sawyer Rosenstein. How you doing, Sawyer?
I am doing great. I mean, speaking of watching from way back in the day, how long have these shirts been discontinued from your store, Das?
The Angry Triangle shirt, I don't think my store has been online for like 9 years or something. I don't even know.
9 years? Wow.
9 years, no.
But yeah.
The shirt that Sawyer is wearing is literally an icon from the nav ball in Kerbal Space Program. I
Yep.
have no clue why we started calling that the angry triangle, but that is a
I
very
do.
angry triangle.
Because when we were, it's again relating to inclination and all of the changes with it. There's
Yeah.
the regular triangle, and then there's the one that had the lines coming out of it, and someone said it looked like an angry triangle. So that way you could tell the difference between the normal triangle and the anti-normal.
There you go. All right. So here's the setup. We've got 3 people who have spent a lot of time playing this literal video game, Kerbal Space Program, right? Who in chat does not know about KSP? Like, there's bound to be some of you out there. I think if you're watching our stream, most of you are going to know. If you don't know what KSP is, we're in KSP 1 today. We're in the original KSP. We're not doing KSP 2. But KSP is a video game that uses, air quotes, realistic physics, right? EJ, realistic physics, realistic inspired physics, like close enough. How do we
It's
explain that?
Plausible realism is what is how I would say it. It's plausible. Like it could happen. Like Kerbal is going to make you good at building rockets the same way like a race car simulator is going to make you good at driving a car. You
Like
will understand what's going on.
Yeah.
But,
Yep.
there's seat time with a, toy steering wheel, and then there's seat time in a car. Those are 2 different things.
Yeah.
You know?
Also, cars don't have little green creatures inside of them.
How do you know?
They might. So
What do you think happens in the metal box up front? It's a bunch of hamsters on wheels, right?
Oh my gosh. So that's actually why the stream was a little bit delayed here, because we were setting up the scenario in KSP. But KSP sort of does a good job of approximating basic physics, right? If you have a lever arm and you have a force acting on it, then it does those physical calculations, and it implies this rotation because you've acted a force on a lever arm, right? And it has moments, and it has momentum and inertia, and it is not a supercomputer powered simulator, right, that simulates every bit of physics, fluid flow dynamics, everything well enough. It's set up so that you can run it on your computer that you can afford at home, right? I don't know where the line is different these days between supercomputers and what we have at home, but most of the physics in Kerbal are close enough to get you a basic understanding. Nobody's going to build a craft in Kerbal Space Program and then say, well, it worked in Kerbal, so it'll work in real life, right? That's not how it works. It's gamified. There are some things that are overpowered a little bit, right? Like it makes it easier for new players, people who aren't astronauts with thousands of hours in a simulator and years of training. It makes it so people can enjoy it, but it is based on real physics, and it is based on real computations, orbital mechanics, like things that are close enough to real that it's okay, right? But that it's okay for our purposes. And you can learn a lot. Like EJ, you were saying, if you've done it, you sort of you get a feeling for how these concepts work, right?
Oh, yeah. I've spent the last couple of days grinding out a, realistic akin Starliner, and I learned a lot about its design, why it's put together the way it is.
Will you show them? We have the realistic
Yeah.
Starliner. Put EJ on the screen, and I'll float around the Starliner real quick here, Kevin.
Yeah. See, if we can get DAS's camera big, you can see it. I mean, I have it in my save too. It's close enough to get it's not like 1-to-1. It's not going to get you like it's not like perfect. Like it doesn't have the handle on the top to deploy the drogues correctly, but all the thrusters should be in the approximate right spots.
Like the doghouse. Here's a doghouse, right?
I built it out of ladders. Yeah.
I built it out of ladders.
I built the doghouses out of ladders because the ladder shape is the same shape as the doghouses. But you can see there's your fine control thrusters.
Yep.
And then there's the OMAC thrusters right there.
Yep.
And then there, once again, I just kind of put some solar panels on the back of the capsule. Starliner does have solar panels on the bottom of the service module. They're not in that configuration, but once again, as you were saying, Das, it is close enough.
Yep.
This flies like Starliner. I mass balanced it and everything because you can figure out where the center of mass of the capsule is when it flies by looking at where your translation thrusters are. So your thrusters for going up, down, left, right, forward, and back. You can figure out where the center of mass is, give or take, and I approximated it from there. I looked at I've spent a lot of time staring at pictures of Starliner taken inside of the C-3PF to figure out kind of where everything lives.
Yep.
But this thing should fly, and it should work more or less like the real one. It's pretty similar.
We've got it in space.
Yeah.
I mean, at the very least, we've got it in space. Let me see if I can't bring up Oh man, why is our thruster diagram not in there? Hang on. There was a fantastic illustration, a photo of the Starliner doghouses with the covers off, right? Starliner doghouse.
And we've been doing a lot of research this past. I should say, Dust has been doing a lot of research this last week, along with
we
EJ
have.
on this.
And Kevin, because of the way we're doing this, I can actually present this, right? I can handle this on my end. Open.
Hey guys, it's not Timu Starliner, it's Jebliner, okay? I don't know if that's better or worse. You tell me.
It's like we have Starliner at home. Starliner at home. Like
It's if it works. I mean,
Wait,
don't
who
try
needs
to
a Timu
separate.
Starliner? We have Starliner.
Oh,
Sawyer. Seriously.
Flame Trench. It's supposed to. Oh wait, no, it's Thursday Flame Trench. It's less spicy. Sorry.
It is the flame trench. Hang on, I got it, Kevin. I got it. Look. All right, here we go. So is my screen still up? Yeah, my screen's still up. So here's a photo of the doghouse sort of open on Starliner. And did I pause my game? I did. And so if you look at this, we should have the ability to draw on the right monitor that we do not have right now. Well, that's disappointing. Stand by.
We need DOS art.
Yeah. We do need some DOS art to properly illustrate this. Epic. Map it to the right monitor. There we go. Clear everything. And let me draw, please.
This is how it used to be, by the way, for those who don't remember the old Twitch days. This is what we would do, is we would just stop in the middle of a conversation and then get onto the screen and point everything out. So.
Yep.
I still do that. Is that bad?
No, that's not bad.
I still do this?
That's not bad at all. Let me get the doghouse picture back. We won't worry about drawing on it. But see the doghouse here, right? In the doghouse, you have a number of thrusters. You have some big thrusters down here on the bottom. Those are the OMAX. You have these two big thrusters on the top. Those are for like larger orbital maneuvers, right? They have a lot more thruster, bigger thrusters. Those large thrusters are not the thrusters that you use when you're coming into dock at the space station. And so EJ looked at this, and EJ went over to KSP, and here in KSP, you can see the 3 OMAX, right? Right there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, facing backwards. If we go to the front, we have some of them. There's only 4 forward-facing OMAX, right, EJ?
They're 4 forward-facing on the quote-unquote port and starboard doghouses, and they're actually canted out at about 15 degrees, so you're not pulsing thrusters right like into the window on Starliner. Like that capsule is not where the windows are on Starliner. Starliner has 1 window and 1 door.
Yep.
That's it.
You can see here, these are turned around. There are no thrusters on the top and bottom positions there. But here, EJ's got these OMAX. They're actually tilting out a little bit. Kerbal will simulate that. Like if you put thrust, it'll have the thrust coming out at a slight angle if you aim your thruster. And then that's the big thrusters there, right? If we go back to, I need to keep pausing the game because we're supposed to be rendezvousing with the ISS. We may have to fix that. If you go back here, there's a big sidewards facing thruster here, right, EJ?
There is, so on the sides of the doghouses, and it depends which one is, 12,
the larger
3, 6,
one.
and 9.
Yeah.
You're talking about that larger one that's kind of towards the back right, correct?
Yep.
That is
it's
roll.
It's in red tape here. See on the screen, it's got the red tape right there, that one.
Let me zoom in a little bit more. Are you talking about the small thrusters at the back or the big thrusters at the back?
I'm talking about the big thruster that's towards the aft.
Yeah, those are OMAC thrusters. And then you have the 2 small fine control thrusters. And then so just above that, on the right is... Go ahead.
The OMAC here, I'm just going like through one thruster group at a time. This large thruster, you also have it on the Starliner right here. So you can see this thruster right here is that sidewards facing thruster, right?
That is the roll control abort thruster. Okay. So Starliner, because it has an offset center of mass and the service module doesn't have that much moment over the capsule with its offset center of mass, they need more roll control moment during an abort scenario.
Right.
If I spent way too much time looking at Starliner's pad abort to understand this.
Yep.
So like when Starliner goes, it launches and then it rolls to get the center of mass kind of away, and then it straightens out.
Yeah.
So they needed extra roll control in an abort. That thing is only there for an abort. And the crazy thing about this, DOS, is that 2 of the doghouses have those thrusters on the right-hand side, a single right-hand side, like OMAC thruster.
Yeah.
And then the other 2 have them on the left-hand side. Boeing did that because you don't need like clusters of thrusters like in all directions at all times, like Apollo. There's only one thruster in one direction because that'll give you enough roll control.
Looking at the rest of the doghouse, I wonder if Boeing knew that you didn't need clusters of thrusters, but I digress.
Great band name, by the way.
It's
Clusters of thrusters, man.
Dude, nice. EJ, break out your guitar. But y'all can see, all right, on the screen right now, you can actually see those thrusters are red. So when we had the big Starliner discussion and we talked about we should do this in Kerbal, one of our longtime friends, screen name online, Kuju Man, made a mod for Kerbal this week, that would illustrate whether or not a thruster was enabled or not. And right now, the roll control thrusters that EJ put on the capsules are highlighted red because they're disabled. And the trick there is when we start deselecting, disabling thrusters that have beat their red line or have failed, right? You'll be able to see on the craft which thruster is turned off. It won't just look like a normal thruster that's not firing. It'll be highlighted in red so you know that we've disabled that thruster, right? So this is part of the whole scenario. But back to the doghouse, EJ, we also have the small thrusters. So talk us through the small fine control thrusters.
Those fine control thrusters are there for precise movement. That, like, obviously smaller thruster, smaller movement. Those guys are there for like RPOD operations. And Das, if memory is serving me left or right, I mean either one, maybe up. I mean it's 3-axis. We're in space, right? Yep. Those are the thrusters that were that red line. Those smaller ones. Now, if you look, you got 2 facing backwards, but there's also 2 facing forward in every doghouse to get 2 fault redundancy.
Kevin, sorry. I'm trying to make the drawing.
Well, hey, we covered it up. You know, Boeing was like, no, I can't show you that. No, I can't do that.
Sorry.
They fell into the swamp. What?
Continue,
So,
EJ. I won't do that right now.
You have 2 facing forward, 2 facing back, redundant directions, right? And then you have 2 sideways, and then 1 facing up that are kind of just a little bit amidship of, like, forward midship of the doghouse. Yeah. See? So then you got your 2 facing forward, right?
There's the 2
2
forward
max
ones
facing forward, and then you have the small thrusters, you know, to the sides and up. Now, those thrusters can control yaw, pitch, and roll, the 3-axis of rotational movement for a spacecraft, but they can also be used for translation control, like when you're docking to the space station.
Exactly. And then you have 2 aft-facing small thrusters as well, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm. There's 2 facing backwards as well, yes.
There's actual video of Starliner.
Yeah,
EJ, talk about what you can see in this. Y'all talk about what you can see in this video real quick.
So that's the IDSS, NASA docking system, International Docking System Standard. The Starliner actually had over, with the newer flights, they actually added that rotational cap to it to protect the docking port toward from entry, descent, and landing. On the first Starliner mission, right, Sawyer, they had that cap thing at the front wasn't there.
Correct, yeah, and I mean, that one had a little bit of an interesting trajectory, given that was the one that had a clock issue on board and started firing at the wrong time in the wrong direction, but yeah, there was some toastiness, and they realized one way to prevent that is to put the cover on it, similar to like they have with Crew Dragon.
Yep. So, guys, if you... Go ahead.
The one that we have, by the way, we're using in Kerbal, is the no-cap variant, but everything else is accurate per CFT.
Yeah, guys, once again, Kerbal doesn't really have anything particularly working like that. I tried to use robotics to get an approximation, and it just really wasn't. Kerbal didn't like it. The Kraken didn't like it. But if you look right here, on top of all the thrusters that we were talking about with the service module, the capsule itself has a bunch of thrusters on it too. Now, keep in mind that the thrusters that are on the service module are bipropellant hypergolic engines using nitrogen tetroxide and monomethylhydrazine. Those clusters, you can see them on the bottom of Starliner. I'm trying to point down there. Let me point. No, down there. They're covered up in this picture because they're only used after service module separation. Now, those are monopropellant thrusters that utilize an iridium catalyst. So they have hydrazine tanks inside of the actual Starliner capsule, not like sitting next to the people. They're outside of the pressure vessel. And those are used to roll control and heat shield reorientation during entry, descent, and landing. Those thrusters were not firing. Those things are used for coming back down. They're not used for going up. So the thrusters that you do see firing In this shot here are the fine control thrusters for RPOD in this shot of Starliner pushing away. That was the breakout maneuver that it did. If I'm
So
looking
that's all
at that
from
right.
the service module, not the
Yep.
Lomax, but the smaller ones on the service module.
Exactly. The fine control, the smaller thrusters that are inside of the doghouse. And there in Sawyer is, I think, where they had problems with the red line in thermal analysis.
Yeah, that's where things started to get a little hotter than they expected, and that's when you have poppets popping, and yeah.
Yeah, so what they were worried about, so Starliner caught some red line conditions, guys. The thrusters were getting too hot. They were getting... The computer caught that they were getting too hot almost before it caused some damage. What they were worried about is, so Starliner's engines are, is a rocket engine. We looked at that doghouse picture. Kevin, can you bring that doghouse picture back up, real quick?
Here I can. Here, Kevin.
Oh,
I was going to say, I think Das had that on his desktop.
Yeah, that was my desktop.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
Excellent. Das,
right.
Can you bring that back up? All right.
Yeah, I got it.
Kevin's like, I don't know what you're talking about. All right,
like,
so
Das is screwing up my normal program here.
So if you look, they are rocket engines, but these are pressure-fed systems, okay? So they don't have like turbine machinery. There's no fluid impellers. There's no turbo pumps that spin up and you hear like a honk when the engine shuts off like a Raptor or something. These are pressure-fed. So because they're pressure-fed and they're hypergolic, you do have a de Laval style convergent divergent nozzle, right? It looks like a rocket engine, but all these things have is to basically really, 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 really expensive fuel injectors. One's an oxidizer injector technically on each engine. And there is a seal. There's an O-ring. Anybody that knows a little bit about cars, if you've ever messed with a fuel injector, there's a little O-ring on it. Fuel injector is just a little solenoid that has pressure. It has back pressure behind it from a fuel pump. And it clicks on and off when it gets an electrical signal, and it has an O-ring that seals, and then it shoots gasoline, atomized gasoline, into a combustion chamber on a car. These work very similar to that. They are very, very, very expensive fuel injectors. Now, those fuel injectors, just like a fuel injector in a car, they would have a seal. Their O-rings are called poppet seals. So the reason why the computer is like, no, stop firing these thrusters.
Whoa, time out. That's very dramatic the way you said that, EJ. No, stop throwing those, stop the thrusters.
I think that's just EJ being EJ.
It is just EJ being EJ.
What are we supposed to call it then?
Proceed. Technically, it's deselecting the thrusters.
Is your SRB nozzle just an observation when it doesn't work too?
I don't know. It might be.
I'm pretty sure an observation is a nice way to say you lost the nozzle on the way up.
I'm giving you a hard time, dude. Sorry to interrupt your explanation.
No, it's okay.
Man,
it's
you know the reason it was so screwed up? It's because it's like, all right.
Das trying to make enemies in chat again already.
So they were worried about the poppet seals on these thrusters. The computer's worried about the poppet seals on the thrusters actually degrading. Nitrogen tetroxide, which is their oxidizer, right? On the oxidizer side, it degrades the seal already, and then you add heat into that, you could have a fuel leak inside of the doghouse. This is the situation that they were trying to avoid. Now, once again, there's two injectors, like I said. So you have monomethylhydrazine and nitrogen tetroxide. When the injectors click on and they enter the rocket's combustion chamber, when they chemically combine, they explode. So it's a very simplified design. But that's just because it's a simplified design, doesn't mean that it's not going to have its problems either. An explosion still makes heat. It makes a lot of heat. And the thruster, the actual physical metal that the thruster is made out of an alloy that can radiate heat very, very well. How this works is, it glows. If you guys have ever seen like a Merlin vacuum engine on a Falcon 9, who hasn't seen those at this point? The engine nozzle is actually glowing. That's how it radiates heat. It radiates heat on the infrared spectrum through with black body radiation. That's how it sheds the heat. It can't convect it because there's no atmosphere. So you only have a limited rate in which the engine can flux out heat. All right.
Right.
So if you fire it too much, you're introducing way too much heat into it. You're introducing more heat than the engine can passively take out. And that can overheat poppet seals and start overheating your injectors. And that's why the computer was like, no, deselect. So
right,
that's what's
right.
going on with those thrusters, right? They were overheating them. So we're here. That's what we're testing today, guys. Sorry, a little bit of a long-winded explanation on my part, but it's important to understand what's going on here. Now, go ahead.
It's also important to understand the game KSP is not going to simulate the overheating, right?
No,
we're
we're
going
just
to
gonna
be
shut 'em off.
playing the role of the flight computer that's watching all the pressures in the thrusters, and if a thruster pressure doesn't reach the pressure it's supposed to, it deselects the thruster and says like, hey, I don't really like the way that thruster looks right now. Let's shut that down to make sure that it doesn't overheat and damage itself, right? So that we're going to be doing that manually. The game is not going to do that, and we don't have the thermal model of Starliner thrusters. We can certainly comment on looking at it and being like, man, it looks like it's hard to get heat out of there.
Yeah, neither did they.
Yeah, right? We could talk about things like, well, if you use the thrusters too much, they can overheat. There's also some other findings like, well, if the sun is shining on them, then they're soaking up heat that they may not get otherwise because it's not from firing, it's because they're being exposed to the sunward-facing angle or something, right? So there's all sorts of things like that, but we're not going to try to simulate that today. What we've done is we've created a craft that has thrusters in the same count in general locations. EJ's created a craft, and we're going to try to fly that, and we have the ability to disable or degrade individual thrusters, right? So while we're going here, we're going to get this thing over to our little ISS. We've built a little ISS, and we're going to have our approach to the ISS sort of lined up, and then we will see how it works when, like, can we still control this capsule when we've disabled this thruster, when we've disabled that thruster? Like, how does that actually affect our ability to fly the spacecraft, right? Any questions? Sawyer, EJ, have I missed anything here? Are there any questions in chat we haven't really gone over yet?
Been watching chat as it scrolls by to see if there's been any major questions. I haven't seen any yet.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Now, I want to point out, guys, like, I'm giving Boeing crack, so first of all, I'm busting their chops. I can't build a better capsule in real life. So, I'm just being friendly, right? It's just some friendly banter. But also the second part of this is, I personally don't really think Starliner is that bad of a capsule. I think it's actually a pretty dang good design. I've sat here and stared at blueprints of this. Well, not blueprints, but pictures and like the picture that you have. Like I've sat and stared at pictures of this for a long time, and you really get to understand what they're trying to do here. At least that's my objective, right? With building this high fidelity or Kerbal high fidelity replica here.
Kerbal fidelity replica.
Yeah, it's actually it's pretty well thought out. I know that sounds ridiculous. People are, but it's actually a pretty dang well thought out design. Like, it's not a bad piece of hardware if you kind of sit there and look at the brass tacks of what the capsule's supposed to do. I really actually don't think it's a bad design. And the reason I'm really critical of it, and why, I know, Das, you hate this, why I'm like, no.
No, EJ, I'm giving you a hard time. Like, this is the Flame Trench. It's a special edition of the Flame Trench. Like, we're going to have a lot of fun flying the capsule.
Yeah, exactly. The reason why I'm like this is because I want this capsule to do good. I think it's a good design. I want it to do good. So I'm, if I, like, oh, they didn't have their thermal models figured out. Like, one, I can't do better. Two, like, I'm critical because I want them to succeed. I mean, what's bad with having two spacecraft? It's like my old man told me one time. The only thing better than one crawfish dinner is 5 crawfish dinners. Just saying.
Nice, EJ.
Waterboy reference.
Waterboy reference.
That's right. I did it.
Acknowledge Mr. Bobby Boucher.
So back to Kerbal in the game screen here, right? Kevin, are you still getting the game telemetry? Yes. So EJ's built the thrusters, the dog houses here, right? We have all the right types of thrusters. We have big thrusters for the OMAX going forward and aft. EJ's even canted them out a little bit. You get a little cosine loss when you have two thrusters sort of facing away from each other at an angle. A little bit of them cancel out. Game will do that for you. And we have sort of all the smaller translation thrusters. So these little thrusters here, you see that it's not even capturing my mouse, is it? No, it's not capturing my mouse. Fantastic. The little dots around the middle are the small thrusters that are used for maneuvering when you're approaching the space station or where you're doing like fine attitude control, right? So we've got them all in here. And then we can also turn them off. EJ, what was the action group to disable the OMAX?
5.
Was it 5? Okay. So if I hit 5, it'll actually turn off all the OMAX and you see them all turn red. So you will be able to see that those thrusters are disabled. When we're going up to the ISS, those are all turned off. You don't have those on. They produce way too much thrust for the fine control you need when you're approaching the space station to dock and align with the docking port, right? Also, I did see Sawyer, you said somebody in chat said, hey, the red and green might be tough for people that are colorblind. So we will try to say it out loud as well. Just so you know, these big thrusters, those larger thrusters we're going to call OMAX. The smaller thrusters, we'll go ahead and just call those RCS, right? Those are the actual thrusters we're talking about. The side OMAX, the big thrusters pointing sideways, like EJ said, they're just for abort. The thing we haven't talked about is the capsule itself. In the capsule, do you like thrusters? It's like they got a discount on thrusters because the capsule has thrusters as well. But when we're approaching the ISS, we're not using the capsule thrusters here. The capsule thrusters are used after the service module separates and the capsule is doing its reentry. It's not the doghouse thrusters that are in use during reentry because the service module is not connected anymore, right? It's the capsule thrusters. But right now you can see these capsule thrusters are all disabled. Everything up here on Starliner proper is not enabled right now, right? So that being said, I think we lost EJ for a second. It's the dog.
I think he's going to check to see if someone named Rack Dryer is in his garage. But anyway.
Rack Dryer? No, it's John Seller. I'm looking at John Seller says Jack Byer. It says he's in my garage. I just had to look to prove him wrong.
We got as far. We weren't like completely prepared. We have other stuff we do during the day job, and then we come over here, and we're not exactly rendezvoused with our ISS right now. I have set up the capsule in orbit. We are close to our ISS. You can see we have the Jeb liner JST 100 RF, and we have the Mom, can we have ISS? We have ISS at home here as well. They're on a close enough trajectory that back here on the backside, we've got a kind of close intercept. We're 16.4 kilometers, way too far to dock, right? But this is going to be another limitation of our simulation. I don't even know if we should call it a simulation. It's going to be a limitation of the video game. You have to spend a lot more money on the software and have a cool chair and a controller to call it a simulator. We don't have that. But we are going to see if we can't put in a node here that's going to allow us to get a close approach. We'll fire up the Starliner, the Jeb liner. Sorry, this is not Starliner.
Yeah,
it's a Jeb liner. And we'll see if we can't get to the rendezvous with the station done with the engines just aboard the Starliner itself, right?
And the other thing I should point out, because I saw someone mention it, is that we are not using any cheats. We are not using any mods that don't affect the visuals or that affect anything besides visuals. All of this we are doing it ourselves. This sort of ISS at home was launched in a Membi's pre-stream. So yeah.
Yeah, you got it. And it might not be that good of an approach here because this is not an efficient place to try and set this up. Like, can we do it? Maybe, but this is not the right place for the maneuver, right, EJ?
Ascending node. You got to find your ascending node relative to target. So, guys,
we're really close.
That's a little rusty. He's a little rusty.
No, EJ, look, we're not rusty because, look, we're at the ascending node. That's our close approach is near the ascending node. The problem is I've coasted past the descending node.
So?
Right?
It's fine.
I've been talking, and I've coasted past the descending node, and if I wanted to really make those two orbits coplanar, then I would want to most effectively do that maneuver back here at the descending node or the ascending node, where the two orbits cross. Right?
What's your plane differential?
I think we're at almost 0 degrees. Where's my inclination? It is 0.117, and if I recall, the station was like at a 2 or 3 degree inclination. It's close, but no cigar.
So
we should just go back and see if we can get on the other side of the descending node. Honestly, like we could just load the save. I've been talking, right? And I've been illustrating the capsule and pointing out things while we're talking about the thrusters. But while we've been doing that, the capsule has been going around the planet, and I needed to do that maneuver back here instead of over this way. Let me see.
Wasn't
Go
there
ahead.
someone back in the day who had a saying, what was it, F5 for safety or something?
I did.
Yeah, I know.
Is
who
it
did
F9,
that?
right, EJ? Like to load the quick save?
Yes.
Are you actually asking me this? Das!
Hold
Not
F9
like-
to load last quick
Not
save.
like this! Oh,
Let's
no!
see how close we get. I'm pretty sure we saved this in the right place. I hope we
We've
did.
lost him.
Look,
He's too far gone.
load the
Oh,
quick
no.
save.
Sorry.
When I opened up my Kerbal, y'all, the last date was 2020. Was the last date that I had been working. And look, we are actually here, and we are before the descending node now. So let's work quick. We've got that 16.4 kilometer. If we want to make these two orbits coplanar, we want to put a maneuver node here at the descending node. I'm actually descending, so I'm going to want to go happy triangle here. And if I go happy triangle, let's see if we can make those flip around. How close are we? There was the flip right there.
My chat's asking if you even remember how to make a shenanigan.
EJ, I put one maneuver node down, and now my closest approach is 2.1 kilometers. Don't at me.
Oh, inside a render range. Look at you.
Look at me.
Look at you, big guy.
It is a 90 meter per second burn. We are not trying to say that any of this is exactly what Starliner did. In fact, our space station is in an equatorial orbit, and the actual space station isn't like that, right? The real space station is
51.6 degrees, yeah.
Yeah, it's got a huge tilt to it relative to Earth's equator, guys. That's so everyone that is an International Space Station participant can get to it from their launch site.
Okay.
Yeah, also because everyone gets tilted otherwise.
So
Sorry,
now...
it's not even Friday.
Darn, it's Thursday, you're right.
So look, all right, time out. Everybody focus. We're using the thrusters on the service module of Starliner right now to actually move the craft. If you know Kerbal, there's reaction wheels, the control moment gyros, reaction wheels that use magic and electricity to move the craft. We've actually disabled all those here. So the only way that we can move the craft is by spending RCS fuel. And when I'm doing these motions right now, I'm using the RCS thrusters to aim this where I need to aim it. Right, EJ? Yes,
Yep. Absolutely, dude. Yep.
Are my OMACs on forward?
They should be.
Okay. Like if I do translate forward, it should do an OMAC burn kind of?
If they're enabled, sure.
All right. They are enabled, so let me see if I can do the burn. Here we go. Yeah, look.
Beautiful.
We are using the OMAC thrusters to do the burn.
Turn SAS on, dude.
No way, man. I'm flying it manually. Free drift.
That's not how the... Okay.
I'm
What were you
Butch.
gonna say? That's not how what?
I'm getting a feel for the spacecraft right now. Flying it manually, baby.
I don't have any reaction. Okay, so for the Kerbal players, there's no reaction wheel torque on this thing.
Yep.
If you look, you only get a slight negative pitch rate, but that's because the capsule has an offset center of mass because that's required for cross-range capability during re-entry.
Yep.
The computer would compensate for this on the actual capsule. I want to be very clear. Even if you were in manual mode,
I'm the
I want to
computer.
be very clear. SAS on would be the right way to do this. I'm just saying. Just saying.
I do believe you, EJ. Okay, that was getting worse.
Oh, yeah?
It's getting better. No, look.
Oh,
I'm just watching my closest approach, man.
oh, okay. All right.
All right,
Already
2.2.
throwing in some questions into the validity of the experiment. Nice, EJ. Nice.
Yeah.
No.
Okay, look.
You
So,
sure?
so we've done a little bit of maneuver, right? And what EJ was saying is correct. I completely turned off SAS. In Kerbal, SAS is this little, you see right here on the nav ball, it says SAS. It's not lit up right now because I had disabled it. And SAS, did we ever agree what this was, EJ or Sawyer? Stability augmentation system,
Yeah, stability assist.
sickness avoidance system. It's like a
I
couple
think this is
different
with a C, but yeah.
Sickness with, thank you, Sawyer. But in Kerbal, you can actually turn on SAS, and what that does is the game will use all of the control authority that you have given to the capsule to try and maintain the capsule's attitude. And the game will just do it, right? So in this situation, if I said, hey, I want to be pointed this way during this burn, if I had turned on SAS, then the game computer would have tried to keep me oriented that way while I did the burn. I didn't turn on SAS. I turned off SAS, which basically was like me saying, no, computer, I don't trust you to have control of the capsule. I'm flying the capsule completely myself. Now, the capsule was in free drift, right? Nothing was controlling the capsule, no computer control systems on the capsule. So if I gave it a control input, it would start to move, right? It's all on me. No help from the computer. Now, the reason I did that when I did that burn was because this is the first time I've flown this, by the way. It's not like, oh, all yesterday, DOS practiced flying this capsule. Like, EJ, you can attest, you just gave me this capsule like an hour and a half ago, however long it was.
Yeah. Even me, man, I tested it in space yesterday. So
yeah.
There was no NSF jetliner capsule 2 days ago, guys.
It didn't exist. It didn't even appear on my computer till right before we loaded this up. And then before we started the show here, we got our ISS at home in orbit. We built a quick little Jetless 5 to yeet this thing into orbit. But this is the first time I'm flying the capsule. So here, Membies in Discord can actually attest. The members in Discord, we went live with the members before we did this, and the members saw everything we were doing, building the capsule, doing flips for style, getting it into orbit on the Jetless 5 as we sort of dialed it in. So I turned off that right now because that's sort of not exactly the same, but it's sort of what the Starliner astronauts did. They took it for a little test drive to get a feel for it. They put it into manual control mode, and they were like, hey, all right, let's see how this feels. Now, they did not do it during a phasing burn or a rendezvous burn with the International Space Station, right? That's sort of two birds with one stoning there, and we'll get into this a little bit more. Let's get the rendezvous done. Is that
2 birds with 1 stone?
2 burns with that's why we have Sawyer on these, y'all.
Yeah, that's the only reason you keep me around. Thanks.
The only reason we keep Sawyer around. So, EJ, I think we're good now to proceed around to the space station.
Do it, Kool-Aid.
All right, we're making lots of quick saves here. So there's that, and let me make one more save, just so we can go back and try things over and over again, right?
He's quick saving on his own chat. He's beginning to believe again.
For safety. Let's see here. This is a pre-rendezvous. I don't know how to spell that, but whatever. Pre-save. All right, cool. Now let's go all the way around here. The game has calculated the orbital mechanics here. You can see that when we are 2.2 kilometers away from the station, our relative velocity is going to be 33.6 meters per second. And in order to sort of maintain that or match orbits with the station, I'm going to need to cancel that out, right? I could just do it on the fly when I get there. Do y'all kind of see how the orbits are a little bit different? Like if I scroll in, you see how the orbital lines are not exactly on top of each other there, right? We need to make those lines basically the same, which means I'm flying the same orbit in the same place as the space station. See, my gut is to just do it by the seat of my pants on the other side over here and point towards the differential velocity vector and light up the engines. Y'all mind if I do it that way? Is that a legitimate strategy?
That's fine with me.
That's what I'd be doing.
All right, let's make sure. Let's get around to this part of the orbit. Orbit in Kerbin. EJ, let's talk about the size of Kerbin and the size of the planet and the orbits in the video game versus the size of real orbits. While I do this, can you talk through that?
Okay, so the KSP solar system is akin to ours, but because this game is from essentially 2012 for early access, when like the back end was done, they used a lot smaller of a solar system because it's a little easier for gameplay, and computers at the time couldn't handle it. Memory problems. So Kerbin, that's Kerbin that you guys are looking at here. It looks like Earth. There's
a whole system, by the way.
Yep. And you can go anywhere in the system. You can land on any planet you want.
Yep.
There's like a Mars-like planet called Duna. There's a Jovian moon, so like Jupiter. There's a Jupiter-style planet called Joule, and that has all the Jovian moons that look like Io and all the other moons that are out there. Totally not forgetting the names, I swear. Elu is like Pluto. Yeah, exactly.
And if you want to get there, you don't just like click the planet and say travel, like Starfield or something like that. Like you have to learn the orbital mechanics and the maneuvers, right?
I'm here for you roasting Starfield. That's fine with me.
I love Starfield. I had a lot of fun in Starfield.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a great game.
Yeah.
It was good, yeah, but very different.
Okay.
Anyway, it's
go.
real orbital mechanics, but Kerbin is about 1/6 the size. So it's actually about the size of the moon in real life.
Yep.
If you were going to look at Earth, if you zoomed in on Kerbin and the Mun, Earth in real life is almost the size of like the moon over there. It's a little bit smaller than the moon's orbit right there.
Yeah.
Earth is huge. Like it's gigantic.
This is the size, like the gray orbit in the middle of the screen here. That's the real size of Earth in the real world. And in the video game, everything is scaled way down.
Yep. Yeah, it makes it a little bit more forgiving, and they're just computer limitations from 10 years ago.
I also think it's a little bit of gamification. Like there's an entire debate about real solar system and you can make it. You can actually install a mod to the game that makes Earth the real size, makes Kerbin the real size, and makes the orbits the real size and all this stuff, right? But here, things happen a lot faster than in real life. So my orbit in KSP, what am I, 4 minutes from Apo and 19 minutes from Perry. My orbit is about 30 minutes in the game, and in real life, an orbit's about 90 minutes, right? So here, I'm going to go around the planet 3 times for every 1 time. Did I get the math there right, y'all? I think I did, right? It's a 90-minute orbit.
Math in public.
My degree is in journalism, so I'm going to trust CJ.
Oh my gosh, but space journalism.
So what's up? What's up, Dos?
It's about 90 minutes. A real orbit is about 90 minutes. An orbit.
Yeah, real orbits are 90 minutes in low Earth orbit, guys. Yeah, absolutely.
And in Kerbin, we're going to do 3 orbits in the time that it takes us to do 1 orbit in real life. So the orbit is curving a lot faster. It's a lot smaller orbit, so the rates of change are going to be more than in real life. In real life, you have more time than we're going to have in the video game, but that's okay because this is sort of gamified, and we're trying to do interesting things here, like fly a spacecraft. So I'm going to time warp around. Does this still work, or is it going to crash the game? Warp here. Let's warp a little bit further back.
By the way, for those that are asking, what is the orbit of this station for this simulation?
The orbit of the station is about 80 by 80 equatorial. And it's 2 or 3 degrees off equatorial, I think, right?
I think you said 3 degrees.
Yes. I don't remember looking at it in the end, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Between 2 and 3.
So where is my target relative velocity? Do I have it set as the target right now? I do have it set as the target right now, but I don't see on my nav ball. Man.
Zoom in on the map, Dos. Let me see.
The mod doesn't work anymore. We're currently outside, so it is going to be radial in from us right now.
Yep. Look down.
Yeah.
And hit F4 if the target indicator is not showing up. Wrong down. Look towards the planet.
I'm not seeing it anywhere.
Relative down.
Sorry,
There's
I
no
looked
up and down. It's space.
capsule down, not that down.
You'll
Anybody
see the latest
it?
interview that we did with Frame 2. They'll tell you there is no up and down.
There it is. There we go.
So what? How do you know what pole they were flying over?
Wait, what?
They actually said that was an issue, was identifying their own home. One of them
Really?
Is that smart?
They picked out KSC, all right.
So on my nav ball down here, I have the little relative indicator, right? Like if you look at the bottom of the screen, you see that little pink indicator. Is that the anti because it's pointing away? So in order to damp out this velocity difference, I'm going to enable... Well, I've already got my RCS on, but I'm in control. I'm not letting the computer do it. Let me see if I can't aim the capsule towards that. And this is where life gets really complicated because I'm trying to look at the nav ball, and the nav ball is moving one way, but the craft seems to be moving a different way. You don't have a drone that flies next to your spacecraft in real life that you're able to see this cool third-person view, right? You look at your instrumentation, and mostly the computers do all this these days. But if I aim at this little green anti-indicator, this green X indicator, that's sort of indicating to me on the nav ball the direction towards or away from the target, right? So if that was a green circle, that would mean that I was looking towards the target. And because it's a green circle with an X in it, it means I'm looking away from the target. But if I want to damp out my relative velocities here, right, I can point at this green X, again, fully manual control. And there's the space station, right? Let's see. What we were getting down to, like, what, 2 point something? Yep, 2.2 kilometers. So as this gets down to sort of 2.2 kilometers, I'm going to try to damp out this 33 meters per second relative difference. And EJ and Sawyer, yell at me if I start to do this wrong. It's coming back to me.
Chat's telling you to hit V to go to free cam.
Free cam. I like this cam.
Wow.
I like this cam. All right, look.
Hey, he's in control. Let him do what let him do it.
Let him
He has
cook.
the controls.
Let him cook the thrusters.
Let him cook the thrusters. Now, EJ, I'm doing something that's not very realistic right now, aren't I?
They would be so tap H. Just keep tapping it. That's what the thrusters do. Because once again, it's about introducing heat. The reason why I had that long-winded thing about introducing heat into pressure-fed hypergolic nozzles, right, is because they have to pulse them, because if you just kept them on, they would instantly overheat.
Yeah.
They are limited by how much they can, like, their period of firing here, because every time you turn it on, you introduce heat, and that heats the engine, that heats up the nozzle, and you can only fire it as much as you can get the heat out. This is not just Starliner for what it's worth. Shuttle did this, or Shuttle does this.
Sort of like how
Soyuz
thrusters work.
This. Dragon thrusters do this. This is not a Starliner thing. This is a every capsule thing. Like, sorry, you were talking about From 2. From 2 got us some onboard footage. Exactly. Yep. They got us some onboard footage that they posted on social media during the deorbit burn, and you can hear the solenoids from the thrusters. You can hear them clicking on and off.
The music remixes to the beats of the thruster duty cycle. So I'm going to try to do that. There, when we were doing the burn, this isn't really what it's about, but EJ, you're absolutely right. I tried to sort of duty cycle it. If it was an astronaut doing it, the computer doesn't. You don't have to like
it's not like
on the joystick.
It's not like Barry Wilmore was tapping the controls and going and guys, I forgot to name what this is. It's called pulse width modulation, or PWM for short.
Yeah. All right. And we're going to try to do this. We're going to try to explain to you in places where the spacecraft that we are showing you here differs from reality, right? Because it is not a Starliner simulator. We don't have that much money. EJ, Sawyer, y'all are good to go to the Starliner simulator if anybody asks us, right?
Oh, yeah.
Here's the part where Sawyer's like, I've already been there.
I actually have, yes. It was the one in Houston. It wasn't a motion one, but it was the docking computer systems.
Put me in that thing. I'll figure my way around it. It's fine.
EJ,
I just got to have Jed by my side.
Yeah.
Oh, let's do it.
I would love to do it.
I'll say that I docked it, although it was running the automated sequence. But I did dock it.
Did you ride it while it docked itself?
Pretty much.
I want like the test controller to like throw anomalies at us in the simulator and see how it works.
I don't think they trusted me that much.
Man. All right. I've screwed up a little bit. I mean, I'm within 2.2 kilometers of the station. We don't have tons of Delta V. Everybody in chat knows Delta V. Like, Delta V is how much I can accelerate or decelerate my spacecraft, how much I can change my situation. Every time I use fuel, it takes away some of my Delta V, right? I don't have as much fuel anymore, right? But we're not running cheats or anything right now. We just have the amount of fuel that we put in the spacecraft. Again, EJ, we're not simulating exactly how much fuel Starliner had, right?
No. KSP fuel consumption rates and thruster consumption rates are not, they're not like the real ones. The rocket engines in KSP are made for the game. They do bear passing resemblance, like the planets do. They bear passing resemblance to their real life counterparts. Like there's a shuttle engine. There's an RS-25 that you can use in Kerbal. But, I mean, we're obviously not using one here. Starliner doesn't have that. But
it could.
I mean, if you wanted to have that, I mean, you could do that. That's the cool thing about Kerbal. It's like a Lego kit. You could put shuttle engines on a Falcon 9 if you really wanted to. Like,
Yep.
So the fuel consumption rates, obviously pulse width modulation that we were talking about, Das, like it's gamified a little bit, but it still demonstrates the point really well.
The physics are real. Like when we disable a thruster and we don't let the game use that thruster to create a force on that lever arm, the game will do that, and it'll show us what the infacts are here. But here, this is not really the best thing to do. We haven't planned this maneuver fantastically well. I'm just going to turn at the station and fly towards it because we're sort of close to it, and let's see how close that gets me. Y'all think that'll get me close enough?
Das, point towards it with the capsule, and then aim probably 10, 20 degrees to the right, and then accelerate in that direction.
All right.
So point the capsule towards it, and then on the nav ball, measure about 10, 20 degrees off to the right, and then give yourself 5 meters a second acceleration or something.
Yeah.
Yep.
All
just
right.
20 degrees to the right.
Here's another thing. Like, watch while I control the capsule here, right? You don't need your thrusters to be running the entire time. Like, if I get into a coast, I can give it a little bit of movement, and I can just let it coast. I don't have to keep burning fuel. And then when I get where I want to go, I can stop that movement like this, right? So another thing,
equal and opposite reactions, man.
Yeah, I'm not constantly using the thrusters the entire time I'm moving. It's like, hey, get me going, and then let's just let that go. Now here, I think we might not be doing this exactly right. I'm not sure at 2.2 kilometers from the station they would be using the OMAX anymore. But let's just get this target relative velocity here. So,
guys, obviously for like course and fine control, you have two different sets of thrusters. But when you get near the ISS, you guys got to remember, like, if you pulse a thruster in the direction of that thing, that gas is just going to keep going.
Like at the ISS.
It's going to keep going at the ISS. And you don't want, like in real life, this is the reason why like the ISS has its solar panels way out to the sides.
Yep.
Because if there were solar panels next to a docking port on the real one, and you pulsed gas into the solar panels, I mean, obviously that's probably not good for it. But the entire solar panel would act like a sail.
Yep.
And it could potentially throw the station off kilter, because at that point you would be fighting against the ISS's control moment gyros, and if you saturate them from thruster firings, you're going to have a bad day. You lose control of the space station.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be good at all.
They do a lot of other protective measures too. Whenever there are any docking operations, things like that, with moving things out of the way, the cupola has these protective doors. Those are all closed again for that exact reason of in case something gets kicked up or hits the window, it doesn't do any damage.
Yeah,
a lot that goes into these.
On the nav ball, like you see on the nav ball right now, Kevin, give me the big dot so I can point at the nav ball since I can't draw on it. You see the green circle down right here at the bottom of the nav ball, and then you see the purple circle sort of in the middle, and then you see the winglet thing there, right? The winglet thing is where my capsule is facing. The green circle is the trajectory of my capsule, sort of towards away from a target, and the direction towards the target is indicated by the purple or pink circle. You can argue over which one it is. I'm too old for that now. But what the nav ball is telling me right now is that green circle is near the pink circle, and that means that I am coasting towards the station. Now, I'm coasting a little bit below the station from this trajectory, so I'm going to miss the station to the bottom right now, right? If the green circle were exactly on the pink circle, purple circle, whatever color you want it to be, then we would go right at the station. But right now I'm coasting and I'm going to miss the station to the bottom a little bit, right? If I want to, okay, that's enough big DOS. If I want to get that a little bit different, let's see if I can't. Man, those thrusters don't have very much thrust, do they?
You gotta. So, okay, guys, how the real capsule works is that they try to find the lowest energy way to get to the space station.
Yep.
Meaning you wouldn't be doing this crazy of a correction maneuver near the station.
We're just making it up as we go.
Yeah. So, Das, just flip the OMAX on and just do your thing.
Yeah,
towards the station.
We talk about the keep out zone that's normally done, where they will pause and check everything before they go in, and they use as few thrust pulses as possible at that point. We're just trying to get there.
Yeah.
So in reality, what they would do with the ISS, I'm sure if you've watched capsule docking, albeit Starliner, Dragon, whatever, Soyuz, or anything, you've probably seen their heads-up display, and it kind of shows a little bit of a loop near the space station. Mm-hmm. What they utilize one of the 6 variables in orbital that defines an orbit in orbital mechanics. They use differential eccentricity in your orbit to kind of get the capsule to use orbital mechanics to your advantage, to use the least amount of thruster firings to get you the closest to the space station as possible. How you do that is if you have the ISS, so the ISS is in a relatively circular orbit. It's about 410 kilometers. That's 280 miles, 270 miles for people that use lunar units. So ISS and relative. Sorry,
Lunar units.
lunar
like it.
units, man.
Nice.
Just saying.
Nice.
That's what we used to land on the moon. Yes.
Stay mad. No.
Stay mad.
So the capsule would be on a differential eccentricity. Eccentricity in an orbit is basically the shape. Like if you're looking at the orbit from a perpendicular view, zero eccentricity around a celestial body would be a perfect circle, right? The capsule increases its eccentricity by a little bit, and that makes its orbit elliptical. And that elliptical orbit makes the capsule kind of look like it's orbiting around the ISS, but in fact, it's not. They did this with the shuttle. Eileen Collins did this with the shuttle the first time it went to Mir, and it looked like she was flying circles around Mir with the space shuttle. In reality, they were just using differential eccentricity to, make it look like it's flying around it, but it's just two different orbits, but they just happen to be kind of near each other.
Yeah.
They were just using the shuttle to roll to keep the payload bay towards the station so they could actually see the thing, because there's no windows on the bottom of the shuttle. That wouldn't be a good idea.
All right. So we've got down to 800 here, and I'm trying to get a feel for how the thrusters are working, right? Do y'all see on the screen, do you see how the space station is sort of drifting up relative from my point of view here, right? I need to cancel out that motion. Like, the space station is drifting up. Well, I need my capsule to sort of drift up as well, and they need to match. Because here, while we're approaching the station, we're going however many thousands of meters per second or kilometers per hour in real life versus Kerbal, but it doesn't matter. We're concerned about the relative velocities here, right? So let's see if I can't make my capsule drift kind of the same. In EJ, you see that rotation when I use that? I have a little bit of rotation that occurs when I try translation.
That's why you should have the SAS on.
But is the SAS going to like spew everywhere? It's like thrusters everywhere?
No, it shouldn't. No, dude,
Like
I
that?
dialed this. No,
That's what I'm concerned about. It's constantly bleeding fuel.
the real one does that. How do you think they keep a heading lock? That's exactly what the real thing does.
Okay, I will believe that. I have less faith in the KSP control, right?
I mean, the shuttle does. The shuttle did that, dude. That's how they were able to keep the payload bay. Well, actually, okay, that's not entirely true.
Well,
what they would do is impart rotation on the vehicle with the thrusters to get the shuttle's rotational rate to match the attitude to the horizon. So the shuttle would, as it's going around, it would be orbiting, but it would look like the payload bay doors are always facing the ground.
Yep.
The ISS does something similar to this, but it does it with a control moment gyro or CMGs.
Right.
It uses gyroscopes to do that same thing. But yeah, I mean, Das, when you're, anytime you're doing a translation maneuver, use the SAS. Keep it on. But if you're just doing if you're rotating, shut it off.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. You're talking about LVLH mode, right? Lateral or level, vertical, level, horizon.
Yes, correct.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I forgot the name of it, dude. It's been a while.
I got that. That's why you got the shuttle guys on.
Yeah,
We've been around the space station for a little bit of time here now, right?
Yeah, you're getting there.
Well, I guess we deployed the solar panels on the space station, so the space station isn't going to run out of electric charge or anything. Okay, I was worried about getting up to the station and all of a sudden it has no attitude control because it's out of electric charge. But let's continue this on. Man, I'm so used to turning off SAS during maneuvers.
Wait, Kevin, did you put my desktop behind me? Oh, you did.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh, he did.
Yeah.
Yes. Guys, that's not a screenshot behind me. That's my Kerbal. That's my KSP save opened up.
Nice.
All right.
Your KSS?
Yeah. Actually, it's Space Station Freedom, dude, because,
even better.
See? Look.
Man.
Give me. See?
Oh.
Two twin modules.
Yeah, you have to duck out of the way. So now we're sort of closing with the station. I'm just holding the button down for the gamification of it, right? I don't want us to be here forever. So pretending that I'm duty cycling, just pretend that the game is gamifying the duty cycle there, right? It's creating thrust. I'm giving it an input, right?
Right. Yep.
All right. How we doing here? I need to go that way some more. And our distance is closing there. And we'll even see if we can fly around a little bit. But these gross movements, do you see how the capsule relative velocity is barely changing as I'm leaving these thrusters? I'm just like hammering the thrusters down, right? And the capsule is heavy enough. and the thrusters are weak enough that even like hammering on it is barely creating any changes. And that's going to be important later when we get a little bit closer to the station. But we're 600 meters away now. 3.4 meters per second.
So once again, guys, like in Kerbal, because the game, it gamifies it a little bit. So a lot of Kerbal rendezvous look like what you see now, right?
Yeah.
It's not because DAS hasn't played in 5 years.
I mean, it's that too. It's that too.
No.
we didn't try to like set up a perfect rendezvous or anything like that. But we're talking through a bunch of the capsule maneuvers, and what you're doing is you're flying the capsule on the approach here. Like we're gaining experience.
In reality, they wouldn't, like I said, they use the lowest amount of energy. So the lowest amount of thruster firings to get as close to the space station as possible. That's why if you watch the rendezvous, it kind of just looks like the capsule is just kind of coming up near it. And it doesn't look like they fire the engines too much, except
they've already set it up.
Get right to V-bar alignment. Yeah, because because once again, you don't want to outgas near the space station.
Yep.
I mean, you have to minimize it, right? You obviously got to fire some thrusters to get to the place, right? But, you know, you don't really see a lot of RCS firings until they get right to V-bar alignment. So when the capsule gets up in front of the space station, that's when you start seeing RCS pulses, right? Because they're trying to use the least amount of thrusters to get the closest they can to the space station because it's more efficient that way.
By the way, for someone who's asking, the red that you see on the back there, is that the mod or is that heating?
That is just the mod. That is the mod showing that our big main or our OMACs are disabled and just our little RCSs are green right now. The small thrusters are green and the big thrusters are not. So that is just the mod showing us that we're not using those big thrusters right now. All right, how we doing? What I was going to do was just like sort of lean this way a little bit and get going a little bit closer to the station. But this is my training sim right now. Like watching for everybody to see, this is me learning how this capsule flies. And EJ, it does have a couple little idiosyncrasies. Like when I give it some control, I'm getting a little bit of unintended motion. And that's what you're saying. Like if I had the SAS on, then it would use some fuel to damp that out. Right.
Correct.
Every
capsule does this in real life, guys. Your center of gravity is never going to be completely right, nor is your impulse out of each thruster during each pulse going to be like exactly 100% the same.
Yep.
Believe it or not, I was reading about this, that they have weights in Starliner to get it close. Like they actually physically can just move weights like a dumbbell.
Like they can trim it almost.
Yeah, to trim the capsule out. Yep.
Yep.
Or you could just use another thruster to compensate. I didn't have time to really dial in the, potential like rotational moment inducing on the capsule, meaning that if you fire the thruster and you're trying to go forward, it might turn. It might induce a rotational rate.
Yep, it does.
But yeah, it's just very slight. Like I got it pretty close. It's not exact because I don't know what people are going to say. Why the heck are they moving weights? They're moving weights around on this thing. What is it?
Well, the astronauts. How much do the astronauts weigh? Right?
Yeah, exactly. You have to take. I mean, where's the supplies? Where is everything? That is a big thing, Das. But believe it or not, every capsule has an offset center of mass.
Yep.
Capsules usually are heavier on one side. It's not perfectly symmetrical. And the reason why is because you have to have space for people, and those people need to look out a window, and you're going to get asymmetric mass. The other thing is that you need asymmetry in your center of gravity for a capsule in order for the capsule to actually steer correctly during reentry.
Yep.
They use an offset center of mass with roll control thrusters to modulate heat shield angle of attack during reentry. That's how we can land a capsule. Like Starliner, for instance, can land within like 1 square mile out at White Sands where it comes down. Or Dragon can land basically right next to the recovery ships, Megan and Shannon. They can land right next to it because they can actually steer that capsule in to an extent. Now, believe it or not,
I'm having fun flying, by the way. Like I'm just here, like grinning at the capsule, and it's sort of like riding a bike, right? Like I am having fun just doing my little control inputs. You see the distance counting down to the station. Like I'm having fun. Sorry, EJ.
No, it's all good, man. I see you're having a good time.
Happy. In my element.
People are
vibing.
People were asking about wait lists and things like that in terms of crew. We do have a crew on board off to the side right there. You can there we go. You can see our Kerbals over there. We'll pretend that it's Butch, Sunny, and a mystery third Kerbal that snuck on. But
this snuck on somehow. That's me. I snuck on Starliner.
There you go. Das Kerman.
Das Kerman. EJ, I've totally cut you off. I'm so sorry, dude. I was just
No, it's all
smiling.
good, man. Yeah, so the heat shield modulation and by rolling the capsule is how they can land in a precise area. But every capsule has an inherently offset center of mass to allow for this. So that's why when I say, we don't have a lot. Please excuse the crudity of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it.
I mean, look
That's
at the abort thrusters. Like, what's going on with the abort thrusters in the back there?
It's a work in progress.
Oh, look.
Don't activate them.
Look this way.
Yeah, there's just a really minor anomaly with the capsule that when you separate the service module, you have a very slight possibility of severely exploding and blowing up. No, it's fine. It's good. It's good.
Minor
But,
detail.
Yeah, minor details. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So yeah, I didn't get a chance to like fully dial this capsule in, but it's pretty close.
Yeah, it's pretty
in
close.
In real life, these capsules have something akin to like a fly-by-wire system.
Yeah.
Where it'll compensate with other thrusters to compensate for any potential center of gravity like movements. I mean, you can only compensate so much, right? But yeah, I was saying they roll the capsule left and right, during reentry. I mean, sorry to bring this back to the shuttle. The shuttle did the same thing. The S-turns were doing the exact same thing with the shuttle, but because the shuttle is a winged orbiter and the capsule is a gumdrop shaped spacecraft, the shuttle would be yawing left and right, or it would use its elevons to act as a speed brake to get the thing to yaw left and right and basically do the exact same thing. In fact, if you look at the bottom of the shuttle, kind of from the side, if you look at a side profile of the shuttle, the tile system is it's kind of heat shield shaped. If you look at it, it's kind of it's concave. It's with the kind of thickest part of the shield being right at the landing gears, where the strongest part of the shuttle is, where the center of gravity of the shuttle would be, right? But they did the same thing with the shuttle, and the shuttle would use the body flap to trim out any weird center of gravity anomalies, just like astronauts in a capsule would shift weights around to take into account.
Yep.
Sorry, you know all about that. Body flap and speed
also,
brake,
by the way,
right?
that is separate from the actual speed brake, so to speak. That was the split tail on the back, but yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. While I've been flying here, I know it's slow and steady. We're sort of like we're talking about all sorts of stuff, but I have got my velocity vector sort of aligned with the target. So right now, if you look at the nav ball, I'm moving towards the target at 1.8 meters per second, and my velocity vector sort of puts me right towards the target. So all 1.8 meters per second of that relative velocity is closing distance with the station, right? And as I was sort of flying around there, the orbit curves. So this was something that Butch mentioned, where you're below the station and you're below the station, so you're reentering. Like, that is how it works. Or you're not reentering, sorry. You have a faster velocity if you're lower than the station. Not actually true all of the time, depending on your orbit and the eccentricity and stuff like that. But here, I'm watching this, and the longer I take, that the capsule and the space station are sort of flying around each other, and they're actually flying around their own orbits. They're not orbiting each other actually themselves, but their orbits are slightly different. And the longer you take, those slightly different orbits may move you further or closer away from it, or up and down. Like, your vector is going to change as you move through your orbit. But I'm now close to 100 meters away from the station, velocity closing at 1.8. The capsule's actually really slow. So when I get within, let's say like about 75 meters here, I'm going to slow down and I'm going to get to like 1 meter per second. And I don't know, EJ, Sawyer, what do y'all think about this? Like, we really just want to show how we're approaching this. We haven't set up a realistic approach to the ISS where it's like, oh, we fly here and then we enter the upper ellipse and then we come in this way. We haven't really set that up here, right?
No.
Yeah. So
Correct.
what we're going to do, I think, is just, actually, look at that. I'm actually right on the docking target. We're already right on the docking target, y'all.
All right.
Look at that.
Nicely done.
Neat. And I know that I'm still like hammering that down, but there's the target. We wanted to go to the International Space Station.
Is that a TIE fighter? That's a TIE fighter.
We're talking with a TIE fighter. I asked Mom if we could have ISS, and she's like, we have ISS at home. This is what we ended up with. Hey, and the sun just came up. Look at that.
Hey.
So
Quick
we're 20 meters away. We need to slow down a bit here.
F5 for safety.
This would have happened way beforehand in terms of speed, especially inside the approach
The
ellipse,
approach
the keep out
ellipse.
zone.
Yes. So once again, Sawyer or EJ,
Hello?
when the actual capsule is approaching the ISS, what sort of rate of close is it looking at?
So, sure.
Just
Yeah,
target.
on the little bit
F5.
further out, again, maybe 1 meter per second is okay, but typically once you're in that keep out zone, they go to about 0.5 meters per second, and as they narrow it down to that final kilometer or so, they will go down to, or even less, they'll go down to 0.1 meters per second, and that is usually the speed at which they will dock at, is 0.1 meters per second.
Yeah. So here, I'm a little bit low right now, right? EJ, the other thing, I'm going to pause so we can talk about this. The other thing that's realistic or not realistic here is the orientation of our station, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yeah, the ISS, people say, oh, there's no up and down in space. And that is right. But there is relative up and down comparatively to what you're trying to get to. So the ISS does have forward, back, left, right, zenith, and nadir.
it's actually
right?
labeled inside. Like inside the space station, there are labels for that.
Yep. It's
Yeah.
called local orientation. But the ISS's local orientation has the nadir, so the belly of the space station, so to speak, pointing towards the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, if you look, Kevin, if you could big screen me here for a moment, this is how.
Yeah.
There you go. This is exactly how the ISS flies around in space. The
That
truss
works.
segment is perpendicular to the ground,
Yeah.
just like that.
And it does that intentionally. Like as it's orbiting, the ISS keeps the basically cupola down, the nadir side, down towards
That's
the planet, and it orbits the planet in that way, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yep, you got it,
Okay.
man.
But here we're not simulating that.
No.
It doesn't actually have that. Now, when you go into docking operations, this is one thing that I couldn't find the exact information on for Starliner. I know for capture of a Dragon capsule, if I recall correctly, the station actually goes into free drift mode. And when Dragon is sort of approaching, you don't want any part of the station to you want the station to be moving around, right? So the station just sort of drifts instead of keeping its orientation down exactly right. Is that right? Chat, do y'all want to not agree with that or what?
Yeah, but it's only for a split second, like during chop, like it's right at the end if I'm remembering correctly.
Chop, by the way,
I don't know.
is the
I
crew
could be wrong.
hands-off period. That's where it gets to a point where it's so close to the station that any human input at that point is not a good idea. So it's literally everyone hands-off. So it's the crew hands-off point.
If you go and drive the Canadarm2 simulator at JSC, what is it, Building 14, and we've been down there and we've done a whole thing doing that. The station actually goes into a free drift mode where they don't want it being commanded or anything like that right around the time that happens. And if it stays the entire time or when it turns back on, I wasn't going to talk about Canadarm today, but y'all tell me. You don't want ISS reacting to docking inputs from the spacecraft. It's on autopilot. Let's see. Reading some other stuff. How close are we to popping poppets? We're getting there. We need to get docked correctly first, right? There's the Canadarm on the International Space Station there. Is that in Kerbal, EJ?
Yeah.
This
Oh yeah, man.
pretty damn
I built
nifty,
that
man.
space station with a shuttle,
Look at that
with a
thing.
robotic arm.
Lean out of the way so we can see it. It's beautiful.
Oh, okay, all right. So, all right, for the Kerbal players, this thing actually has a mobile base. So the arm, you can undock it and see this gold thing right here. You can dock it to that, and this is a lot. Not a lot of people know this. The mobile base system on the ISS is actually a little train. It's a train, and it uses the truss segment as rails, and it can actually go back and forth. So if they need to do maintenance out on the solar panels, the arm can actually, I call it monkey barring.
Yeah.
It can grab the mobile base and then undock from somewhere else.
Like inchworms
then-
along.
Yep.
Yep.
It can move, the mobile base can move it back and forth. So if you need to do maintenance, or if you need to install rollout solar arrays on the ISS, the mobile base can actually move back and forth.
Yeah.
I have a mobile base system in this that actually works.
Nice.
In stock KSP.
Irosa, you EJ.
Yeah. Wait, no, you're Sawyer.
Oh my gosh. All right. So anyways, let's get on the approach here. Another thing that isn't quite right, and we're already too close to the station, right? We've set this up. We can do a better job. We can back off. We can go at it again. I did make an S save. I did make a quick save in there so we can do this a few times, right? One more thing, like right now, my capsule's like upside down or something. I can tell that my control of this capsule isn't right just looking at the game. And we don't have a dorsal battery, do we, EJ?
The docking, the bars and the hatch on the capsule is your up
Yeah.
orientation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why I did that like that, so it's a little bit easier to see. Starliner does not have a hatch on the top like the Apollo command service module. The hatch is on the starboard side of the capsule.
Yeah.
And there's one window on Starliner, and it's on the port side of the capsule. So the commander can see out the capsule and see what him or her are docking to.
All right. So we'll get sort of lined up here. We're probably going to have to back off a little bit. This is up right now. Like if you look over here, there's the hatch. And so when I'm looking at it on the camera, I'm trying to just set it up so that the views on the camera match with what y'all expect. Like if I say, oh, I need to translate to the right, I need to start drifting to the right a little bit, I'd hit L on my keypad, thrusters would fire to the left, and that's going to make my capsule drift to the right a little bit relative to the station, right? So let's get going here, up a little bit. And I really do feel those unintended motions just with all of the thrusters enabled right now. I can feel the capsule start to drift. I give it a control input, and I'm like, hey, capsule, I just want you to translate left a little bit, or I need you to translate up a little bit, right? And I feel the capsule doing things that I'm not asking it to do in the completely nominal situation. In EJ, that's where you were saying the SAS, it's called SAS in Kerbal, the controllers, if I have, oh my gosh, we're
You progressed it.
It's such a tiny space station. I thought we were further away than we actually
Dude, did you just do that?
It's one module. Yeah.
Did that just happen?
I still thought I thought it was like a few meters away in front of me because we had never put the Starliner next to the space station before. Let's back off a little bit, y'all, and do that again.
Oh no!
I thought the space... See, the problem is this space station is we, and that space station is far away.
Oh,
okay. Oh no!
Watching that was just bringing back to my college years when I would watch these streams. Oh,
I did not realize
dear.
I had never had this capsule at the station before. And I went like this, and I was like, wait, the capsule's bigger than the space station.
Oh my god, someone just called it Stubby Station.
Stubby Station.
No.
Nice. All right.
And yeah, Alex, I saw in the back channel. I said the truss segment is perpendicular. It's parallel to the ground, guys. Sorry about that.
Okay, in real life, you wouldn't have ISS at home. It would be a much larger station. Plus, you would already have this set up in advance. You wouldn't be talking through it, I would hope. So let's get this going the way we're supposed to actually get this going. And let's talk through what we need to do during a nominal docking, right? So I will draw your attention to the navigation ball, right? The nav ball down there. What I want to do if I'm drifting exactly towards that docking port, I've actually right-clicked and set the docking port as my target instead of the larger station. If that green circle is right on the pink circle, that means that I'm drifting towards the docking port. So what that indicator, what that nav ball is showing me right now is that I'm drifting sort of towards into the lower left, like down into the left at 0.1 meters per second, right? Also, you can see that I'm not really aimed at the docking port. So if I want to get aimed at the docking port, I can directly aim at the docking port, but you see the problem here. I'm not like coaxial with the docking port. I am aimed at it, but me and the docking port are not in a straight line right now. In the real world, you wouldn't want to approach the station like that. Like you want to be floating straight in at the docking port like this, and have the capsule straight like this. In fact, this is one of the abort scenarios where the capsule may have to abort its approach to the station if it drifts and it gets too far out of alignment with that sort of approach corridor to the docking port that it's going for. Then it can say like, hey, something's wrong. I can't keep going towards the station because I don't know what's going on. And it will actually abort an approach to the station if you do that, right? So here, let's just manually get it lined up. We don't have any fancy sensors or anything like that. We're sort of doing it by eye. No SAS. The capsule is just doing whatever I tell the capsule to do, and if I tell it to stop doing that, it'll keep drifting, right? Are we about to back off again?
Oh, jeez.
Back off. Let's back off again. You know, the other thing we didn't do is make sure we have SAS on the station. Do we have SAS on the station? We do.
I don't think we do. Oh, we do?
It's not the station's fault. It's the driver's fault, not the station's fault. We're good. All right. So let's get mostly.
Wait a minute. Weren't you telling me to not blame Butch at the beginning of this?
I'm blaming me right now though, because I can blame me.
Oh.
Blame Das Kerman, yes.
Yes, exactly. All right. So let's get this thing sort of aligned here. We'll do a little bit better job, and then we'll make an approach towards the station, right? Now we're kind of in line with it. We want to stop that little drift, and we don't want... we're actually a little bit too low. We don't have good instrumentation in Kerbal to tell us when we're exactly aligned with the corridor. Do we, EJ? Am I missing something? I don't think we do.
You can use your nav ball and your target indicator to get you that information.
How is that? Because it doesn't show you an angle, does it?
No, not really. What I do, and Kevin, if you big screen my my play here, so what I do that's I use the horizon in this particular case. You're heading
right
to line this all up because of the orientation of the space station.
Right.
And they don't do that in real life. This helps in KSP because we have limited. You're right. We do have limited information, but there is a way to extrapolate it.
The difference in angles is the problem. It shows me my velocity differences, but it doesn't really show me my angular differences, which of course the actual Starliner of the space station would have. So we're eyeballing this. Like we're sort of backing off and looking at this. And
there are mods, but nothing that isn't modded.
Yeah, exactly. So this is a nominal docking. I'm going to F5 it right here. We still have plenty of monoprop. It's fine. And let's approach the station and just go for like a normal dock and see how close we get. I keep rotating, and I want to rotate to where I think I'm right. I have a top and a bottom and a starboard and port. And then I also have to... I have to remember that the station is way smaller than I think it is.
Yeah, I think you're about to hit it almost.
I think we might be about to hit it. But let's just back that off. There you go. See, I'm just damping out all the rotations. Let's get those velocity vectors lined up. We're kind of far away. The rates that I'm moving right now relative to my miniature space station are way higher than the rates that the actual Starliner would move. We gotta back up again. would be real. We should have made the space station bigger because we're doing this so visually. The rates that we're approaching the station are higher than it would approach the station in real life. When it makes contact with the station, it's not even 0.1 meters per second, right, y'all?
At that point, it's 0.01.
It's 0.01 meters per second, so we're an order of magnitude higher than we should be here. But let's just get this nice and lined up using the instrumentation that we have. I'm going to fly it up a little bit. I'm going to tell it to go forward just a little bit. They're off. They've been off this entire time. I'm not using the OMX at all. Yeah. We're off to the side now. Let's get going in that direction. Let's stop that little rotation. Just little teeny tiny motions. Now watch
Michael Reed with the zoomed in nav ball.
Oh, nice. That's actually really cool. Just get it nice and lined up. Just tap it in.
Tap.
Just give it the old taparoo. Let's approach the target now.
Also, EJ, check
0.1 meters per second.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Damp out that sidewards motion. See the angle. You know something? I think a big challenge here is going to be getting the angles right.
Align your station to a normal, the normal vector, so you don't have to worry. We have to worry about the station moving around.
Yeah.
Do we want to change the magnetic forces, by the way? Or
can we do that in stock?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you can, right, EJ?
I don't think you can. I think there were mods. Docking require force, yeah.
Of course you can. Of course you can, dude.
Yeah, let's take the docking force way down, like that.
Yeah.
No magnetization.
There shouldn't be, but we don't have any capture mechanism or anything like that, right?
We don't have a soft capture, yeah.
Yeah, we don't have anything, but
we don't
we
need
got
the
docked.
space station magnetizing towards the capsule.
Yeah. And y'all saw the big motion there. Actually, disable the RCS, turn on SAS to stop everything from rotating, and then there we go. All right, contact, capture, bam! Even there, when I did that, I was still moving at rates that are way faster than the Starliner would be allowed to approach the station in real life, right? Does anybody have any questions? Like, EJ, is there anything that we haven't explained yet that we should? Chat, are there more questions that we need to do? We have to change on both ports. Thank you, Gavin.
No, I think we're good.
When I can just hit a couple of quick support messages.
Of course, do it. Yeah, we haven't done any.
Do it now,
because we've
sir.
been talking so much.
Yeah, we had a $50 super chat earlier from Steve Kalovic, who was out to dinner with Bideford. Glad to see us there, saying they will check in later. And Steve did, in fact, check in later with the $10 super chat, saying, hope the show is going great. And then we also had Dougal gifting 5 Red Team memberships when they joined in chat as well. So,
Dougal!
Thank you to Dougal as well. And
EJ, where's the inside
for questions.
docking port?
I'm sorry?
There's the flange of the inside docking port.
Which docking port?
The one on the capsule itself.
It should be the first docking port in line, dude.
Yeah, but I don't. There's that one.
Back up.
The one we slept on the station. All I can see is the docking force on the one that's on the station.
It should be right there, dude. Like, look behind the blue.
There we
blue
go.
Parachute.
I had to click over here where I couldn't see it, but I eventually found it.
Okay.
All right. There we go. So now both sides are turned way down. We don't have like the capture mechanism or anything like that. Kerbal gamifies it, and the strength of the magnets in the in the docking ports in the game is like super overpowered. And you saw when we got close, it was like it just sucked them together to help players actually be able to get the thing docked, right? So EJ, in terms of setting up experimental motions or attitudes here, how did you want me to aim the docking port? Like straight radial down or something?
Yeah, radial down should be a little bit easier for orientation. Oh, that's good.
What?
You can see my guitar.
Sticking out.
The guitar.
All right, let's go.
Nice. Just suddenly he grabs an orbital guitar.
Yeah, it was floating around, dude. I'm sorry. It
was just here in space. So the ISS and the docking port would not be pointed in this way. You can even see the overpowered reaction wheels on the station that were just there to give us something to dock to, right?
Yeah, I think that's Kevin has something.
What does Kevin have now?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we were looking at me. I'm like, no, he's flipping the station. Go.
It's like the other thing.
Also, Zach Curtis says now time warp 9 months.
Time warp 9 months. Well, EJ,
that's bad.
I thought that was funny.
No, even pointing radial in as we drift around the orbit, radial in is going to become prograde. It's going to become radial out. Is going to become.
I'm sorry, anti-normal. The triangles.
Up and down.
Use the triangles.
Yeah, up and down.
That'll help you keep the station and the Starliner kind of pointing at each other.
Yeah, or not even pointing at each other, but just gives me an indication when I am lined up with the Starliner, right?
Yep.
Because then we can use the lines on the nav ball in addition to the Starliner vector towards the target, right? Or the vector towards the target. Does that look right?
Mm-hmm.
Actually, we could just click that, can't we? And it will magically align itself the way we need to align. And we should do that again, shouldn't we? Shall we see how that works?
Yeah, you can do that. That makes it easier. That would make it easier for you to dock to, but wouldn't have made it easier for Barry. Just saying.
Yeah, but what do you mean? Like realistically, what do you mean? We're trying to
so-
overcome a lack of instrumentation in the game that Starliner and Station clearly have, right?
I don't know. Let's see. This is just setting it up for you to move the goalposts.
Wait, why?
When you dock it with broken thrusters like
No,
this.
you say that, but why? Like, why? Like, explain yourself.
So when the station is like this, right, pointed down, and actually the surface here, when it's like that, it's easier to. It's not easier to dock to you. Like you get better instrumentation, right? But you got to remember, like the ISS is constantly rotating. Starliner's constantly trying to get to it. When you dock it to dock it in the way that like this, there's a lot more stuff at play than trying to do like a coplanar normal alignment here. I mean, if you're doing it for instrumentation, it shouldn't be a problem.
Right.
But
well, no. I mean, if you're telling me that it's a cheat that's going to make it easier to dock than it would in real life, then I won't do it. Like, I don't need to do that. We just need a way that we can say, hey, all right, these two things are like a square to each other, right? Parallel to each other. Even if they're not aligned like this, KSP doesn't give us any instrumentation to say if they're parallel. And we need them to be parallel, right? So here, what EJ's saying is that this does make it easier. He's absolutely right. As the station goes around the planet, here we just have it always pointing up, right? Like anti-normal is the way that it's pointing. And the Starliner could be, I guess it's pointing normal or polar or whatever, right? Now it's pointing up, and the Starliner would be pointing down, and that way we could use those two things to assure that they were lined up, right? In real life, the Earth is way bigger, so things change a lot slower, but we need to figure out, EJ, is the station in free drift, or is the station still tracking Nadir down as the Starliner approaches it? What's the answer to that?
Yeah, I'd have to go look it up. I know that's what's going on to an extent, but I think it's once it gets V-bar alignment, but I could be wrong, guys. I'd have to go look.
ISS go to free drift.
I mean, Das, if you look...
It's after initial contact is when they do free drift.
It's after initial contact. So what does it do in the meantime?
It's rotating with the planet, no?
Yes, sir. We need to look this up. During spacecraft docking with the ISS does go into a state of free drift, but when? After the initial soft capture, ISS disables its control systems, letting the docking mechanism makeover. Gravity gradient, small forces like gravity gradient pull different parts, cause wobbling, blah, blah, blah. Free drift phase is relatively short. Docking process is typically quick. So what's the best way that we can do this then?
I mean, Kevin, if you big screen me here real quick, I have the game paused. Like you can, if you look right here, I have my prograde vector with a relative target on DOS aligned with my target indicator, which is aligned with, well, more or less with heading.
Right.
That should be good enough, granted the relative like imprecision that you need with docking ports and Kerbal to actually latch on to each other, even with no magnetization. You just need to get it close. It's not like precision like the NDS is.
Yeah, yeah.
This should be good enough. This should be good enough to get the point across.
But what I'm saying is the station won't maintain its prograde. Like if you go to the station and you tell it to point its docking port prograde and you set the SAS to prograde mode, when you switch away from that craft and you start controlling another craft, it's going to go into free drift. Right?
Yeah, that's the exact reason why I said just use the coplanar normal and anti-normal alignment, because then you don't have that problem.
Yeah.
But the real one, that's what I mean. And see, this is what I mean about like moving the goalposts, right? Like
no, but explain yourself. If you're going to use a term like moving the goalpost, explain what you mean, because we don't want to move the goalposts.
Because the ISS is still rotating, and Starliner has to account for that rotation when it goes in, and then it'll shut controls off, it'll free drift, after docking.
Right.
So that means Starliner has to use its thrusters. There's extra pulse width modulation to take into account that slight rotational component of the space station as it's going around.
And I'm not worried about that at all. I'm trying to say, how do we get the station to be like the real station to add that level of difficulty? I want the difficulty. It's not a problem to fly the spacecraft that way. So tell me how to make the station do it in Kerbal so that I can play hard mode. I already don't have your SAS on, right? I want to do it in difficult mode.
Okay, take your orbital period,
right?
Whatever your orbital period is in time, divide that by 360 degrees, and that should get you to degrees a second radian. I mean, that is a really junky way of doing that, chat.
Yeah.
But that would be more or less what you need to do, and then you need to impart a rotational rate that's equivalent to the amount of degrees per second in your orbital period.
So you want us to go to the station, and you want us to put the station in free drift,
and have it rotating,
at a rate
the same rate as the orbital period. So one orbital period would be one 360 degree rotation on the station.
There's not really a way to do that, is there?
There's a way you could see that information with the Aero UI if you go into the debug menu.
Right.
Go into the debug menu, go into Aero and enable the Aero UI. I just pulled it up right here. You broke it.
Reference exceptions.
You broke it.
This must be one of the mods that ain't working.
All right. I'm reading the entire profile here for STS-135, the full rendezvous profile, so I'm looking through that.
You read what happens on the real station. EJ, tell me what you want me to do in this to make it as hard mode as you can possibly make it. Because the thruster loss is not going to be a problem with what you're talking about.
Physics tab, Aero,
tab,
enable
Aero.
UI. Enable Aero UI. Display Aero data GUI.
Okay, got it.
In the Aero tab.
All right,
so
we have that there.
In the top right on this window, if you drag it so it's not like over something,
yeah, I gotcha.
You could see pitch, heading, and roll. Those are the three things. And then you see your rates.
Yep, there are rates.
I'm sure if you guys have watched a launch with NSF or anywhere else, you've heard them say, like, body control rates look good, rates look good, rates look good.
Yep.
That's what they're talking about.
That's what those are.
Your rates are basically the numbers. It's a numerical form of telling you which way you're either accelerating, decelerating, or in this case with pitch, heading, and roll there, those are what's called rotational rates, right? An inertial measuring unit or an IMU would be able to measure translation rates. IMUs can also measure rotational rates. We have that information in stock KSP. From there, Das, you could impart a rotational rate in degrees a second radian, right? And that's what I mean about 360 degrees.
You could try
take your orbital period. Take your orbital period, put it into seconds, right? And then figure out how many degrees a second you need to rotate, right?
Well, the orbital period is 30 minutes. There's 360 degrees in a circle, last I checked. And so we would need to just do 360 degrees, calc. 360 degrees divided by what? 30 meters?
Whatever your orbital period is in seconds.
So 12, it can't be 12 degrees per minute. It has to be 12 degrees per minute divided by 60, which is 0.2 degrees per second.
So you need if you were flying like the ISS, your pitch degrees a second radian would need to be 0.2.
0.2.
So if you find a way to do that, you let me know.
I mean, I understand that there's a readout on the screen that tells you the rate of rotation, but I don't know that we'll be able to command that to keep a 0.2 degree. Let's see if we can do it. I'm super curious. 0.2 degrees. It reads it out right there, and we need to turn off it. We're going to have SAS turned off the entire time. Let's get the station pointed towards the planet. Like this. And it may be I love how the station is rotating around the capsule because the station has very little mass. Oh, EJ?
Mm-hmm.
If we turned on SAS and told it to... Well, that says radial out, so we must still be controlling from the station. When this stabilizes, if our math is correct, we should see 0.2 degrees per second here, right?
Yeah, but see, this is where this math gets kind of junky because it's degrees a second radian, which is a little bit different. This is where the math gets a little junky, guys. And I'll admit, this is a little bit above where I'm at. Like I know that degrees a second radian is not degrees a second. That's why, one has an R in it, the other one doesn't. That's
I mean, it's
That's
getting
why.
kind of close to 0.2, dude. I'm gonna pull the old trick where I damp it out by time warping it.
okay.
It goes to 0 then, and then it moves all over the map. So we've told the computer to hold the heading where the well, this is in, but I guess this would also be the same, like whether we're pointing in or whether we're pointing prograde, it's still going to be 0.2. Right?
Yeah. It depends on where your station is or what your station is oriented relative to. If it's on pitch or you'd need to use pitch actually to do this right, I think.
It depends on the roll of the station, like how the station is rolled.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. In the station, the station is actually pitched, so as it's pointing towards the planet, it is pitching the station. If we roll the station 90 degrees, then it would start
check
heading, I guess.
Passing time in chat in the YouTube chat actually has a good idea on how to do it.
Control safe for octaport, set retrograde, then switch to free drift. Free to do a prograde V-bar approach while aiming for the 0.2 rate. All right, control the station.
I just figured out how the real ISS does it when you get a second.
Tell us how the real ISS does it, and then we'll try to work towards that. Because I don't want anybody here to be like, oh, well, you did it in easy mode. You moved the goalposts, because that's going to miss the point of the illustration. If somebody's going to tell me that it's cheating to do it a certain way, then let's do it the way y'all think is the right way to do it, right? So Sawyer, go. How does it work in real life?
This is from multiple NASA papers and someone who worked with the Russian side as well.
So, and you probably just called a astronaut and was like, hey, Bob, nice to talk to you. How does the space station work? Go. Sorry.
Yeah, I read copies of their documents. It's fine. So basically, normally it's torque that is used to keep the ISS kind of in its straight and level position. I believe it's called torque equilibrium attitude.
Okay.
So then what they'll do is when a vehicle is about to dock or undock, they then put it into LVLH, which is local vertical, local horizontal, zeros across the board.
Okay.
So in terms of the local horizon and everything, the station will do its best to keep it at zeros. The second that you are about to initiate contact with the capture ring of whatever spacecraft is docking, that is when the space station then goes into free drift mode. So that final couple meters there basically is when it goes into free drift. Then they let it all balance out, and then it goes back into that torque assist mode.
Gotcha. Can I try to translate what you said?
Sure.
Are we going for the right thing here? Like, if the ISS is trying to control itself in such a way that the horizon, it's like staying even with the horizon as it goes around the planet.
Correct.
Is that horizon relative to the universe, or is that horizon relative to the horizon of the planet?
That is local horizon. So looking out, if you're on board the space station looking out, that is the local horizon. So the local relative horizon to where they are.
The local relative to horizon, like the horizon is the planet's horizon? Like the curve of the planet?
So that is a yaw, pitch, and roll of 0 in the local vertical, local horizontal frame. So I'm trying to find out exactly the meaning of that. The shuttle also used a similar LVLH. Let me pull up that documentation again.
Say it one more time, Sawyer.
Yeah.
So the during docking and undocking are done at or near local vertical, local horizon frame of 0, 0, 0. That's yaw, pitch, and roll.
Right.
Yeah, relative to the horizon is what
Exactly.
Relative to Earth's horizon is what that
You know
means.
what we need to do? We need to just like call up an ISS mission controller and be like, "Hey, can we interview you about this?" That would be cool, right?
Yeah, that's what
We
it is.
have
Then it
to
goes
know
into-
somebody.
Yeah, we know a lot of them. Yeah.
I even have the rates here at which they keep it at. But yes, so then it will go into the free
What's
drift.
the rates?
And then it will go free drift into capture, and then capture, they'll go back to leveling it out again.
Gotcha. All right. So as we're doing this, we're trying to do the best we can. People trying to tell me that it's easy mode or we move the goalpost. I'm not gonna stand for that. Like that's not. I'm going to try to figure out the hardest way to do this. Right. That's not a thruster stuck on, because I'm not going to tell you I could counteract a thruster stuck on. But here we can do what? And by the way, it's
So-
settled at 0.17. So the pitch is pretty stable at 0.17 when I've told it to just stay pointed down after we've like stopped doing it, right? So let's try prograde, I guess. And if it says 0.17, then the game is just telling us with the instrumentation it provides that we'll go for 0.17. Oops. Well, that's Starliner's capsule, I guess, pointing prograde, but same difference. They're all connected right now. It's fine.
Sure, blame Starliner.
I'm controlling from Starliner. I'm not controlling from the station. Let's let this all settle down and see how it works, right?
Yeah, so basically in that view, it would be that the space station would be like that, level on the horizon.
Level on the like if we did this, right?
And
now we have...
Yes, that's the local, vertical, local, horizontal, zeroed out.
Makes sense. And that, I mean, that, y'all see how that looks? Like the station is sort of perpendicular to the ground, and the docking port is going to sort of, it's going to fly after the docking port. Like as it goes around the planet, it's going to sort of fly after the docking port. So
that's what it's doing.
I guess, like, maybe, and I don't know if the game will do this because it is just a video game. EJ, if we decouple these two things, we back them off from each other again, right?
Yep.
And then we control it from the station and tell it to have its docking port pointed to prograde, retrograde, either one of those, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we just let it stabilize. Look, it's stabilized at 0.17 again. And then we
prograde lock. Yep.
turn off SAS. It should start to free drift at that rate. I guess.
And then undock.
And we should already be undocked, and we should be on the station. We should get the station with that motion, because I'm concerned that when we undock, it's going to push it apart, and if it's in free drift, it'll get a little rotation, right? But let's see. Like right now, it's stuck at 0.17 again. Does everybody agree that it's stuck at 0.17?
Yeah.
Bro.
I'm reading chat too. We haven't opened the hatch. We did one dock. As long as you don't switch away and back, it'll hold the last vector it was told to. Kill Stallington. So if we go to the, you think that'll keep holding that vector even if we leave on SAS when we move away from it? As long as we don't time warp or whatever? Have you ever done that, EJ? I don't know if it does that.
Time warping will inhibit rotation.
Yeah, it like freezes up all the rotation and it starts to follow the orbital track, but not the physics to compute the rotation of the parts, right?
Basically.
Okay. All right. We're back in
the simple terms, yes, it will stop when you go fast.
Okay. If we turn off SAS, let's see if it just holds 0.17.
Chop.
I mean, it's still, yeah, nice.
Chop.
It's still right on 0.17. I don't know how long, because it is a video game, but that seems to work. Do y'all care if it's prograde or retrograde? EJ, do you like the docking port facing prograde or retrograde, or Sawyer? Which is right? Does it say which one's right?
It says depending on the spacecraft and where it is on the V-bar, it's either 0 or 90.
0 or 90?
For the... Let me pull up the exact number again here. Where was it? Yeah.
Okay.
So for the... let's see... For the pitch, it's either 0 or plus or minus 90.
Plus or minus 90. I don't entirely understand do you understand what that's saying, EJ? Like if pitch is allowed to be plus 90 or minus 90, I feel like that would
It could be for V-bar or R-bar.
Yeah.
It's exactly what it's for, is for the allow the vehicle to back out along the V-bar.
Okay. But here we don't really care if it's, or we could just put it 0 and it's 0 relative to prograde, so it's sort of like flying forward?
Yeah, let's just keep it zeros all. So yeah, that would match one of the other settings that they can use, is just everything zeroed out, including that prograde.
All right. And SAS hasn't been on this entire time, and it's maintaining that 0.17 degree per second rotation, and it's still right on the prograde vector, so that the station is sort of rotating and keeping the same orientation relative to the surface of the planet like it would in real life. I'm curious if there's any way we have to verify that. Like if we can't time warp, right? We can't boop it. If we accidentally boop it, that's a problem. What else can we do or can't do? Eh?
As the Kerbals would say.
All right. Chat,
Dude, I think this is close enough. Back
close
out,
enough?
disable the thrusters, and see what we can do, man.
Let's see what we
Yeah,
can
and
do.
it seems like the main thing is to, level it out, and then probably right before you do the final push, head back to the station, switch SAS off, and then go for the dock.
All right, we will try that.
Anyway,
Back
EJ, I'm
off,
sending you the
approach
shuttle
program. Yeah.
documentation because it's super nerdy, and I know you'll like it.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah, please do that.
So we'll flip this around and we'll tell it to aim prograde. So the docking port is sort of facing forwards. We'll disconnect, and get this capsule to float away from it a little bit, right? And then I love that it rotates around the capsule. In Kerbal, it rotates around the center of mass of the craft. In the space station here, our little demo space station is so light, it has almost no mass compared to the mass of the capsule. All right. There we go. So let's just tell it to lock in retrograde like that.
I don't know, leave them enough snacks on the space station. The Kerbals will definitely change the center of mass.
Oh, that's what we should do. We should move, we should have that Kerbal, the extra Kerbal, move into the station.
Oh, yes.
That's what we should do. Inventory, aim camera, transfer crew. There we go. And we can see Bob transferring into that module.
Yeah, that'll be Nick Hague.
Nice. Nick Hague, watching from the station.
Although he came up later. He came up for the other vehicle, but still, it worked.
Facts. All right. It still hasn't stabilized right at 0.17, so we'll wait for it to do that. And I'm going to read some chat too. Undock. See if either craft takes a. Well, this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to get a good understanding for it, and it is just a game. It can only do what it can do, but I don't want to say we're moving the goalpost or anything right? I want to do everything we can and have everybody agree that we've done everything we can to do it right to the best of our ability inside the game, right? All three need to transfer resources. Oh, but Helikali, right now we're going to back off and we're going to do this again. We're going to do this again, right? I guess we'll time warp and see if that damps out the little rotation, because it really doesn't.
It does.
Like that.
Time warp will.
Yeah, but here time warp locks it into a position so that it's even more out of position, and then time warp comes back in and it tries to snap back and it gets even more waggledy, right?
By the way, EJ, if you want to double check my numbers, I sent you where I was getting all the stuff from.
I trust you, dude, to be honest, but all right, let's take a look.
All right. No, it's all good.
Yeah. All things space, we've spent a couple hours playing KSP.
Yeah.
Are you in your 30s, Sawyer?
Yes, I am.
EJ, you're in your 30s, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not in my 30s. I'm in my 40s. But y'all are in your 30s. All Things Space is wondering why we're playing Kerbal when we're 30-year-old quasi.
Because what we're trying to do here is teach people about how this stuff works and teach people why a 6-DOF lock failure next to a space station during rendezvous proximity operations and docking is a dangerous thing. The video game is a great way to visualize it. It's a great tool to teach.
Yeah.
That's why you see actual real-world pilots, V1, all these people out there that fly real-world planes still playing Flight Simulator. This is kind of the equivalent.
We want to show you what it means, when the thrusters have failed, what does that actually mean? And we've gotten a little bit into the weeds here about the station, exactly how the station should be oriented or not, right? But this game, it is a video game, will do a good job of showing you how thrusters that have been taken offline affect the ability to control the craft. That's what we're trying to get to here, right? This is not stabilizing.
This is technically a game, but the idea behind the physics and orbital mechanics of it are something that can be translated to real-life scenarios with some tweaks.
Yep. All right, you're in your 50s now, passing time, and I'll be spinning stuff like this till I'm carried out in a box. Nice passing time.
Yeah, baby.
Yes.
Dock to the space station to Kerbal, and video games are not just for kids. You're allowed to play games when you're old. That's true as well. Playing video games keeps your brain active and elastic. And my brain feels pretty elastic sometimes. Okay,
Mine's kind of like Jello. Wait.
we've F5'd over and over again. Let's go ahead and get back with the docking again, right?
Look at that. The whole reason we're doing the stream.
Yeah. We can edit it in the future. Can we undock? Yes. See, even undocking like immediately gives me a little motion there. And that's why I don't have the stock SAS turned on, because it just like bleeds fuel constantly, see?
But dude, that's what
it does that.
While you were getting your Kerbal all figured out while we were explaining this, Kevin had some footage of Starliner doing that exact same thing.
EJ, the point is that the controller in Kerbal is not as good as the controller in Starliner, right?
Oh.
Like it constantly like in every direction. The control in Kerbal is known that it's not it's known that it's not that good, right? That's a problem. But look, on the station here, we've lost it didn't actually keep it. I guess we'll set it back again.
I mean, dude,
that's what the station does. It goes free drift, and then it goes right back to leveling, and then once all is done, it goes back to the torque assist.
Yeah. So we have it in the right spot now, right?
That's good enough, dude.
Yeah.
Send it.
And that's
shut off the thrusters that failed, and let's see what happens.
Yep.
Yeah, and in terms of the plus or minus 90, that's where you're at right now, so you're good.
Gotcha. All right. So we'll go back over here, and we're aligned enough with it, right? And so, do you think I'm backed off enough, or am I not backed off enough? You can back
I
off
think you're
more?
good. They were inside of the keep out sphere. They were pretty dang close.
What's the keep out sphere though?
200 meters.
200 meters. Yes.
Is it what is it, Sawyer?
It is 200.
It's 200 meters. I'm 13 meters, so I'm way closer to the station than I would be.
You're fine.
Yeah. We're well within the keep out.
Let's see what happens.
But that's an issue, because as thrusters were having problems, it was not up to the station yet. Starliner was not 15 meters away from the station. In fact, some of the thrusters that they were doing, they were in the way out in the ellipses, 200 meters away. That's part of the illustration here. They're so far from the station. You say it's such a big deal that the thrusters failed. We're a long way away.
How much faster you'll be docking in Kerbal versus what they were actually doing.
Yeah, and the orbit in Kerbal is so crazy. But that actually looks, it looks like it might be flying the way we want it to. So let's go for it, I guess, right? Do we have the list of thrusters that failed, and then which way is up? Starliner's upside down right now.
It's about to get spicy, folks.
Yeah, let's get Starliner to flip over here. From my own perspective, right? Okay, here we go. At Kerbal Sphere, you should be 120 meters from the keep out. We're good enough. In real life, Starliner was much further away from the station, and Starliner was moving much more slowly relative to the station than anything you're going to see in the video game. So the video game is going to exaggerate the excitement here, right? Let me get this thing flipped all the way over.
Which you claimed we were doing last week.
I know. If it looks back at the video game, even the video game is going to be giving us problems here, right? But I'm going to get this thing rotated all the way over.
Just so people can get their pitchforks ready for you.
Get their pitchforks ready. No, at the end of the day, it's not going to matter.
Yeah.
People want to believe what they want to believe, but I'm sitting here looking at it, and I want to see how the vehicle responds. So do we have the list of thrusters, right?
I'm working on it. I think they're the backwards facing thrusters on the doghouse.
Yep.
So
wait, Moldy states yes. He doesn't have pitchforks. He only has yaw forks.
Yaw forks.
So Das, zoom in on the back of the dog. Yeah, that was all.
Yep.
Sorry, Moldy.
Does anybody have it yet?
I was actually just looking, but here. So in the press conference, they described which thrusters they're like, thruster 5 on this doghouse. So the thing is I don't know what thruster 5 means.
Oh no, they're described. It says which doghouse they're in. It absolutely says which doghouse they're in. It's like bottom 1, bottom 2, aft. Like it tells you. Here, let me go get the list. Hang on. I'll pause
Pause it for a second, dude, because
we posted it up.
I started Googling and it popped up on my background.
No, I got this. I got this in the notes. I just thought y'all had the notes too. Let me go grab it. Starliner notes. And here's this. All right. Total of 5 thrusters. Starboard 2 A2. Bottom doghouse 1 A3.
Those are those numbers.
Yeah, it's the aft thrusters, like starboard 2. I think we don't know what the 2 is referring to, but A2 is an aft thruster. It's like thruster 2, thruster 3, and there's not a thruster 1 for some reason. But we've got starboard 2 A2. We've got we've got bottom 2. Hang on. Yep, we've got bottom 2. We've got starboard 1 A1. We've got top 2 A2. And
Okay,
those are
so
the 5 thrusters.
So say that one more time, just to be absolutely sure for me.
All right. Write this down. Oops, I'm still paused.
Now write this down.
Now write this down. Bottom doghouse A3.
Okay, so that's one of the small thrusters on the bottom.
Right.
Yep.
Bottom 2 A3.
That's both of the small thrusters on the bottom.
I'm going to assume that's the other thruster on the bottom.
Yep.
Yep.
That's both of the tiny thrusters on the doghouse, the 6 o'clock doghouse. So
Right.
that would be the nadir doghouse.
Starboard 1 A1.
Okay. That's one of the small thrusters on the side.
Yep. Then top A2.
That's one of these thrusters up here.
Yep. And then starboard A2. Did I already get that one?
You did you did starboard A2, yes.
Yeah. Starboard A2, bottom A3, starboard A1, top A2. Why am I only seeing 4 thrusters in the list here? 1, 2. Where is Alex at? Alex posted this up too.
I think Alex was writing twists, but
All right. I'm going to search again for starboard because Alex put it.
So both of the bottom thrusters, one starboard. Actually, both of the bottom thrusters, both starboard, and one on the top.
There it is, right there.
Yeah.
There's the notes that Alex got. That's the extra one we missed. That was it. Started with starboard 2.
It's
all right.
These 2 right here on the bottom.
Yep.
Those 2 right there on the starboard pod.
Yep.
And then this one up here on the top pod,
right.
on the zenith pod.
And we don't know if it's left or right or whichever one it is, right?
Those thrusters are 2-fault redundant, so it doesn't matter. Like it could be one or the other.
It would have a slight difference because they're not balanced then, but I'm willing to not worry about that if y'all are too.
I don't. The fidelity at Kerbal simulation would make it not make a difference. In real life, it would make a difference, not by much, but that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. It's never going to be absolutely 100% perfect, like even on the real one. That's why we talked about that with their computer being able to compensate for it, et cetera, which is pretty well done. I mean, it figured out that the thrusters were having problems, and it was like, nope.
Yep. I will say that the space station is definitely not maintaining its orientation relative to prograde right now. So that whole set it into it. All right, let's just go for it.
Should have at
go
this point. It's right before it docks that you would turn SAS off.
Right. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not flying the way we need it to, but let's not worry about that. So we're going to disable both the bottom thrusters, right?
Yep. Both the bottom thrusters, both of the starboard
off.
Small thrusters, and then one of the thrusters on the top.
Don't need that anymore. Off. Both the starboard is this side. Nope. Starboard is right, like this. Assuming we're doing this right.
Yep.
Like that. Like that. And then we've got one of the ones on the top.
Yep.
Okay.
You dealer's choice or player's choice. Pick one.
Yeah. So I'm going to play with it right now, right?
Yep.
But in real life, this isn't what happened. Because we're going to recover the thrusters, we're going to turn them all back on again, except the one that didn't come back, and then we're going to dock with the space station. That's what happened. So let's see what control we have. Can I get this lined up, lacking those back thrusters? I still have yaw control, I feel.
Are your OMAC thrusters on or off?
They're off. They're all red, dude. Everything's off.
Oh, okay. Cool.
All right. So my yaw control is still good. See, I got that little drift going. And let's roll. I mean, I feel like I'm a little rolled out here, so let's roll. My roll control is still good.
At this point in the real docking, Barry Wilmore called what's called 6-DOF lock. So that's 6 degrees of freedom loss of control. Now, I know what people are hearing. Oh, loss of control. That means that the capsule cannot basically fire in it can't maintain 6 degrees of attitude control.
How many
there.
can
So,
it
like,
maintain, though? That's the point here.
Yeah,
5. It has 5 degrees that are still in control here when 5 aft thrusters are offline.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
So can I translate? Right? If I want to go to the left, all of those thrusters are still on. I can translate to the left, and they're all firing.
But
just fine.
Keep in mind that they were sluggish because they too were also overheating.
If they were overheating, then the computer would have deselected them, right? But what do we need to do? Do we need to turn it down to 10%?
Hitting caps lock would probably be a good approximation. I know you don't like doing that.
That tries to balance all the thrusters, though. I want like full control. I don't want any avionics to try and
limiting them.
The problem.
He said they were sluggish, and they were sluggish because they were getting to the red line, but they weren't almost there. But
time out. I've lost 6 degrees of freedom control. I should not be able to approach the station, right?
Yeah, per NASA's flight rules, yeah.
My pitch is still going. No, but realistically, can I approach the station? Look at the only thrusters that are working.
By the way, one thing that you noted was that you were starting to get some drift. Barry Butch Wilmore basically said that he could kind of keep it in the window, but it was drifting out of center.
And you can see that now, like here, right? I intentionally slammed forward way more than I should have so that I could get it to go, but I still have control of the spacecraft.
Well, he basically went into a holding pattern here, and we saw Starliner start to drift after the 6-off lock call. He basically station keeped with the space station as best as he could. I would not like ever in a million years, and I'm not an astronaut. I'm pretty sure Barry Wilmore would agree with me in this regard. I would not try to approach the station in this mode. That is an extremely bad idea.
That's true.
You will not dock.
We shouldn't do that. So what did they do?
Well, they power cycled the thrusters and got them to work, and then it automatically docked.
And then what happened? It docked.
Yeah.
Okay. So as a skilled test pilot, knowing that you have sluggish thrusters on the back, I still have some forward thrusters, right? But I can still pitch the spacecraft. I can still yaw the spacecraft. I can still translate the spacecraft on all of the degrees of freedom, right?
Mm-hmm.
I just can't cleanly go forwards. So we didn't go forwards.
At this point in time, that's kind of a problem because you need to go forward to get to the space station.
Well, do we? I thought it was bad to do that. I thought we needed to back away from the station and just re-enter.
That was what the flight rules said to do, but NASA actually, because they weren't sure about the thrusters, power cycled it and sent it to the station.
Right, as he claimed in the interview with Eric, that basically wasn't sure that they would be able to use those thrusters to deorbit. So in the end, the power cycle and the dock ended up being the safer option of the two.
Yeah, and that's why they changed the flight rules. Because that was the right decision to make. Like, you got the decision to put Starliner here was already a problem. That decision was already made, right? So you're in a situation, I still have the thrusters disabled. This isn't even what happened in real life. The Starliner either needs to go to the station or go home. And there was so much last time about the problem with changing the flight rules, right? But that was the safest thing to do. Like, I think it would have been less safe to say, no, we can't change the flight rules no matter what. You have to go home right now. It doesn't matter if you can't trust the thrusters or not. Right?
Well, yeah, they changed the rules because that was the quickest way to put Starliner into a configuration where you could try and figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
It's contextual. In context, that's the right move. That's the right call.
Yeah, I completely agree with that.
Because you're not sure if you're going to redline a thruster like during your deorbit burn. If you did, that would actually be stranding someone in space, not what happened here.
Well, would it?
We don't know.
Like redlining a thruster?
That's the thing.
We've got 28 thrusters. We've already demonstrated we still have pretty good control of the spacecraft with 5 all commanding the same axis failed. Right?
If I can make a point that James just said in chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saying that the item being ignored is you know the thrusters kept working. They didn't know if they were going to fail again or even if they would fail.
Oh, I completely agree with that.
It's a huge risk.
I completely agree with that. Right?
Yep.
But they rebooted the thrusters. Actually, they didn't even reboot the thrusters. Does everybody understand exactly how they recovered the thrusters?
So the Starliner's thruster control blocks make it so, just like in Kerbal, if you right click on a thruster DOS and you shut it off.
Yep.
Right? They can do that. Starliner has toggleable thrusters built into its software.
Right.
That is basically what they did. They shut the thruster off. They commanded the mission control. So this is a testament to NASA flight operations.
Wait, what?
What those guys do in Houston, right? They commanded those thrusters that the computer had deselected. They shut them off and they turned back on, and the computer reaccepted them.
A little bit more than that. What's going on, like when the thrusters failed, it doesn't mean the thrusters blew out a gasket. Right, and the thruster.
Well, you don't know
anymore.
that. You don't know that for sure. We'll never know.
We're explaining what happened because the thrusters came back online and they checked out. Right, so let's talk through it. The computer's watching the pressures in the thruster, and when the computer deselected the thruster and said, "Hey, man, I don't know about that thruster," right? It's looking at the pressures, and they said in the press conference that the way the computer looked at it, it's like looking at pressures. And I was trying to figure out if this was an actual pressure, like an example pressure. But one of the things that Steve Stitch said was that, hey, one of the thrusters was, I think it was 110. And it checked out at 108. And that's what caused the computer to say, hey, I think I'm going to deselect that and disable it for now. Right? So we're not talking like all of a sudden the thruster wouldn't work at all. Right? We're not talking about, oh, geez, the thruster it won't turn off. It just keeps blowing. It was 2 PSI lower than it was supposed to be on a health check. And they had changed the software so that it needed to fail that 5 times in a row. But the number that he gave in the press conference was, if I'm reading it correctly, 108. I think it was PSI versus 110 was the red line. And that's what caused the thruster to be turned off. So the computer's watching these things, and way before they got into an overheat mode or they got into a problem where the thruster's going to explode or something like that, the computer's like, hey, telemetry's a little over the line. Let's go ahead and not use that thruster for now.
Dude,
right?
I mean, but you gotta understand that. Okay, all right, and not you gotta understand. Like I'm talking myself through this.
Yeah.
Dude, a 2 PSI differential means nothing. That means nothing. And what do I mean? That means nothing to prove your conclusion at that particular point in a space flight. The reason why? How do you know you didn't blow the sensor out? How do you know the sensor information? How do you know your telemetry is good at this point?
That's a good question.
If you blew it, if you actually damaged the thruster.
Here's what they did. What they did is they turned off the thruster. They told Butch, hey, put your hands off, right? Let's not mess with it. And they put the spacecraft in free drift, and they just fired the problem thruster, right? And when they just fired that problem thruster, they have IMUs. They know the spacecraft is supposed to move a little bit. They expect if they fire that thruster for this amount of time, the spacecraft should start to move like that. And what happened in 4 of the 5 cases was when they shut everything down and took their hands off and they fired that one thruster, it produced the amount of thrust it was supposed to. And they said, hey, I'm not just guessing here that the spacecraft, that the thruster's okay. We checked that thruster. We didn't just look at the pressures. We didn't do anything. We fired that thruster and we saw if the spacecraft responded the way we thought it should. And it did. And they said, all right, well, let's turn that one back on. And that's what happened. It's not like, geez, you don't know, man. Right? Like mission control had a very specific process that they went through to figure out what was going on and whether or not they could trust it. That's what they did.
Oh man, that's such a huge risk, dude.
It is a risk. It is absolutely positively a risk. It needs to get freaking fixed. It has to get fixed.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that goes back to what we were saying. Like you say it's overblown, right? Like this is sensational, but
I'm asking. I'm asking. Right?
What do you mean asking?
Like, I'm concerned, like, was it really that way? Was it the spacecraft spinning out of control? Was the spacecraft barreling towards the ISS at 2 meters per second and it lost all braking control and couldn't slow down? Like, what was the real situation?
It's the uncertainty of the situation, which is a big problem here. If you'd blown out the thruster when you weren't trying to dock to the ISS, it really, okay, that's something we need to fix. But the fact that this thing, you had even, let's say 5.5 degrees of control, right? As somebody in chat put it,
right?
That look, it might not have been from a hardware perspective, and I'm not trying to downplay flight operations. Their solution to this problem is genius, and Barry and Sonny are back home. Everything happened great. Starliner came back down just fine. This type of risk should not be accepted on a certification flight. It shouldn't be accepted at all.
I agree that it's a problem, but what I want to understand is how bad was it? Like when the thrusters were turned off and then came back on, like did a thruster blow a seal out and never worked again? There's one thruster that didn't come back, one thruster out of 28. When they did the test, when they put the spacecraft in free drift, and when they fired that one thruster, it didn't make as much thrust as it should have. Not looking at sensors that may be wrong on the thruster, looking at the rate of the spacecraft. How did firing that single thruster affect the spacecraft, right? And one thruster didn't generate enough. It didn't quite get back up to what it should. And they said, all right, hey, we're going to say that one's no good. We're not going to turn that one back on.
How do you know your thrusters aren't leaking through the poppet seals at this point, though? Even though they're imparting the right amount of force, they could still be leaking.
That's a good question. How do you know anything, right?
That's what I'm trying to tell you. That I think that this is a big problem. The biggest reason why is that we don't have that service module. NASA can't inspect that service module. It's gone, reduced to ashes. It deorbited it had burned up in the atmosphere.
I completely agree.
The risk in, even if the telemetry and the sensors are telling you good, you don't have eyes on it. You don't have hands on that thruster. They couldn't even get hands on it when Starliner was talking to the ISS because you can't EVA to the service module.
Well, they're inside the doghouses too. Like you can't even get into the doghouses.
Yeah, what I'm trying to tell you is that this is not overblown. That's a very, very serious problem. Yes, Das, when the proverbial poop hits the fan during a mission, you're gonna change your rules around, and your risk tolerance does go down because you don't want your astronauts actually stranded, right? And when they were at the ISS, they were not stranded. They had a ride home. They're just waiting for the next bus. Okay, like. The next figurative bus, right? But in this particular scenario, especially when you're this close to the space station, it's guesswork. It's a 50-50 shot, man.
I think it is, but you have to look at the reality of the situation too, right? If the forward thrusters had failed and they were drifting towards the station and the thrusters that were failing were the ones that would slow them down, I would have a completely different opinion, right? I would be like, wait a dang second, you're drifting towards the station and you can't slow down and those thrusters keep failing. What in the heck? That's a huge problem, right? But here, the thrusters that failed are the thrusters that would accelerate them faster towards the station, not the thrusters that would back them away, not the thrusters that manage their pitch or their yaw or their attitude control, their ability to translate in 5 of the 6 degrees of freedom. And you even have thrusters still that you can use to push yourself forward. It just makes you spin some. Right?
Yeah, but all of these
things are bad. But the spacecraft was still drifting, right?
Yeah, I guess, Das, but you got to remember that the thrusters that are used to push you away from the space station, if you wait 45 minutes, they're pushing you towards the station now, aren't they?
If you wait 45 minutes,
because of orbital mechanics, it's a 90-minute orbital period.
Not if the space station is flying prograde, right?
Huh?
Like if the space station is flying prograde?
At that point, the space station is in its own level mode. So in theory, the station would be station keeping itself, whatever the capsule may be doing. That station is going to stay
But the station's not translating,
position.
Right? The station's not translating around. The station's sort of keeping that, we went over that, the orientation relative to the horizon, right?
Correct.
So, EJ, I think what you're saying is you can get into a position where at some point you're drifting towards the station and at some point you're drifting away from the station. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'll buy that. I'll buy that. Like 45 minutes later, it could be a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. That's why they chose to go for it, because you're backing away from the space station. If you're backing away, you're increasing your apogee in this. Starliner would be increasing its apogee if it backed away, which is what we saw it doing during its breakout burn when they sent it home.
Yep.
Where did it go after that? It went up above the space station, not below it.
Yep.
you're doing a breakout burn like that, or backing away from the space station, like, we lost the thrusters that are going to get us towards the docking port, so we use the thrusters to get us away from the docking port.
Yep.
You have those thrusters, even in manual control. An impulse burn like that could put you on a collision course with the space station, even though in that present moment you are backing away from it.
Yeah, but wait a second. Like, that's something that they keep up with the entire time. I'm super curious. I wish I feel like we should be able to get this from NASA. Like, in the orientation, like the way that the Starliner capsule was moving, with the way that the orbits were, was it ever in a situation where it started to drift towards the station instead of away from the station in an uncontrolled manner? Right? Like, I feel like we should be able to get that, shouldn't we? Like, I get it, but we keep like, all of these other orbital mechanics are complicated, right?
Well,
but
you try to station keep to the station. Start up Kerbal, and you try to keep your attitude. Hold your attitude relative to the station with those thrusters disabled. I want to see this.
Well, we have it.
I'm calling you out, man. Let's do it.
Because I do want to point out, Shiloh in chat did say they stopped before they got into that situation. So they did the station keep and hold while they worked this out. So that is a good question. Let's see.
Yep. So do we turn the thrusters back on now?
No. Try to station
not
keep
to
with
get
it
to
disabled.
the station or closer. It's to keep the station within its range of docking. Basically,
Okay,
trying to keep
cool.
it on the target.
All right, let's see what we can do. I'll just resume the flight, and let's see. We have all of the thrusters still disabled, except those thrusters, right? And I'm drifting away from the station. You know what I'm going to do here? I guess it doesn't matter if we just time warp. Let's just watch what happens. Let's see what happens here, the way these orbits are. How far away from the station are we going to end up on the other side? 1.1 kilometers, 1.1 kilometers. I mean, at the rates that we're moving, it doesn't really seem like I have to do anything to station keep with the station. So if I just time warp, I'm going to stay with the station. Did all the cameras freeze?
No, we're here. We're watching.
I'm watching.
Okay. I'm 0.8 meters per second right now. I'm way faster in real life than it should have been moving. And I'm not really going to get that far away from the station, not doing anything.
And are we at 1x or
Yeah, it's just 1x. It's just going. Remember, this is 3 times as bad as it is in real life. And I don't want to do anything shenanigan-y like flip around and use the other thrusters or point my nose up and translate towards the station or whatever, right? Like right now we're just going away from the station, but EJ said we'll start going back towards the station a little bit, right?
In the case of the way the ISS is oriented and the V-bar alignment, yes. But remember, we did that anti-normal alignment here, so it's really not going to happen because.
No, but we set it up.
Different.
I mean, we pointed at prograde. We sort of got it that way. Then when I decoupled, that's where I was, right?
Yeah.
Should I be slightly? Gosh, they're so close. The orbits are so close together. You can't really see the difference. Man, we should really mark the station as the station.
Yeah, let's add the little station icon
It's
to it.
It's sort of down right now.
We have to do that, I think, from the tracking station.
Orbit, I'm going prograde right now. I'm super curious. Like, I just see how far away we get from this thing, right? Like, as a test pilot with some of my thrusters failed, the number one thing I shouldn't do when I really understand how orbital mechanics work is screw with it. Right? I should not try to fly it right now. I should not try to mess with it. I should just let it go, because in orbital mechanics, I was not moving away or towards or in a very different orbit from the station. If I go through enough orbits, we'll start to diverge. Right?
They heard the parents arguing and decided to come in and be the therapy cat.
The therapy cat. We're not arguing. Like, this is a thing. EJ is absolutely right. Starliner does not need to freaking fly, right? It does not need to fly until this is working. It shouldn't have flown in the first place. But what I'm coming at is, in that situation, like with the orbital mechanics, with the thrusters failing, how does the thruster... That's what's going through my head, right? When I'm reading which thrusters fail, and I'm reading, wow, the thrusters lost a degree of freedom, that's really bad, but then my mechanical brain is like, how does that actually affect the spacecraft? Like, what's actually going to happen here? And that's the little neurons that fired that I wanted to try and figure out, right? I'm eventually going to drift further than 1 kilometer away from the station. But I have a lot of time, though, to do things right and to be very calm and not try to sit here and put a bunch of inputs into thrusters and make myself worse.
Yeah, I understand that, but that if I'm understanding what you're saying before, right? That's not what you were talking about. You were saying that this is not a big deal. Like,
No,
I say it's absolutely a big deal.
I'm not saying it's not a big deal. I'm not, but I wanted to understand exactly how you lose control of the spacecraft. Do you really lose control of the spacecraft? What does it mean when 5 of the thrusters, and this is almost like worst case scenario. There are definitely worst case scenarios, right? But all of the thrusters failed on the same degree of control. They're all aft facing thrusters, right? Which means you have a lot of redundancy. You have 28 total thrusters. In a lot of situations, 1 or 2 thrusters could fail. It would be better if the thrusters were failing randomly around the entire spacecraft. But here, they're stacking up all on one axis, right? And they're all being turned off. They're all being failed out. They're all being deselected, whatever terminology you want to use, right? But what does it really mean? Like, this is the worst. I should not say the worst case scenario because that is not fair. It could have been worse, and we are all very lucky that it wasn't. But all the thrusters failing in the same degree of freedom is worse than thrusters sort of randomly failing around the spacecraft where the redundancies can sort of take care of that, right? Like, I'd rather lose 5 random thrusters than 5 thrusters that all come in the same degree of freedom. Right?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't want random thrusters? You wouldn't want them all to fail in the same controlled degree?
Trends are how you do fault tree analysis, man, in engineering. If the same thrusters are failing on the same axis at the same points in the doghouse, you can it helps you pinpoint a problem.
Yeah.
If you have random thruster failures, you got a big issue.
Or you have a more
random,
common problem. Like it's not an environmental factor that's affecting them. It's like all these O-rings or all these poppet seals are all bad, and all the thrusters are having this problem, right? But that's not what we were observing here. I didn't see any actual information on it. I saw one of the theories was the aft-facing thrusters were getting more sun, and so they were soaking more heat, and that's why those thrusters were all failing versus the other thrusters seemed to be fine. None of them were tripping the red lines or anything like that.
But yeah, they have to face the back of the capsule towards the sun because it's got solar panels on it.
Yeah. But I didn't see like any. Did anybody else see? Like, I'm looking.
All I see is Jack continually trying to be Nigel Thornberry saying "Hello, Poppet," but
Hello, Poppet, nice. Yeah.
So, all right. I mean, like I said, dude, this is a really big problem. NASA should not accept a certification for this capsule.
I agree. Absolutely. It would be stupid to try and say, "Oh yeah, everything was fine with Starliner." It was clearly not fine. It freaking needs to be fixed. Like, this should have never gotten here. But my position is that the decision was made long before the Starliner was on its approach to the space station, right? Somebody decided to put human beings in that Starliner. Somebody decided to launch those human beings into space. Everything's working fine. Control's all good. Somebody decided to do those burns to put the Starliner on the way to the space station. Those decisions were all already made, right? But here...
Shall we see how this flies while we're doing this, by the way?
That's what we were doing. We were seeing how it flies. What do you want me to do with it? Like, the right move as a test pilot is to not screw with it. Mission control works to plan.
Fly it. So let's see what chat is hinting at.
So all right, everybody see the thrusters? Those thrusters are still off, right? And
try to dock it then.
No, but you wouldn't know. That's wrong. That is the wrong move to make. The right move is to work the problem and see what Mission Control comes up with. And they did not try to dock it until Mission Control knew that they had a solution that brought 4 of the 5 thrusters back online. So it would be dumb to try and dock it with the thrusters failed, especially now that I've let myself drift so far away.
Okay.
That's the wrong move.
Yeah, of course.
If you want me to dock it, we should perform the thruster checks, and we should see how many of the 4 or 5 thrusters come back online. And then it makes sense to start commanding the spacecraft again.
I think we should do one realistic
It's
test
the point
and one
I'm making.
unrealistic.
It's literally the point I'm making that nobody was getting. The worst thing to do is panic and start tossing inputs into this thing and get it into a rotational, so you're burning fuel, you're wasting fuel, now you're spinning it away, you don't know if you have control to stop it from doing it. You shouldn't do any of that. Because when the Starliner or any spacecraft is approaching the International Space Station, they don't do crazy maneuvers. They don't ever put themselves in that situation intentionally. That's the whole point.
I think chat just wants to know what would have happened if those thrusters had not returned, and what is the controllability of the spacecraft as such. And then I think we F9 it and try it with what the actual thruster alignment was when
Like
they
all
did
5 of the
dock.
thrusters on? So I think that if you didn't get any of the thrusters back online, they would have rediscussed whether or not they should go for docking or not. Because you can't cleanly approach it and finally control it, right? I'm not dumb enough to try. That's why I'm not putting control inputs into the craft right now. A test pilot who's skilled with hundreds of hours in the simulator and thousands of hours in aircraft would know that. If stuff starts to go sideways, don't get yourself more sideways. That's what happened in real life.
EJ, your face is saying a lot right now.
No, tell me. Like I
don't really understand what your point is, dude. I'm sorry.
I know you don't want to understand. You don't.
What? What are you talking about, man?
Touch the controls like they did in real life. Take it slow and steady.
What Barry Wilmore did was incorrect?
No, that's what they did was correct. That's the point I'm making. The worst thing you can do is make this exciting. The worst thing you can do is start to try to control the spacecraft. Right?
Yeah.
And they didn't. That's not what they did. That's not
so
the
NASA
process.
did all the things right. Yeah, of course. That's great.
That's the whole point I've been saying all along, and it was so hard for me to understand why people disagreed with that.
Dude, okay, maybe I've entered the Twilight Zone or the Shadow Realm or something, but I recall you saying that, what happened is not a big deal.
I was wondering if it was overhyped or over-dramatized.
I think we are very much spoiled by how good NASA flight operations is and how easy they made that fix look.
I agree.
And I think that this problem was not an easy one to solve. It carries huge risk, and I don't think that risk that NASA took actually rolling the dice here should be downplayed at all.
I'm not trying to downplay it. I want to know, do I still have most of the control of the capsule? And then what happens when the thrusters come back online? That's what we're illustrating here, and we keep going every single direction, but I've demonstrated what I wanted to demonstrate.
Okay. I don't get it. I don't understand what's happening.
Bob's got it. Old golf adage, don't make a bad shot worse with another bad shot. That's like the whole point.
But that... Oh...
Hey, the sun just came up. Do we have electric charge? Yeah, we do.
I think my brain is clicking too hard.
My cousin Vinny. I'm my cousin Vinny.
Jesus. Great movie.
Yeah. Hey, Sam, we will say, we talked about this at the beginning. We're talking through this, right? 100%. We're not in a spacecraft right now. Our life's not on the line. Like, there's nothing we can do about that, right? Like, we're trying to look at this. The big thing that I was concerned about was how much control did I still have of the spacecraft? This thing's been drifting the entire time. How much control did I still have, right? That's what I'm looking at here. That's what I wanted to see. There is nothing that I can do, and there's absolutely nothing that anybody can say, like, oh, you're just playing a video game. Like, no kidding. Like, my life's not on the line. It's not a thing. And I don't understand why people keep acting like, oh, no, should just certify Starliner. Like, jumping to that, it shouldn't be. No, not at all. That's not, I don't understand how we could get to that, right?
By the way, Rack Dryer says, I thought the whole deal was if it was a big deal or not. And the answer was yes, it was a big deal.
It was a big deal for the program forward in the moment. Not losing control of the spacecraft, how did that feel, right? That's what I'm very curious about here.
Say that one more time. You made my head hurt, man.
I'm loving this.
EJ, I don't know what to
I've never seen EJ this confused.
I'm going to answer some more
of the craziest things in Kerbal.
Chat questions
You
here.
lost me completely.
Maybe you got to do both. Hang on.
Built reasonable spacecraft that don't need to go back into the VAB or spaceplane hangar, and he's confused right now.
Oh, look, it zooms in and out. You said out of control. Steve gets it. I remember the concern was that the media said out of control, which out of context will be interpreted or sound a lot worse than it is, right? That makes good sense. I'm going to read some more chat here. Was this an action movie like the news tried to say it was? Ouroboros. I agree with that. Like, action movie? I'm just going to buy it if it's not an action movie, right? That's a good point.
Just chat is...
I'm trying to get as many as I can. Willie Kin, no problem. Only lost 5 out of the 8 forward thrusting thrusters, and then recovered 4 of them, right? That's the thing. What else? Victoria makes a fair point. Victoria says they weren't sure the thrusters would return. That is a really good point. But that's why they tested it, right? Look at the information. The rear thrusters were having a problem. They were getting close or slightly going over the red line. The computer was deselecting them and saying, hey, man, that thruster's not like totally in line. Let's not use it. Let's not let it get out of control. Let's turn that thing off before it gets out of control and something really bad happens, right? That's what the computer was doing. And then they came up with a plan to test it. And they said, all right, hey, let's go ahead and free drift the spacecraft, fire that one thruster, and see what happens. And when they did that, they're like, all right, thruster's fine now. Cool. They just orbit till they deorbit? Here they wouldn't orbit till they deorbit. And that's when you start to get into other things. So that was a question in the back channel. If they drifted so far away from the station, they can get into a situation where they go for a deorbit, right? And you still have the OMAX. You still have a lot of control. You could turn your OMAX on. Remember, you still have, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more aft-facing thrusters in the OMAX that can be used for the deorbit, right? Keep asking questions. I'm curious here.
You're saying you have all these thrusters. How do you know? You don't know that you have all those other thrusters. What if those blow out too?
That's a great question, but the computer hadn't deselected any of them. None of them tipped over the red line.
How do you know that the computer is right? Because it was wrong. It redlined thrusters that were fine. How do you know? You don't know. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
That's
a
serious
problem.
That's moving it. And, oh, man, that's moving it. Like,
what?
EJ,
what?
Dude, oh, man. How do you, okay, break it down. You don't trust the sensors, right? Like, the computer is getting bad sensor input, and the thruster is actually fine, and therefore we don't trust the fact that it deselected the thrusters, right? That's how they tested them. Instead of trusting the pressure sensors or anything like that, put it in free drift, tell them to puff and see how much movement you get from the spacecraft. So taking that maybe untrustworthy sensor out of the loop and verifying it another way, right? What was another part of what you said?
I mean, you were saying that they could use other thrusters. How do you know? How do you know? The computer, your computer is redlining thrusters, and you had to manually reset them. That means you can't trust what the computer is telling you.
I don't even think they... See, that's a totally different thing, man. You can't trust what the computer is telling you? That's like a totally different thing. Like, all of a sudden, we're like in, is the simulation real sort of thing. Like, they're testing it. They're using the thrusters, all the thrusters in the back. Those were the ones having problems. They weren't nearing the red lines. The computer wasn't deselecting other things. Right? Do you see?
Yeah, I get that they tested the thruster, but just because you test it once and one works, it imparts the right amount on the vehicle. You've already had your test pilot telling you that the thrusters are getting sluggish. How do you know how long that thruster is going to last? The computer is redlining thrusters. It didn't redline thrusters before, but now it is. So you tested it, and it has the right PSI, and it's imparting the right amount of force. That is opening up so many failure modes at that point by resetting that thruster. Look,
I couldn't find anything that said they reset the thruster though. Like, if we use that term, I'm not sure that's the right term. Honestly, what might have been happening was the thrusters were cooling down because they just stopped using them and they cooled down and they worked fine again. It wasn't even like a reset, like you go flip a breaker on the thruster or anything like that, right? It was being electronically, like, software deselected. It's not because there was like a physical problem with it.
Well, yeah, you don't know that. You don't know that. NASA wasn't studying poppet seal degradation while Starliner was docked to the space station for fun.
Right.
You don't know that for sure. That was a possible failure mode. The other possible failure mode could have been software. Like, okay, dude, let me just get down to brass tacks. All right, here's what I'm trying to tell you. Does the media blow things up about Starliner with the whole astronaut stranded and all that? Yes, absolutely. Even a blind squirrel finds a nut from time to time. This is a serious problem.
I think it's a serious problem for the program. Yes, absolutely. Like,
It's a serious problem for Starliner. In the heat of the moment, in that situation, it's a serious problem when you lose control, or at least even a partial loss of control of a capsule when you're inside of a keep-out sphere next to a gigantic space station.
Wait,
like
were
this.
they in the keep-out sphere at the time? They were in the approach ellipsoid, and then, oh gosh, I read it. They had Butch manually take control. See, this is the thing where we really need more detailed records.
Either way,
right?
It was enough where you could look outside of, like, if you looked out the cupola module in the ISS, you could physically see Starliner.
See the Starliner, yeah.
That, and you know good and well in space that might as well be next door, right?
Of course it is.
Losing, in the heat of that moment, losing control of that spacecraft is a big, big problem. NASA handled it. They handled it, and Barry and Sonny did they did the best job that they possibly could. But, you know, the media did sensationalize it a little bit. But if you're looking at it from a flight operations perspective, huge red flag.
I don't disagree.
Huge red flag.
I don't disagree with any of that, right?
So in this particular case, the media being like Starliner loses control is actually right. It's just kind of a bad way of explaining it, but it's right, and the seriousness of that problem cannot be understated. Like I said, blind squirrel finds a nut from time to time.
It could be understated. I think it can be overstated too, right? Like,
can we see that control as if it was Butch trying to do the station keeping in that keep-out sphere?
What do you mean? Like right now?
Yeah,
do you want me to go back to it?
Yes, please.
I'm not going to try and put in a bunch of control inputs when NASA's told me not to. That would be a really bad decision, and that's exactly the decision that was made.
Literally, Butch took manual control of it for a short time before they told him to go hands off. Let's pretend that we are in that point where they are going out and Butch is currently hand flying it, and then having to hand station keep it while they make the decisions on the ground.
Let's find it again real quick. Okay, you want me to approach the station?
Yes, please. Or at least try to station keep, get within that keep-out sphere before they gave Butch the hands-off command.
I am currently approaching the station, Sawyer. How quickly would you like me to approach the station? Like, how long would you like me to approach the station?
At what would have been the same rate that we were expected to see, at least a Kerbal version of the rate that we expected to see during the actual rendezvous and docking attempt, at which point they started going out, and they eventually told Butch to go hands-off.
All right. Good deal.
So you don't have to dock it. Let's just get it closer with the station keeping and see how we could do before Butch was told to go hands off.
No problem. Let's go ahead and get this thing set up. Again, little controls. You don't want the rates to be very high. We're currently moving towards the space station at 3.5 meters per second. We're about 1.1 kilometers away, right? So I'm just drifting it very slowly towards the station.
Yep, exactly. Let's see what the controls are in terms of being able to keep it within that sort of V-bar, the station keeping idea as you're maneuvering until ground control says, whoa, hands off, we gotta try resetting this.
Yep. I still have good roll control.
I mean, there's a bunch of people over on Twitch chat saying that they only told Butch to go hands off when they reset the thrusters. They told him to keep control and station keep it with the thrusters out. They didn't tell him to go hands off right away.
And that worked?
That's what I want to see simulated here.
Yeah.
That worked? Like Butch was able to station keep with the station with 5 thrusters out? That's what you just said, I think, right?
That's what it sounded like from what he told Eric. Again, the official wording, I'm sure, is different, but this is just based off of what Eric Berger quoted him as saying in the article.
Yep. Here, I'm going to get a little bit froggy. I can't see right now my actual velocity vector. It's nowhere in there. Here, I could use my translational control to control that velocity vector and get it towards the station. I just can't see it because it won't let me move the nav ball around, right? So I've got it pointed sort of at the station. I can't tell from this distance what the rate or what the orientation of the docking port is, right? But I'm able to keep it aimed at the station. And if I had my nav ball, if I saw my velocity vector, I could also exert control over the velocity vector. Maybe the station is going down. I'm just going to look at it.
I was going to say, we could switch back to the station, make sure that it's level horizon.
It hasn't been. The station's been drifting. Remember, that didn't work, right?
Or at least is close enough to it, yeah.
See, I think so.
I'm gonna
Sam
get
Wiltse is
froggy. I'm
in-
gonna try to go towards the station.
All right. Sam Wiltse in chat has a really good point. This is a similar issue as Miracle on the Hudson.
Yep.
Every pilot in a SIB could return to the airport, in a simulator, versus landing in the Hudson River.
Yep.
But they knew what was happening. They knew what was going to happen.
I agree.
Right? In the heat of the moment, things are super different.
It would be stupid. Like,
It's a
of
good
course, we are acting with knowledge of how the situation played out. Like, it would be dumb to say that we weren't. Like, there's no way for us to be like, hey, oh, by the way, we're just going to act like we can't do that. That's not a thing, right? I don't know what else to say. Can you hear 12 John? Oh, no, I can't. Oh, I should be able to, yeah. Kevin, if you could play it back, I should be able to hear it. Wait, I remember at one point NASA was saying they could use the OMAX if the aft thrusters failed again, because they do have 12 more thrusters there, right? That's interesting, because you do have 12 more thrusters on the back for the 5 that have failed. We do like
would
to
you
talk
use those closer
all
to
things
the station?
space. I don't think you should, but
Second
NASA
attempt,
apparently said it might be an option.
12:33 p.m. Central Time. That's, of course,
Starliner Houston, see you in the box. We'll take auto.
Auto.
What do we listen to, Kevin?
the crew manually flying again and station keeping within the hold window inside, right now inside 210 meters. Given the go to switch to auto hold mode, giving Butch and Sonny a break from stick time, holding in that position before proceeding inwards towards the keep out sphere. Again, we were talking about the windows. 12:33 is the beginning of that window. 1:19 p.m. Central Time is the back end of that window.
So that was 10 meters just outside the keep out sphere where they were manually station keeping.
Do we know if the thrust, so they're outside the keep out sphere? I thought we said we were inside the keep out sphere before.
By 10 meters, they were outside of it.
Okay, cool. Like almost they had stayed outside this keep out sphere intentionally. Yes. I guess we're watching the approach there, right? Can I show everybody what I'm doing right now?
Yeah, let's see the Kerbal side.
Yeah. Go back to the Kerbal side. They're going to report back on their test, 210 meters. Yeah. Look at what's happening, right? Can y'all... Oh, we're not seeing Kerbal yet. Okay, now we're seeing Kerbal.
In the International Space Station flight.
I feel like I should listen.
Steps needed to ensure a go to proceed inside the keep out sphere, and go ahead and press in for that attempting for docking within the second window. We're following along very closely and coordinating.
So based on the hot fire test, the T2A2 and S1A1 had satisfactory results. We didn't get a result out of B1A3. So we're going to re-enable T2A2, S1A1, and inhibit B1A3.
Gotcha. I'm trying to listen in on what's happening there. Y'all, look at my side because I really do want to show this, right? I've got all of the 5 thrusters disabled, right? And we really shouldn't be trying to mess around with this, but I'm going to go above and beyond. Let's try and mess around with this. So watch what happens when I try to go towards the station. Only 3 thrusters trying to push us towards the station right now because we don't have the OMEX on, right? I'm overdoing it so you can see. Do you see how we start to roll? Like it just pushes me towards the station, but we start to roll a little bit there, right? And then I use this to get control of it again. So even if you intentionally held that down and really tried to run after the station, you shouldn't be trying to do that. But the capsule's not spinning out of control even when I'm like hammering on those 5 thrusters. Right? And remember, everything in Kerbal, like the rates of change here are worse than they are in real life because Kerbal's a much smaller planet. The orbit's much smaller. The times are much smaller. Like 1 second here is more than 1 second in real life. And y'all can see I'm actually not going towards the station right now, right? We're a little bit away from the station, but I'm intentionally trying to screw around with it. We're not flying away from the space station, though. We're not like drastically out of control. Like the point that I'm making is you approach the station very slowly. very boringly, right? And even with the thrusters offline, you keep being boring about stuff. It's not very exciting.
Right. That's basically what they were trying to do at that point, was not get any closer, get to that kind of stopping point, and then do all of these tests to station keep manually before they then tested the individual thrusters, as you heard.
You know what I think is, so we're outside the keep out zone. Earlier we were making it sound worse because we're like, oh, they're inside the keep out sphere. That's crazy, right? Well, they were testing this outside. Can we get within 200 meters and let's see if we can stay within 200 meters of the station? Like, do y'all want me to go try and do that?
Yes, yes.
What do I do? Turn on the OMAX or revert the save or what? Like, I've already got it drifting at 3.3 meters per second, which is way more than it would drift in real life.
What are you trying to do?
Should we do the quick save then, to where you were within or near the?
We're gonna get around the 1.9. Like, this is true as well. Like, the longer we wait in Kerbal, right, we keep going around the planet, and we should continue to diverge more and more. We have 30 minutes orbit here. We have 90-minute orbits in real life, right? How's our nose looking?
Temporarily just use the thrusters to get us to a position in the sim, and then assume that's where we're starting the failed thruster scenario.
I'm game to do it. Yeah.
Good, it's a game.
It is a game. I'm reading. And hey, y'all, it would be dumb to try and say that they didn't get lucky. Like, the failure mode of the thrusters and the fact that they could recover the thrusters just by waiting and testing them, and then they came back on and they were fine. I don't disagree that was lucky, that's the failure mode. But my thing is, like, okay, now that's the failure mode. What does that mean? Like, being calm, being collected, not trying to get out of control, right? Oh, we're going towards the station again. Oh. That was my big thing. And I know it's really tough to make it come across. One of the things that was really sticking with me is knowing how slow and methodical you do things when you're moving around the International Space Station, right? Like, that immediately sort of like, whoa, they go slow for a reason. And it gave them time to come up with a solution. Maybe the solution was going to be different, right? Maybe the solution, if they couldn't get the thrusters back, maybe they would have needed to try and go home. Maybe they try and turn on the OMAX to control things, like whatever. I don't even think they could do that, I wouldn't think. But that's the thing that was like ringing bells in my head, was like, wait a second. It's like Swan Lake. What's the one that goes do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do, right? Like, it's all so slow around the station, and hearing terms like out of control, people, oh, bombshell, it's all out of control. Starliner completely lost control. It's like, that's what I was trying to temper. That's what was sort of getting my goat.
But
I don't know.
Yeah, no, I get that. Like I said, they get bananas. Like, there's no doubt that they don't treat the Starliner program with the same respect that of other, like, capsules.
And
like,
it needs to be solved too. Like, it needs to be fixed.
Yeah, no respect, I tell you.
I hope nobody thinks that my position is that, oh yeah, Starliner, just put people in it and fly again. That would be really dumb to do. Like, that would not be what you need to do.
The point you're trying to make is that you're saying it was overblown by the media.
I think a lot of things are overblown by the media, yeah.
Including the poppets were overblown? Oh, wait.
Thank you, Sawyer. That wasn't the media. That was the thermal. Here, I'm taking a wag at this.
Dang it, Jack.
I still can't see my approach. No, I was going the wrong way there. I'm literally just watching the crawl of the, there you go. Look at that rate increase. My thrusters are all still off, too. I just need to get that velocity vector so I can see what's actually happening here. Going 2.5 towards it. I still feel like I'm drifting up. I'd really love all 2.6 meters per second of those to be sending me towards the station. And if I could see that green velocity vector, my life would be way easier here, right?
I mean, so I'll be honest, man. You kind of lost me with what you're saying. Like, I'm trying to understand. Like, are you saying what Barry Wilmore said was overblown in the interview that he did with Eric Berger, or Eric Berger took liberties with it, with ours? Like or like just the media blew this whole loss of control thing out of proportion in general? Like I don't.
No. It would be ridiculous to take somebody's personal experiences and say like, oh, this person who actually lived through it is like lying about their experiences.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be ridiculous, right? But I don't know what's in the article. And all of a sudden, I see all these posts. Oh, new bombshell information about Starliner, and I was like, "Wow, all right, there's a bomb. What did we not know? What's going on?" And then I go and read it, and my engineering brain is like, "Wait a second. All right, I don't even know which thrusters we have. What does that actually mean here? Like, what's actually going on?" That's what I'm trying to figure out. And then we go forward and we need to do the okay, which thrusters exactly failed, and then you get into the analysis. Man, this is actually pretty bad. I was even like, wow, they were all rear thrusters. Like, it's not a random smattering of thrusters around the spacecraft. It's all rear thrusters that failed. It's like stacking on one side, like weakening that one side of the control, right? We're really going towards this thing now. That's what I was trying to get at. And when I see all these people like trying to get clicks by saying, no, new bombshell information, right? Worse than anybody could have imagined. Maybe not, but I want to get it. Like, I want to see it. I want to feel it, like how that was. And I have a problem because I've done this video game so much, right? And it is just a video game, but I understand sort of, I've screwed up craft. I've forgot thrusters. I've put them in the wrong orientations, right? Like, all of these different things I've done, and it makes me sort of wonder, like, wait a second, exactly how was Starliner behaving? And is it bombshell new information or not? You know?
Also, Alex in the back channel, by the way, pointing out about your velocity.
What about it? Yeah, the vectors. Yeah, no. Oh, Alex, I know. No, Alex, I absolutely know why the velocity vector wasn't on the thing. Sorry, I know I'm a little bit more going on here than I thought there would be. But yeah, the reason I was translating, I was observing the motion of the station, seeing that the indicator of the station was drifting up. My engineering brain, with so much time in Kerbal, tells me that velocity vector is up there somewhere. So I knew that if I translated up, I could move that velocity vector towards the target. You can see I'm now moving towards the target at 1.3 meters per second, and we've closed to 900 meters, right? Have not re-enabled the thrusters. I don't have enough instrumentation
either. This is what we came here
either.
to see the test of.
This is what you came here to see.
Yeah. This is what I was wondering, is how well on this trajectory can you keep in line with where the station is and where you would need to be?
Yeah. Now.
You happy, chat?
We're going to have a problem. No, watch. We've done this before, right? We've done that was the wrong motion. That number's going to keep going down. What do y'all think our closest approach is now? It was 1.1 kilometers, 5 disabled thrusters. I'm at 2.8 now on the other side. Well, I'm closer than that right now. What is this? 3.3 back there. So we're closer than we will be in any of these orbits. So we're going to still have to do something to get us up to the station. Let's keep using these velocities. I haven't done anything wacky right now. Like, oh, well, I'm going to point my nose up and I'm going to use my sidewards translation to point towards the station. I don't think NASA would have been okay with that.
And Jeff, we're not doing anything and flipping the spacecraft around to use the other thrusters. We're trying to keep this as realistic as possible.
Yep, we really are. We're not turning on the OMAX. We're not going to drift away and try another approach. We're not going to buy ourselves another day in orbit or anything like that. Remember, another thing that was happening in the press conferences they were talking about was the fact, let's keep drifting towards that station. And I'm even screwing up a little bit here. I shouldn't be drifting towards the station. I should be trying to drift towards the station is going to be. Lacking some instrumentation to do that, but I'm losing this, right? I'm losing this. I'm still not within 200 meters and I'm in the small orbit, but I'm still losing this. And that velocity is going to go to zero and it's going to go negative at some point. You can even see, I can feel right now the rates are changing even more, right? I'm having to use more translational control to keep that vector towards the target. And I'm burning fuel as well. We've barely used any meters per second of a delta V because we're going so slow.
And yes, we know he's not doing the pulsing. This is...
Yeah.
If you hold down the forward thrusters in Starliner itself, it will automatically pulse. So we're
It pulses
going
it for you, yeah.
Right, that's the assumption that we're going on here, that while you're holding it forward in the real world, it would be pulsing. In this case, Kerbal just does it all at once.
Yeah, it does. Do y'all even feel it? Can y'all feel how the nav ball is changing right now? Can you feel how that velocity vector is curving away more quickly while my number goes down? I may be getting myself into a worse situation here. 7.7 kilometers now, right? Like, I'm trying to make that look good, station keeping, buying time here. I'm using a lot more fuel than I really should. And remember, Kerbal, like, our rates were way out of family in the first place. We were already way further away than we should be. But I'm just trying to station keep. That's what you told me to do, right, Sawyer?
Exactly.
It will eventually...
right outside what the keep-out sphere would have been in Kerbal distance, and just see, like Butch was told to do, see if you can station keep.
Yeah. Do we know what the rate was at that point?
I'm guessing that they zeroed out the rate at some point before hitting the 210 meter point.
Yeah.
But again, that would just be guessing off of what I remember as opposed to knowing the exact numbers.
Yeah. Seb, Butch handled everything brilliantly and to be admired. Like, being there with your hands on the control. You know something? I even agree with the, like Butch said, I don't know if I would give control back to the computer, because as a test pilot, Butch knows not to screw with the stick, right? And I would be more concerned. We're going away now. I'm going to let it do it. I would be more concerned here if I started to screw around with it. What I was going to say is I would be more concerned if the computer took control and didn't have all the thrusters that the computer thinks it needed in a perfect world, and then the computer did some crazy stuff and put the capsule in a really bad orientation. That would have been bad, right? I want to try some more here, right? We were too far away to really station keep. I think this will be very difficult to do. And what's going to happen is I'm going to try to thrust towards the station, and the thrusters that are on are not only going to cancel that rotation, but they're also going to counteract that motion I got towards the station. Let's see how this goes. Let's get ourselves in even more trouble here.
EJ, what are your thoughts now as we're seeing this happen? Because I see your face, so I'm intrigued.
I mean, all I'm seeing is you drift further and further away from the station.
After we got 1.5 kilometers away to the station, and then got 700 meters from the station, right? And I wasn't even like screwing around. I was not doing it right. I was just... Honestly,
you remember in this scenario, so like, okay, sure, but you remember in the scenario that
way
your
smaller
objective
orbits
is to...
and way less time than in Kerbal, right?
Yeah, well, of course.
Yeah.
But remember in this scenario, like the whole premise of this, is to dock to the ISS. That's the whole point. That's what you're trying to do here.
Oh, no. Whoa. Not even true. Time out. I was supposed to be station keeping, right?
Getting to the keep out sphere and station keeping, which is what all vehicles would have to do if they don't get permission to enter right away.
Right. And at very poor rates at the beginning. Like, we were already way further away from this keep out sphere, and we were already drifting away. We just let this thing drift and was 5-6 meters per second or something like that. Wasn't in real life. That's not how it was it? I know this is going to start drifting away. I even showed it over here because I know exactly what's going to happen. Right? Like, I've been showing you these things the entire time.
Well, it does. Well, I'm not talking about, what your objective is in the heat of the moment. The overall objective of this was to get Starliner to the space station. The point is like, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Here, the objective was to keep the spacecraft in a controlled orientation while they figured out what to do, what the safe path forward was, right?
Yeah. But in the construct of the bigger overall mission goals,
we're going away, by the way, right now. Like, we are going away, and we're not messing with it. We're just going to let it do its thing, and we're going to end up 10 kilometers from the station over here, right? Oh, and it's drifting.
Okay, so here, the point that I'm trying to make to you, yes, you can get the capsule away from the space station. You can move it away. You don't necessarily need to worry about potentially. I mean, you don't know for sure, but you don't need to worry about a potential collision, et cetera, et cetera. But you got to remember that, that this whole thing, your station keeping and just getting away from the ISS is that your objective is to get to the ISS, and all you're doing is just
I
not
really
doing-
feel like that's a moved goalpost, right?
How?
Because we're trying to station keep here, right? I want to.
You're trying to station keep because your thruster failed because you lost control.
Right. That's like what I'm trying to do. Like
Yeah,
what
so
Butch was trying to do here was not to dock at the time. It was try to station keep such that you could have time to figure out whether it was safe to proceed or not. I'm trying to think. Do y'all see what I'm doing?
Think so.
Instead of
where
just
you're coming from, the initial goal was to dock with the ISS. Once they saw that there was an issue as they were nearing the ISS,
You got it. Yeah.
They canceled out the velocity. They did not get permission yet to enter the keep out zone on that first attempt.
Keep it in control.
And then they were
Stay
told
back.
to manually station keep, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So I believe that's what we're trying to at least demonstrate here first is up to that point of getting to the keep out sphere and then having
I'm not
to
station
stop.
keeping right now. I'm trying to get to the space station, right? I'm really curious how this is going to work. I don't know if it's going to work or not, right?
Yeah, I'm curious too.
Yeah.
And eventually at some point, I know people are pointing out the title of the stream and the banner on the bottom, but...
Oh, what's the banner say? Wait a second. Oh, it says docking with broken thrusters in KSP. I did not type the banner. Kevin typed the banner. How
sure,
do y'all
we'll blame Kevin.
How do y'all think this is going to work, right?
Although, who was it earlier that was in there changing the title name? Who was the one that came up with the suggestion for the
I did
title?
try to come up with other titles, yeah. I was like, what should we even call this? And I wanted to try and stay away from like some of the original titles were like, how bad was it? Or like that's not now, right?
Yeah, there were some rough title ideas.
let's get this to where it needs to go, and let's see if we can dock it, right? That's still 0.6 kilometers. That's still not close enough. I really should try to see if I could do a better job actually. Oh, that's nice. 0.1. If I could
Can
even
I point out the person who came up with the title at 4:38 p.m. today was a DOS in Discord, docking with broken thrusters in KSP.
Let's try to do it then.
The flame trench.
Let's try to do it. Let's get it. Let's see if we can use the broken thrusters to even get close to the station here. I think this is going to be a really challenging maneuver to do. I don't think at any time that the Starliner would have had like a 2 meter per second maneuver that it needed to do when it was station keeping. They're all very small maneuvers, right? I'd love to know exactly what maneuvers needed to be done, right? I get you, Sawyer. No, you're right. That was after the like, how bad was it or is it overblown? Like that's not what I wanted the title to be. So I'm game to give it a try, and I think it's going to be really challenging. They didn't try to dock with broken thrusters, though, right? I guess it would have been very excited if we called it station keeping with broken thrusters.
True. Yeah. And it is a docking attempt that they stopped mid-attempt.
As they were outside the keep out zone, right?
Yes, but we do need to see the title come to fruition.
I'll give it a try. I would like to say let's get to some rates outside. And I think what's going to happen is if we leave those thrusters disabled every time I try to thrust forwards and then I counteract the rotation, it's going to undo it. I think we're going to be able to see that right here because the rates are so big, right? So let's give it a try. Let's give it the old college try and see how this works. I actually don't even know when I should start doing it. Let's just start doing it. No OMX. I'm curious, is that bar even going to move? Y'all see that?
Interesting.
That's what we thought was going to happen. Like trying to do a big burn like that. That's what I was pointing out earlier. When you thrust forwards and you don't have that symmetric thrust and then you try to get it back under control, that doesn't work.
That's not even necessarily a huge burn in terms of space terms. It's 2 meters per second.
It's, well, what burns, like what was the differential around the station? Was the Starliner moving relative to the station at 2 meters per second ever? Let's try it again. I think it's going to get worse, right? And look, here's what's happening. Do you see this? Do you see this thruster here that's trying to counteract that motion? It's not balanced by these two failed thrusters on this side, right? It's not, like when I do it, here's the forward burn, right? Let's make sure we understand how the spacecraft is behaving. That thruster's firing, And then this thruster's firing, but this thruster back here can't counteract it. It can't cleanly do that. So when we try to do big moves like that, we can't do it. That is what I was pointing out earlier when I was saying, like, watch. I think I actually said, put the camera back over here, watch how this works, right? So this is where, if we were doing a bigger burn like this, NASA said, oh, well, we'll look at turning on the OMAX thrusters to use those, right? When all of these thrusters were disabled. So is that the right thing to do now that we're so far away? 2.4 meters per second, way worse than they were when they were trying to station keep? That's why I put the maneuver node down.
In this simulation.
Wait, what do you mean?
No, I'm just saying, if we're trying to get it closer to what the actual scenario was.
Right. So what else can we do here, right? Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Does everybody understand why that doesn't work? Trying to do a big motion like that, if I have these thrusters here, and y'all can't see my mouse. Why is it not capturing my mouse? If I have those two, the starboard and the bottom thrusters disabled, and I try to get forward momentum, it imparts an unintentional roll like that. And then when I try to undo that, that thruster is just counteracting that. Does everybody understand how that's working? Load a stage close to the station, rebooting the computer, hidden help. Can we still orbit? Should we deorbit? Unrelated, so there's a capsule shape. Would it be passively stable on reentry? Cheeseburger King, it's both. I didn't find a reference that said, yeah, it's supposed to be passively stable, but it does have its own thrusters over here that aren't used for that control here. I guess we haven't, I don't know if that's fair. I don't think that it's fair, right? Like, it has these thrusters on the capsule. Is there something in the GNC that would allow you to turn on these thrusters to counteract that rotation during this burn? That actually seems pretty sketchy to me. If the GNC was not supposed to use these thrusters at the same time as those, that doesn't seem like a thing.
Don't worry, Jake. They're not fighting right now. It's okay.
Oh, no. Is Jake concerned?
Yes. He just came in and meowed.
Did we make our lives worse? 14.4 kilometers. So by screwing with it, it's actually worse than it was before. All of these inputs where we're trying to do things, we can get ourselves in a worse situation. Do y'all think there's something we can do? No, this is too far afield, isn't it? I'm curious, all right? I've drifted this far from the station. Heck, all of my aft thrusters has failed. I don't care. Can I design a maneuver node with all of my aft thrusters failed? I have 12 OMAX that haven't failed. They're just disabled. Can we do something that would get us towards the station? I'm super curious about this. Add maneuver in 3 minutes. Mock that out. 10 and 5. We're way afield of the actual situation that it got into. 3.9, 2.3, 2.4, 3.0, 2. That'll get us within 2 kilometers. That's not 200 meters. Right? 43210. Thrusters are still disabled. Man! Can't you, like, use the... That doesn't work either. The trick here is you need to be really... You need to plan ahead. Right? And right now, I guess you could be asking mission control, like, hey, what's the best move here? We tried one thing, it didn't work out very well. Let's see if we can do this.
We may have to try loading up a quick save and then
no,
do the station
Sawyer.
closer.
Hard mode. Let's see if we can get it closer. 0. Dang. All right, cool. 3 meters per second. All right. Thrusters disabled. That's going to be a little bit off. It's coming up in 2 minutes, 36 seconds. Hold my beer. Let's see if we can do this, right? I don't have a rear control point, do I? It's not going to give me a... If I had nav HUD, I could do it. But
hard mode, no mods.
No. Oh no. No. Wait a second. You think the Kerbal instrumentation is all the instrumentation that they had?
No, I mean we were even talking in the back channel here about RPOP for those who don't know. That's the Rendezvous Proximity Operations Program, which is software that can tell you basically, hey, if you fire these thrusters, this is where you would be going.
This is where you will end up.
based off of the active thrusters that you have at that moment, including
That's
if
it.
ones had failed.
That's it. This is not going to be precise. Let's see how close I can get this. Everybody figured out what I'm doing yet? EJ knows.
What's he doing, AJ?
I don't even know
He's
how
going
to
left
say
to
it.
go right.
It's basically it. Yeah, right.
Drifto.
I don't know if this is a legitimate strategy, and it's a real bummer that can you invert this or something?
So
Control from here, aim camera, same vessel interaction. You can't actually invert that. Do I have a rear control point I can use here, EJ?
there is a probe core on board. It's inside of the pressure vessel, or where the pressure vessel should be.
It's
should
not
be
aft
down
facing, is it?
You can reverse a probe core.
Can you?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's
that you can.
in front of the heat shield. It should be in front of the heat shield above the docking ports.
All right.
It's in there
NASA,
somewhere.
I need permission to. It's up here somewhere.
Yeah, it's in there somewhere. I buried it to get the mass of the capsule right. No, back towards the back of the capsule.
Towards the back. All right.
Look around where that ore tank is, dude. Actually, you know what? I'll just.
There's an ore tank on this?
Oh yeah.
For mass, right?
Yeah, for offset center of mass. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude.
It's in there somewhere. No, that's too far. No, that's too far.
No,
it's in front
we're too
of the
late. We're
heat
too
shield.
late. We just have to do this.
What do you mean you're too
we
late?
have to use the reverse thrusters to do the maneuver.
It's
or the forward thrusters. The reverse thrusters. I don't know which thruster it is.
look at my screen.
I couldn't find it.
It's right there.
It's right there. All right, it wasn't my spacecraft. How close can we get here?
This is the heat shield. That is
my rate's dropping.
It's right.
Okay, that's all. How close do we get? I'll see if I can find it next. What do we get to? 2.4. All right, let's clean that up a little bit more. Let's see if we can get better than 2.4.
Jack says this guy doesn't even know you can reverse probe cores. Does he even, Kerbal?
I'm trying to find the probe core. All right. Look, let's try to go over here.
What is reversing a probe core, Jack? Please let us know in the chat.
Yeah. All right. Wait, do we still need to go prograde? I was about to try and see if I could pull retrograde. It's a bummer I couldn't find that in time. 0, done. 0.5 meters per second, done. Let's go dig for that probe core real quick and see if we can back this thing around. Y'all, I had it on good authority that I could make that work. My forward thrusters were offline or imbalanced. My backing thrusters, the forward-facing thrusters. EJ, where is this dang thing? I knew we're online.
You're too low. In
Where
front
am
of the
I?
heat shield. In front of
low.
Okay, in front of heat shield. All right,
in front of the heat shield.
All right, I'm there.
Back up a little bit more.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh, there it is.
You see
We
it?
found it. All right.
Yes.
Control from here.
We did it, Reddit.
All right. How do we reverse it? Aberration, same vessel. Vessel naming, control point, control from here.
Kevin.
I don't actually see it. What did Kevin say? No, I'm not spinning out of control. I'm not controlling it. It's not important right now.
In chat, he said, I have no clue what a probe core is. Sounds like something that happens during a colonoscopy.
Yeah, but time out. I don't think you can actually reverse it, can you?
You should be able to.
Forward. Reversed. Oh, yeah, I think you can do that from anywhere. Look at this. Aha. All right, let's not spin out of control.
For those who don't know, Kevin Michael Reed has not played Kerbal.
Is Kevin Michael Reed playing Kerbal? That's beautiful.
No, he's trying to. That's what he's saying, that he had no idea what a probe core was.
Kevin, I'm not spinning out of control. I was in free drift, not getting my spacecraft into a worse situation than it already was in. I want to see if we could even rendezvous here.
So will NSF pay for EJ's therapy bills needed after this?
No, EJ is absolutely right. I don't want anybody to think that at any point should anybody say, "Oh, that's not a big deal." Like, never is it about just fly Starliner. It's fine to fly Starliner. That would be ridiculous. EJ is right. It is a big deal for the program. They need to freaking fix it, right? But can we control a spacecraft with the 5 thrusters offline? Stay tuned. We're still doing that. We just got to point it right towards
it. Please
even look. No, even look at this, y'all. Watch what happens. Do you see how this maneuver node is changing when I'm giving it even inputs to pitch and yaw? It's not a huge impact, but you see how that little green bar moves a little bit? It's because of the unbalanced thrust, right? So is it manageable? Yeah, don't go crazy. Does it have impacts on the spacecraft? Absolutely. Unbalanced thrust has impacts on the spacecraft. But is it manageable? And should you go crazy and lose control and be like, oh my gosh, we're out of control? Like, that's what you don't want to do, right? Let's see how close we can get this to the space station.
Don't forget, NSF will be live again in a little under 2 hours for tonight's Starlink launch.
Is that when we have to go? Like, do we have to leave because it's time for the Starlink launch?
I mean, we go live at 12:24 a.m. Eastern for Starlink Group 12-17 from the Cape.
Thank you. Even this, it won't even let me. It's like the rates are so small. Kerbal is disabling the buttons sometimes. How I wonder, like, honestly, I should recalculate the maneuver node right now. I don't believe it's an accurate maneuver node because it's already been burned a little bit. I just want to see what happens. Like, I'm seeing how much even orbital control, not just station keeping, but orbital control of the spacecraft we have here. Right? 33 seconds. I should be really, really patient. I don't want to jump out of control. Thrusters are still disabled, though. 9 kilometers away from the space station. The weirdest thing is I'm going to be burning away from the space station when I do this, right? It's going to be in. I don't want to hit the wrong button and accidentally make Valentina crash into the hill. I think this is just going to be like a little teeny tiny taparoo. Let's see how close this gets.
No, Top Banana. No, I am not Milhouse in this situation.
Although
way. Everything's coming up Milhouse, but still.
All right. How close did we get? All right. If we're just patient now, we'll come within 100 meters of the space station. I don't think... Well, we better control from here before I forget. Maintain control. All right. I don't think NASA would have said, like, just flip the station around. Just flip around and go backwards instead of forwards. Every time you need to change directions, just do a 180 and floor it. This is a little bit of off the cuff. Alex pointing out a very interesting thing. Yeah. Relative speed there. Whoa, separation's now 0.0. And the relative speed is 7.7 meters per second. Do y'all think that a control system could plan that in advance?
No way. Starliner wouldn't be able to do it. Vesta's facing forward, so if you tried to go backwards towards it, it would get very confused.
I think that's where they were talking about. Oh, we'll turn the OMAX on instead. Like in real life, if Starliner,
you can't fire the OMAX near the ISS. You'd blow out the solar panels.
The OMAX will only be used for
y'all aren't listening. Yeah, no, you want to be right. Hang on. We've drifted so far away from the station. Like, in order to get back to the station, how far do we have to drift? And then we can enable the OMAX, and then you can reset up another rendezvous. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, I think that would have been the situation. They wouldn't have said, turn on the OMAX when you're 100 meters away. It's fine. Mm-hmm. Clearly not. But if Starliner was drifting away from the station, they probably, if they thought the safest thing, like, we don't know if we can control it through a re-entry, we better try to dock with the station. I don't even know if I believe that. Maybe they would have let it clear out through the natural separation of drifting away and then said, all right, let's do another phasing burn or whatever. I think if you think you've got the control for that, you just go for the reentry at that point, though. So we're very far afield here, but I'm very curious to see if we can plot this maneuver node, right?
I mean, dude, you would need to be a long way away from the ISS or whatever you're trying to dock to turn those OMAX back on. Yeah. I'm talking like well out of visual range. The OMAX are very powerful thrusters. They're those are the same thrusters that were on the space shuttle OMS pods. But even with the shuttle, they couldn't fire those things near the space station. They had to use the vernier thrusters, which are what those smaller thrusters are on the shuttle. You'd have to get a good ways away for those thrusters to not perturb the ISS. You'd need to get a long way away.
I think it has a lot of bearing on exactly which way you need to do the burn. Like if you're pointing the thrusters at the ISS, that's one thing. If you're pointing the thrusters, like your maneuver needs to be away from the ISS, I think that's another thing, right? There I can cut, that's still 700 meters, and I can cut that down with 8.8 meters per second of delta V. I don't really know which way I need to do this because I am missing lots of instrumentation. They're more radial out. Oh, that actually made a big difference there. And that's almost 9.9, but the relative was 7, so that maneuver node's not calculated correctly. And I'm literally just making this up as I go with the video game, right? Let me see if I can get that further away again. That's just 7.8, 9.3, 2, that's 0.5 at 7.6. That, I don't think that maneuver node is right? Let's try it again. Can we see what that might be? I just can't zoom in enough there. I could probably focus on something else. Can I do that?
He's okay, Jake.
Jake,
getting
okay?
there.
Unset target.
He's
switch. I don't
concerned
wanna
for
do
me. I
that.
think he's also concerned for the stream right now of what is happening.
It's like, what's happening in the stream?
Right, this
It's
isn't
just
our normal
devolved
flame
into us.
trench.
It's just
Mom and
evolved
Dad
into
are
us playing
fighting.
KSP, dude.
Maybe the right thing to do is, as we're approaching here, that's 10 kilometers. Is that getting better or worse? No. All right, ProGrid. Let's see if that makes it better or worse. 6, 5, 4, 3. Go, Sawyer.
Passing time with a great comment saying, well, I expected docking issues, not rendezvous ones.
Yeah, we probably should be just going up to the station right now, like reverting to one of those other saves.
But it's still a good point of trying to get this control as well. You know,
Yeah.
Of course, the question would have been, would they be able to dock? But even in terms of station keeping and managing your position from the station and not floating away, yes, we should probably test this closer, but this is a good grander scale of just how quickly it can get out of control.
How much control do we have? And remember, the orbits are smaller, so everything here is worse. 0 kilometers at 0.4 meters per second relative speed if we do a 7 meter per second maneuver node right there. That's interesting, and honestly, that's probably way smarter than me guessing, right? Let me read some chat. I'm sorry, when I'm focusing on the maneuver nodes and stuff, I'm not really doing it.
That's
Just
right.
guess
That's
it's
kind of
just
acting as your chat reader.
Thank you,
for a bit.
Sawyer. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Petrie, you're exactly right. Interesting name, though. One problem can cause a domino effect. You're absolutely right. One problem can cause a domino effect. Was the ship tested for a domino effect? Oh, I thought you meant like you can make your problem worse, right? Telling each other about scrubs, time warp or save load would save some time. Yeah, Jonathan, I know. But I also want some time to read chat, right? Is there a dragon available to come save you? Yes, because the commercial crew program actually wanted 2 dissimilar capsules that wouldn't have the same problems. Actually, yes, as intended.
EJ, quick, launch your Condor.
Yannick the mechanic said you can't even get there. Hold my beer, Yannick the mechanic. You've seen a dock, it's way past your bedtime. That's fine. We docked at the beginning, and then we disabled all the thrusters and let it drift forever. I'm still scrolling through chat. I know I can time warp to the station, Cheeseburger King. We're being very intentional about all this.
You are being very intentional about this.
You have to be very intentional. Honestly, one part of the problems is that my position is a very boring position. Don't touch the controls. Don't put the spacecraft out of control. Be very methodical. Work with the ground control team and see if there's a solution that still allows you to approach and dock to the station in a safe manner. I don't think that they would have. I don't think that Mission Control will let them approach the station if they had this asymmetric failure with all these 5 things off, right? I don't think for a second that Mission Control would have said, yeah, just go ahead and, fire it up. You're missing 5 thrusters, but these doghouses are like a lot of... I don't think so. So we're sort of doing more than that right now, right?
So, EJ, are you using all thrusters currently working? The 1 thruster out or 5?
No, I have no thrusters out. This is just a dock.
Yeah, EJ is bored because I'm playing and he wants to play too.
It's
it's a legitimate strategy. EJ showing how it's done with the Starliner there. Nice.
I mean, yeah. I like
EJ,
my
you want to try
Starliner.
station keeping then? Want to try station keep and dock with the thrusters out?
No, because that's a really serious problem that I mean, Maybe another time.
Hey,
But
Tim
the
Doe. Time out. Tim Doe said DOS burned all his credibility by demonstrating he had not even read all of what Wilmore stated. Okay, I did, but Tim, help me out. What did you hear that made you think that I didn't read the article and then was commenting on the article?
I think you said at some point you didn't read it when you were talking about it.
No, what
Like,
I said was I hadn't read it yet, and I saw all these posts about new bombshell information.
Oh, okay,
and then I went and read it.
you.
Like when I was seeing the information about bombshell information, I hadn't read it yet.
He has read it many times since.
Yes, I have read it and taken notes on it and gone over and over again. Yeah. No, y'all, like seriously, if you think there's something like that, please feel free to ring out. You know what I mean?
That's why I'm watching chat.
Yeah. EJ spent many hours building the Jetliner. Of course he wants to fly it. Yeah.
I just want to fly my spaceship. It handles great for what it's worth when all the thrusters work. It's a really handles really good. But
yeah, what Butch said.
Yeah.
You stated you had not seen everything, and you can't point out a post that was not sensational and not based in fact on a Wilmore. Tim, I'm not picking up what you're putting down there. Yeah, I don't know. Huh.
Oh, this is a shuttle docking port. I might have a problem here.
Oh, it's the wrong size, isn't it?
No, it's not the wrong size. I have I use RCS balls and thermometers to align for port alignment as a pilot dowel. So that's the pilot dowel for my shuttle because the shuttle built this space station, so it's not going to work very well.
Yeah.
Oops. We might want to back off. You might want to back away.
It's not designed to dock there.
It's like 41C. Oh yeah, let's try docking ourselves to it. Oh wait, there's a giant piece of metal we forgot existed.
Yep. That's bad. Yep, everybody's dead.
Yeah, Tim. Hey, Tim. I don't know what you're talking about Reddit, dude.
I didn't put an IDA on it.
I'm not entirely sure, but bombshell new information. Like that's what I was seeing. Then when I went to read it, and I'm like, "Where's the bombshell?" Wrong hole.
Well, NSF, everybody.
Yeah. Anyways, maybe I'm just being trolled. I don't know. For clarity, my seeing all this since I hadn't read it, I'm looking at social, all this bombshell information, crazy bombshell information. It's like, wait, what bombshell information? And then going to read the article. I don't know. I'm going to time warp over here. I need to see if I can do this. Am I still controlling backwards? I don't think I am, right? So can't we just do it from here? Control point. Yeah, you could just tell it to control point reversed from there. Neat. Is it control point reversed? It is. Nothing's changing. That's wrong then. Control from here. Ah, there you go. Now it's changing. Control point reversed. All right, cool. I'm not 45 yet.
Goes in the square hole. That's right.
Okay. I'll do some time work. EJ, how are you doing? Is there another docking port you can approach?
Nah. Nothing that I'm not positive won't break the station. So we're not doing that.
Okay, how far away from that? 8 minutes, 7 seconds.
In case anybody's wondering, this is Space Station Freedom. I built it with my space shuttle. So it uses a design that Space Station Freedom was going to use. So with Space Station Freedom, the part that carried the shuttle airlock dudes, with Space Station Freedom, that was supposed to stay with the station. They were going to use the longeron pins on the shuttle's payload bay as your alignment mechanism. You could see I'm using RCS balls, deactivated RCS balls as my longeron pins. So the shuttle's payload bay would be like right here, and it would dock with the back part of the pressure vessel. That's what they wanted to do during Space Station Freedom, and then because they switched to using APAS, the Androgynous Peripheral Attachment System, the Russian docking port, they ended up not doing this, and they ended up just fixing this. I'm pointing at it like it's my stream. That thing, the thing that says EJSA1 on it, they ended up putting that inside of the shuttle's payload bay and putting an APAS on top of it. and docking to the space station that way. Because, yeah, not a lot of people know the American space shuttle flew its entire career with Russian docking ports.
Well, yeah, 'cause the first docking that it ended up doing wasn't to Freedom, it was to Mir.
Bingo. And go with what you know. They didn't change it from Mir to the ISS because you know it works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Freedom was supposed to happen by the end of the 80s. That obviously didn't happen, and then finally in 98, 99, we got the ISS, which was the compromise. But yeah.
I got to the station, y'all!
Hey, that's okay.
Only took how many hours?
I literally hit the station. I wasn't watching, and I hit the station.
Just chuck it at the arm. Chuck it at the arm. We could birth. Starliner.
That's how close we were. We could have just grabbed it. I wasn't even watching. Okay, quick! How close are we to the station? 60 meters. We have to station keep.
You know.
I'm like not paying any attention. I'm watching EJ dock and holding down the H key. Clearly not something that NASA would have allowed. I just took out a solar panel.
You progressed it.
My chat saying there's no station to keep anymore.
Hey, that's good.
Nice screen.
Nice screen, yeah.
What can you do except laugh? Now I'm like,
I'm just going back to my old days of watching these two play Kerbal. I'm not even touching mine.
All right, let's flip around here and see what we can do. I wasn't even watching. Oh, jeez. EJ, you gotta take off in a second here. I know we.
Yeah, I got a hard out in about 5 minutes.
Well, my wife feels the same. This is what happens when I start playing Kerbal.
Yeah, I thought I'd be eating like an hour and a half ago.
No.
So, yeah.
That was probably the most Kerbal thing ever.
That was the epitome of Kerbal.
Like, not even watching, like not checking my rearview mirror.
This is the Kerbal I remember. Oh, I'm so happy right now as a viewer.
That was perfect.
Alex, no need to station keep when you aren't keeping the station. 5-head. Modern problems require Kerbal solutions.
Nice. Y'all told me I couldn't get back to the station.
I mean,
I crashed into the station.
You did a thing.
Did you get back to the station, or the station get back to you?
I got back to the station. I intentionally performed maneuvers.
More like backed into the station, but still.
Oh my gosh! Hey y'all, watch this.
Hold my Kerbal snacks.
Yeah. What are we gonna drift away to here? What are we supposed to be doing, y'all?
I think wrapping up.
We are supposed to be wrapping up. I still wanna try and dock with the station. I know we're out of time.
Maybe we'll do it on a future flame trench.
We should do it on a future flame trench. I would be game.
I think a lot of people are going to start screaming no right now.
I wasn't even watching. I wonder if there's a combination.
Trilo, you'll have to watch and find out.
Does everybody see what I'm doing now? I need to station keep, right?
Yeah.
200 meters.
I will say, Shiloh, I hope you don't hate my voice too much.
I wish I had that velocity vector beyond the nav ball, because the nav ball limits what I can see to one half of the hemisphere, right? I really wanted to get going towards it, but I can't see that telemetry right now. There, we're sort of going towards it. How are we doing on the other side there? 0.2 kilometers. So we'll be still at about 200 meters. Where are we? Right there. So that's sort of the closest approach. I'm going to have to pass that to see the next one. Nope. Do it over here.
I know, Jake. I know. He did it, Jakey. He station keeped.
So I station keeped my way right into the station. I really need to be able to see that velocity vector, and I don't have just having the half instrumentation there is not great. I could try to do it by eye. I'm going away from it a little bit, and this is how I can get myself in worse problems if I just mess with it too much without really knowing what to do, and it's really that velocity vector that I need to see.
Kevin, big screen me real quick.
Yeah, EJ Space Station is way prettier than the one that I just rendezvoused with Extreme Prejudice.
Yes, we should have had this before ISS just say, what? I'm sorry? Continue.
I never really tested if separating the service module works correctly, so I'm going to try to separate the service module.
Nice.
And it could explode. So,
yeah, then we need full screen for Kaboom.
Yep, that's what I was saying.
Where's the earth-shattering Kaboom? Kevin! I think he put us on auto-rotate again through cameras.
All right, well, let's see what happens. Hey, the service module blew up, but the capsule didn't. All right.
Did it come off? Did it work?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Explosive separation.
I wouldn't recommend it.
I mean, that's we have that all the time in Kerbal, the explosive stage separations. Did the heat shield survive?
Yep, heat shield's good. We're all right. I wouldn't recommend it.
Wouldn't recommend it.
Jack wants to know, how are the poppets?
Is my RCS still firing? Hold on. We have a couple of rates imparted on the vehicle, so
yeah.
All right, it's a downward rate.
It's
all right,
a little spinny.
How long do I have to station keep? I guess we didn't really set any rules on that, did we?
No,
not really.
Right now. We don't need the fluff, but thank you.
There she is.
He was trying to type in chat, apparently, and it was all just ... I wish I was joking. This was what Jake said.
Okay.
You get it?
Yeah, we are.
Home.
I'm using the monopropellant thrusters on Starliner to punch it through reentry. Those actually worked really well.
Yeah. Like the capsule thrusters, you have to disable
Yeah.
one of those while you're reentering. Although I can't tell you which one it's supposed to be.
Jack says, hello.
Oh no, I fixed that. Don't worry about it.
Okay, cool. No. I mean, in real life, one of the capsule thrusters ended up being deselected during reentry.
Which one?
I don't know. I couldn't find that information.
Everything here is two-fault redundant. That's why they're in clusters of two. So losing one thruster during reentry is I'm not going to say it's not a problem. It's observed behavior, and you have to figure out why it failed. But yeah, that's not that big of a deal. That's not a loss of control.
Yeah, gotcha. Well, also, that was a big thing. Last time we were talking about ballistic reentry, right? And how big of a deal is it if the service module thrusters are off? And we didn't really get anywhere near that today, right?
Negative.
Yeah.
Well, there's bits and pieces of my service module. That's fine.
Whatever. The Cheeseburger King says Jake has the most reasonable argument so far.
I'm gonna crash I'm gonna crash into the station again if I'm not careful. So I should flip around and fix this.
Showing ablation. Chat. We see ablation.
No puppet.
Jack.
Is it re-entering?
Yep. Yeah, she's working.
Nice.
Yeah, she's a well-controlled capsule when it works.
Are you using the thrusters right now? Or is it just, in Kerbal it's probably stable, huh?
I have to use the thrusters because of the offset center of mass.
Yeah.
That's like the real one.
Yep. Note how, guys, all right, if you look, you can't see it. I'm going in this direction, and my capsule's angled in another direction. So I'm rolling the capsule to get it to pitch, to get the heat shield to pitch to a different angle of attack. This is what they do with real capsules. They roll them.
Are we
They
talking
roll
like
them.
rotisserie roll or?
No, well, you're flying it. You're flying the capsule. So,
Yeah.
like, if you want, so for instance, if I wanted to skip, I would roll like this, right there.
Oh, I see. And then after.
See,
Y'all
can you
see
see
my
how
screen,
the
right? Yeah, y'all can.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
see everyone's screen.
Cool. I'm 70 meters from the station. I have not enabled any of my thrusters. So I'm inside, I guess, the Kerbal keep-out sphere. Station is like, hey, don't come back here, you idiot.
Yeah.
I think if you're trying to dock, the real freaking challenge is maintaining that forward momentum. Because if I brake too much and I don't maintain the forward momentum, then I can't get it back again, right? So I'm very curious if this is actually going to work or not. I'm also at a disadvantage because I'm upside down right now. And so some of my controls are backwards, but 50 meters out, I don't think I'm going to try to do anything. I'm approaching the station way too fast. I'm at 0.6 meters per second right now.
Yeah, the fastest is usually 0.1.
Yeah, like nothing. Oh, that is really going to mess me up.
Sorry if you guys hear the tap taps. I'm actually modulating the RCS, so
Nice.
if you hear my keyboard going bananas,
You're legitimately modulating the RCS. Nice.
yep,
And
yep.
EJ loves his noisy keyboard.
It's a DOS
That was
keyboard.
wrong. That was wrong. Let's target that docking port.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Watching two different streams at the same time, really like the old days. Remember multi-twitch?
See, I don't
Yeah.
know here. Gosh, we really got to get off the side so that we can get lined up. Oh, I'm upside down. That is going to kill me. I'm going to lose too much forward momentum. And I can't see how far I actually am from the station or my actual alignment because the instrumentation is lame.
15,000 feet, stand by for drugs.
Dang it, that's backwards.
Thruster safe, drug deploy.
Thruster safe as the thruster's pulse.
Shh. Got a good
That was
inflate?
upside down. I was upside down. Ah, being
Drags
upside
are
down
rep.
killed me. Let's see. Let's make another approach, but I think I just need to flip this capsule over. You'll see, gosh, that's what I did. I was going the wrong direction because the capsule's upside down. We're just going to flip it over and go for it again. Yeah, Jonathan, I am trying to dock with 5 thrusters out, which is not what happened. I should re-enable 4 of these thrusters, right? And
keep the stream title.
I'm outside of the capsule. I'm not inside the capsule right now. So I have a huge instrumentation problem. Okay, that's good. But I'm game. Let's see. I'm totally game. I'm going to have to get that velocity vector going back towards the station again. I'm currently going away from the station. But I am totally game to try and dock this thing. I was so close, and I should have just flipped the capsule over. I know I should have. See, I don't think...
EJ not being realistic, splashing down. For shame.
Splashing down, nice.
Starliner has that capability.
Not like you got the entire mass and thruster direction and angles and control surfaces and everything exactly right, but now you splash it down in the water. All credibility lost.
I almost docked it. Ooh, I should have flipped the other way. I should have flipped the other way.
Oh, I say EJ's putting excuses in his own chat. Okay.
No excuses. I mean, I'm game to try and dock this thing on this end. I'm not doing a great job of maintaining my control authority, though.
Why don't you excuse this? Why don't you excuse this? Dang it.
That's wrong. That's going to send us more towards the station. That's going to back us away from the station. Let's just let it ride and do the thing again.
All right, guys, I really
gotta
have to go. Yeah.
If you gotta go, EJ, dude, it's all good. What time does the next stream start?
Long March 5, says Jack Byer.
Long
in an
March
hour,
5.
20-ish minutes.
Gotcha.
I should probably get some food in that time.
Yeah. I should have flipped the capsule over because I could have docked it.
Hey, wait a minute. I want to try something.
Yeah?
I want to try something. If Kevin is capturing what I'm seeing in OBS, if I do this, what happens? Hold on. Oh, no. Oh, yes! Yes! You guys want to see something cool? Watch this. Ready?
Oh, my God. Into the garage he goes.
Nice.
See, Jack isn't there waiting to steal his shirt.
Do you want to see more DOS Kerbal streams? People don't want to see more DOS Kerbal streams. I'm already embarrassed that I didn't dock it the first time because I had it all lined up, 5 thrusters disabled, and I said out loud that the capsule was upside down, and I hit the wrong button because the capsule was upside down. And I am not okay with the excuses like that.
EJ time warped. He traveled. He warped locations.
Yep.
Dude, new Doctor Who doesn't happen for 2 days. Put your TARDIS away. You watch Doctor Who?
Who?
Ha ha.
I really feel like you got to get like a 40, that's 100 seconds to do the maneuver. Which way is
National
up?
Spaceflight Day
That
is
way's
2 days
up.
away.
Let's see you do that trick with this background. I can't. Yes, I'm out of breath. I sit at a computer for a living all day.
Just a really poor orientation right now. Where's my capsule? There we go. All right, I'm upside down, but I'm going towards the station, 0.4 meters per second.
My chat prefers Dr. What?
That was good.
You need to drift that way.
Yeah, Jack, do you like this? You like the shirt? Good, it's mine.
Oh!
No, but I just killed off 2,000. All right, we're aligned again, but I don't know if I have enough forward velocity to actually do this. I need to drift that way.
He's still gonna steal it.
Don't have
you
a
can
good
come
way to
and
see
take it.
if
Wait,
that's
hang on.
done.
Is it? Am I mistaken, or is it not walking closet? It's walk-in closet.
It's walk-in closet.
It's definitely walk-in closet. Yeah.
He said he's in the walking closet. W-A-L.
It's definitely walking.
Yeah. Sawyer, and while we're at
Upside down again.
It's downcomer.
Yes, it absolutely is downcoming.
Oh no! All right,
My DMs are exploding.
All right, we're still not quite right. There we go.
That's all right.
14
Last
meters
lane
per
punch
2
mine was
meters
just
per
filled
second.
with Nigel Thornberry memes.
I should have Zoidberged. Oh, through the garage. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm walking here. I'm closet here.
Guys, I really gotta go.
Yeah, EJ, dude, go.
To be 100% real, I really gotta go. So, hey, dudes, I'll talk to you. You know, like, okay, if I'm gonna jet before the show ends, I gotta like give the double thumbs up and you know,
the hero's pose. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta. Here, hold up. Give me 1 sec. Ready? Actually, I can only do 1 thumbs up. But anyway, Das, it was fun. It was fun talking with you guys.
Dude,
I had a
EJ,
good time.
Thank you for building the capsule, by the way.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, we're just right there, and we're
All right,
mostly aligned.
Ready? Yeah, dude.
Come on, give me a velocity vector towards the freaking station.
Wait, did he freeze his face with the background still animated?
7.9.
That's amazing. Oh,
0
Kevin is
meters
here.
per
Hi,
second,
Kevin.
7 Is Kevin still running the stream, or did he just leave us? 8. Gosh, it's that rotation even. We need forward velocity, 8.1. Does anybody want to argue that I can or can't station keep with the station with 5 thrusters off now, though?
I don't know. We can't see your screen right now.
Oh, why can't you see the screen? Do you even know what's happening? Look at the screen. 5 thrusters disabled the entire time. 8.6 meters relative velocity, 0.0. Are you kidding me?
There we go.
We have been watching
Why
the
can't
entire
you
time.
see? Kevin, I'm here like succeeding at what y'all told me I had to succeed at.
I
And
know.
you're-
I cut away for 1 second to get rid of EJ.
What in darnation? I mean, from a not even rendezvous, 10-kilometer difference, 5 thrusters disabled, got rendezvoused again, actually a little bit too well because it's Kerbal, and we're now 10 meters away from the station, relative velocity 0.1 meters per second. I have never enabled these 5 thrusters.
So there was no issue with Starliner?
There was definitely an issue with Starliner.
I'm just kidding.
No, there's definitely an issue with Starliner.
Shout out to Rick Skinner, by the way, with $20 saying enjoy the show, Cheesecake Fund.
Yeah. That's the station. Hello, puppet.
Jesus. Jack.
Yeah. Wow, I really don't know how to say your name. The Cyrillic characters, I think, or Greek. I don't know what they are. I do apologize. I completely agree. Right? I still want to see if I can get this freaking thing docked with the thrusters not there. I even think the creative maneuvering that I'm doing is above and beyond anything NASA would have authorized, right? I think that if those thrusters hadn't come back online, they would have said, all right, those thrusters are super important for a very fine controlled approach to the station. You need to back away from the station. We're going to re-enable the OMAX, and we are going to bring you home. I think that would have been the decision that would have been made. I don't think for a minute that NASA would have said, oh, man, yeah, just instead of pointing at the station, why don't you point 90 degrees to the station and then use your working thrusters to get forward velocity? I don't think that's something NASA would have authorized. I think we'd be crazy if we were. I'm really fighting the lack of instrumentation here, but even with all of the instrumentation of the capsule, I don't think that NASA would have authorized that. I would have said the OMAX are going to get you home, and what you're going to do now is get me back towards that station. What you're going to do now is safely back away. Do you see what I'm doing? Do you see the creative maneuvering I'm doing right now? I'm using my working translation thrusters to build up some forward momentum towards the station, 0.1 meters per second. Let's see if we can't get 0.2. And now that I've got 0.2 meters per second, 20 meters away, that gives me 100 seconds worth of maneuvering time. I'm going to use those thrusters. The imbalanced thrust is still fighting me here, right? But I'm going to get that nose pointed back towards the station again. This time I'm up. My hatch is up. I'm drifting a little bit here, so I'll see if I can't get that done. But what I'm doing is I'm really trying to manage this and doing some creative maneuvering that NASA would not have authorized. And even here, you can see what's difficult, right? I need more forward momentum because the unbalanced thrust is killing that momentum towards the station in some of my pitch maneuvers. I think that was a pitch maneuver, yeah. Because when I'm doing those pitch maneuvers, I don't have balanced forces about the vehicle, right? But I'm still going to try because this is absolutely possible in Kerbal. In the real life, it would have been not a good day if they risked the actual International Space Station with a maneuver like this. If they couldn't get those thrusters to come back online, not being a space station controller, I believe the right move would have been to back away, go for reentry with the thrusters, do things like mitigate heat buildup, rotisserie the capsule. I don't know if they can, like, are there periods where they can not point it towards the sun? Or can you make it drift so that sometimes before you need them, they're not in the heat, and then the capsule rotates around? Like, I don't know. Gosh, I really want to get this thing docked, though. because it is
I do
possible.
want to thank a couple people here.
Please, Sawyer, yes.
Hallengar, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. We'll hopefully see you in the Discord, including all of the pre-shows and post-shows for the normal Flame Trench as well. And in the pre-show is when we launched the ISS at home that we have. Also, Mr. Gamer.io saying don't forget to bring cheesecake on board for good luck.
Cheesecake. That's what I don't have. I don't have cheesecake.
Kerbals always have snacks, though. So.
I wonder if there's some
Just wanted
other
to acknowledge
control.
those, so thank you.
Thank you,
And
Sawyer.
by the way, the name you couldn't pronounce is Yuri.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You agree with Das on this now? Well,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, message
Just
retracted.
I think that was a pitch maneuver. Yeah, message retracted.
Yeah.
Oh, geez, suddenly. Okay, what is that? That's going to be translate up. I can actually roll the station. I'm going to roll the capsule this way. I'm still not trying to use that forward momentum. Let's be a little bit
He's
more
trying
there.
He's trying to dock it now.
I am. We can get this docked. This is not realistically safe to dock with the actual ISS, but here in our video game, I have faith that we can use creative maneuvering to make this thing dock. And it's going to be difficult. And I'm almost positive it's not something that NASA's cool with. You know? There's got to be there's a control that I'm missing. There's a schema here where if I pitch in one direction, my imbalanced thrusters on the bottom are causing a problem for me. But if I were to pitch in the other direction, I wouldn't have the same problem because I have a balancing thruster. So it's safer for me to pitch in one direction than another direction. That still has us going away. Oh, no, but we're going to go towards it. Are we? What you should really do here is back off away from the station more to buy yourself more time, and then get going at a faster rate towards the station, which would never, ever, ever in your long-legged life be approved, right? And then use that forward momentum to get docked. See that? Do you see the nav ball moving right now? Does anybody even care anymore?
Yeah.
When I do that pitch maneuver, it increases the velocity vector away from the station.
Yeah, right now you're backing away from it.
Yeah, we are. And look, even like this is a pitch maneuver. I'm commanding it to pitch. Oh, that was a balanced pitch because those back thrusters are online. Here's an unbalanced pitch. This is going to be an unbalanced yaw. Watch the velocity vector change when I do an unbalanced yaw. See how it moves a little bit? See that? I'm backing away from it even faster because of that unbalanced yaw maneuver there. That's what's happening. Mm-hmm. Man, I really want to dock this thing because it's totally possible and would never be allowed in real life. It's like suicide docking. It's like docking with reverse-facing engines and just like slamming on the brakes as soon as I'm backing away intentionally right now, right? You got to get a running start. Yeah, you have to get a running start. Just open the hatch and vent Atmo to move. Nice. Oh, you noticed a mistake and you deleted your previous agreeing sentence. Nice. 20-hour stream about to happen. What do you think? 50 meters, 40 meters? Every time I do that unbalanced pitch, it bleeds forward momentum because the rear thrusters aren't firing to keep us floating this direction, right? We should have had lights too. We should have put some lights on board. Oh, that's an interesting strategy. My reverse. That's a balanced. That's imbalanced. I don't even think that should be firing. Why is this firing for yaw? Oh, it's because the center of mass isn't set up right. The center of mass is slightly off. That one probably shouldn't be firing when we do yaw, and I bet you dollars to donuts that one's making the problem a little worse than it should be.
Donuts.
Donuts. How you doing, Sawyer?
I'm all right. Still here.
No, Sawyer, go do Starlink, dude. We can even shut this stream down. We're so close. So many Kerbal streams were like this.
I know
though.
you want to dock.
I know I can dock is the thing. NASA would have never allowed it, but I'm positive There's an unbalanced yaw. And it gave me a little pitch too. That's going to send me off a little bit, right? That's away. That's towards. Look, I can counteract that a little bit. Okay, let's see how much more we can get. Can we get more? Target relative 0.5. I need to go up. I need to get rid of that uncommanded yaw. Okay, we're approaching the station. Let's go back the other way. If I fire those thrusters now, it's going to bleed off momentum. I don't want it to bleed. But here I'm able to do that. Let's get that velocity vector in again.
Someone's calling this a disaster.
It's 0.3. I think I bled off too much speed. 0.2. I need this to be 0.5 at the end of this. Well, 0.3. All right. 0.4. I'm too far away, though, now. Sawyer, are we station keeping yet?
I mean, chat?
Chat, are we station keeping yet? I don't even know how long I've been at this.
I don't think chat knows either, depending on how you want to count when we started.
Some more forward velocity there. That's going to put me in a vector, though, and I can cancel that out with the working thrusters. I need a light. I need a light on this thing.
Blame EJ.
Okay, not too much uncommanded there. 4 meters per second. This is what I think kills us. Are we right side up? We're right side up. Okay, good.
Thanks, Jack.
Uncommanded roll. I don't think I'm aligned. Man, that other instrumentation would be really useful here. 0.3, 28 meters. 0.2, I'm going right at it, but I need more instrumentation. Yeah, that's a huge angle. We need to go down. Oh, that was the wrong way. And that's going to bleed off thrust just to that forward unbalanced thruster firing. That is necessary because I'm too high, but my pitch is in the wrong angle here. See the unbalanced thrust? And every time I do that, I'm bleeding forward momentum that I need to maintain as I approach the station because my rear thrusters, I'm not even using my rear thrusters at this point. I just disable them all. That's balanced, so that didn't bleed thrust. 0.2, 20 meters, 0.1. Oh, we're so close. There's a motion here where I should be going in a different direction. I should have telemetry that shows me approaching where the station is going to be, and the telemetry that I have is approaching where the station is right now, right? And Kerbal doesn't give me that. I'm very slowly approaching the station. I'm too high. That's going to be an unbalanced maneuver. Is it unbalanced? Yeah, that one's unbalanced because the bottom doghouse rear aft thrusters are offline. And we're coasting that way. 15.3. I don't know if I have enough velocity here to do this. I don't want to mess with this too terribly much. If that goes to 0 in the velocity vector, we're boned, I think, and we had to try again. Yeah, like we are really not aligned. We really need to be able to go down some, and I think some of this is our close rates being too low. Right? All my thrusters, I'm not even using the rear thrusters. That's a balanced maneuver, but if we get too much momentum, then canceling out that rotation is unbalanced, and there the nav ball went away. See that? We're still going towards it.
Kills a lot of velocity.
It really does. That unbalanced maneuver, because both of those thrusters that would normally balance that out. You know what? You know what we were messing up? We still have all of our forward thrusters enabled. And we would be better off if we disabled that other forward-facing thruster, I believe. Here is where I believe the capsule would have been like, I'm out, right? You're not allowed to do this. You can't turn away from the station this much, this close in if the computer's in control. If the test pilot's in control, I don't know what wins the fight there, right? That is an unbalanced maneuver.
I've been called an unbalanced maneuver before.
That right there is what gets you relying too much on that maneuver. So you could come up with a maneuver plan that minimizes that pitch. You're almost better off doing a 360 all the way around the other way. No, because it's the rotate. That doesn't work. That's not true. That is definitely not true. Sorry, I didn't see the answer. Are we station keeping yet?
People said yes.
Okay. Ooh, nope. That's backwards. All right, where are we? Oh. Sure don't want to do that. You really do have to back off, right? You really do have to back off if somehow you were to get that. But that unbalanced thrust in that...
Scott has a brilliant idea. Add canards.
If I could put a thruster on a canard, right? This is definitely doable. Again, it would never ever be allowed in real life. But this is definitely doable. Gosh, if you sat down and thought about it on paper. It's a roll 180. It's a roll 180. Because if your yaw in one direction is not balanced, if you our roll is balanced because all those roll thrusters are still good. And so if we needed to get that momentum back, we could roll 180 and then have a balanced yaw in the other direction that wouldn't kill our forward momentum. Yeah, I don't know. Are you flying it? Alex, do you have it too now? DLC, we need an emergency deployable duckwing control thruster. Yeah. Nice. If one degree of freedom is lost, to be coupled to another. On paper, it should be doable at 33% efficiency. David Peoples, we still have tons of prop here, but we weren't trying to exactly say, oh, the Starliner had this much thrust. The only thing I saw was helium-wise, and it was like they had, oh man, I can't remember. It's in the notes. They had like X number of hours of helium remaining in the leak rates. Like the helium leak rates were such that their margin was yada, yada, yada. But it was like, I don't want to say the wrong thing. It was 110 hours or 140 hours or something like that that they had. We're getting uncommanded rolls there too. And those thrusters aren't even offline. Those thrusters are not offline. But we're getting uncommanded roll when those thrusters are offline. We might as well just back up some too, like that, huh? Okay, there. My velocity vector again is too slow. It's 0.2, and the yaw correction is going to kill us. I'm gonna hit F5. I don't even care. That's an unbalanced thing. Oh, it's working in our favor here, though.
Oh, there we go. Finally, we're getting there.
Yeah. That's working in our favor. That might have been too spicy.
It's the flame trench. Of course it's spicy. Oh, special edition flame trench.
That was balanced. We need to go past the other way because we're off to one side. Man, I bet you Starliner has better instrumentation than Kerbal does.
Ooh, doing a slide away from the pad maneuver, Starship style here.
All right, there we go.
Sliding it in.
0.4. That was balanced. I'm going to have to damp that out, though. 0.3. Line that up. Man, it's really tough to see if you're aligned or not in Kerbal. 9.8. Nope, we need to go up. We need to go up. We're passing it. There we go. We need to go that way.
I feel like you're allowed to rotate the camera given the lack of instrumentation.
The lack of instrumentation is really what's getting me here. All right. Nope, stop that. Let's go straight towards it. 0.2, closing. I think this is too far out of alignment.
Oh.
Translate down. Over. Up. Align. Oh yeah, I'm forgetting I need to do that. I used too much. I was so close! I was so freaking close! I had it. And then trying to get it aligned at the end, I put in too many control inputs. I had it.
Oh, man.
I had it. Oh, I could have done it right there. I could have done it right there, and I just overcorrected. I put in too many control inputs, and I should not have done that. And I wanted it to be nice and aligned. I didn't want it to like come in like this, and then the Kerbal docking ports grab it and straighten it out. And the overcorrection there is what got that. I ain't done though. Send me towards that thing. Send me towards that thing. My wife is gonna kill me. 0.6. I did not turn enough there. I didn't get the velocity vector actually going towards it. And it's, another thing that's killing you here is both your pitch and your yaw are unbalanced, right? And so it's not like I can even just mostly use a balanced pitch where I have balance in both directions or a balanced yaw. My pitch and my yaw are both unbalanced.
Don't worry, the entire back channel to us is just saying hi to your wife.
Oh, nice. And it's trying to maintain reasonable, realistic rates here. Man, that unintended roll is a thing. Like, I don't want to get going too fast. And that's what's killing me sometimes, right? It's the same thing. Like, the interesting thing, this loss of control authority makes it really difficult to crash into the space station, right? Because when I give it yaw, it's actually also backing me away or slowing me down. And when I give it pitch in the unbalanced direction, it's actually slowing me down. Like, my problem here is not hitting the station. My problem here is actually maintaining velocity towards the station. Do y'all see how that's working?
Yeah, it's interesting with the asymmetric thrust, how it's actually slowing you down depending on which direction you fire in. This is actually unique. Interesting.
And see, like, this is what's happening. If I command this yaw, only a forward thruster is firing, and that's slowing some of my forward momentum down, right? Every time I command that yaw, I lose a little bit of forward momentum, right? And if I have sorry, that's a pitch. It's the same on the yaw, though, because that doghouse is failed in the reverse direction. But here, that's balanced. Do you see how the thrusters are firing aft and forward? And so I can pitch down without losing forward velocity. I can't pitch up without losing forward velocity because that other one's not firing to balance that out, right? So that is what the big difficulty here is. This specific failure makes it even more difficult to even approach the station, because all of my backing thrusters, all of my forward-facing thrusters are working fine, and it's the aft thrusters that would help us maintain that forward velocity, drift towards the station while we're on approach, that are not working correctly.
Yeah, someone said you need to calculate do the correction as a calculation before the approach.
You really do. Yeah, you need to like Serenity it into the pleasure hub or whatever. Like shut down all the nav and just coast in. Just line it up and coast in.
Someone said, should we tell DOS about mech jeb? No.
No, mech jeb
No
couldn't
mech
do
jeb.
this.
Bad.
See, I can't arrest that. I tell it to do some forward momentum, and then when I arrest the uncommanded pitch, that was a yaw. When I arrest that uncommanded yaw, and it's got a little bit of pitch as well, then it cancels out that momentum I just built up, and I end up not being able to approach the station.
By the way, the couple of suggestions I'm seeing were to stop aiming at the station and aim to the left of it when thrusting forward, and also use only translation control and roll.
Yes. Translation control and roll won't get me, like it doesn't get the yaw the way that I need it to be, right? Like I don't have that. It would be great if we had the instrumentation to get the capsule and the station aligned. It's because every time I want to align it better, I can't see if it's aligned, and then I end up doing all these extraneous pitch and yaw commands, which bleed my forward momentum, right?
Yeah.
I really do think you can see why that sort of station keeping was possible while they bought time to work the issue. I don't even know how long I've been doing this right now. But I'm convinced that the station keeping was sort of a thing, and you really can see that the bleeding of momentum when you have to pitch or yaw too much. Let me read some chat because this is really interesting. Jack, get Jack in here if Jack wants to get in here.
We're working on it.
No,
we're trying to get him
Sawyer,
in.
if you need to go to the other thing, this is exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to see exactly what it was like. And this is beyond what it's like, right? This is not what it's like. So I wonder, it feels to me like during the station keeping maneuver, the capsule must not have been using pitch or yaw, ? Or at least our simulation here isn't right. You know? But you can yaw one way and not get pushed away from the station. If you need to yaw the other way, that's going to push you away from the station a little bit, right? What happened?
By the way, EJ's chat is still on too, so I'm reading through both right now.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it is really interesting. It is really interesting. Just grab the capsule. Just keep swimming. Nice.
Yeah.
Firefly is really good, yes.
Also, you would not be able to grapple this with the ISS Canadarm because there is no grapple fixture. Right?
Right. There is no grapple fixture on this. Yeah.
So there's nothing to grab onto. Das getting in trouble with his wife. I can already tell.
Yeah. I'm so enthralled by this that my wife is texting me, and I haven't been reading the texts, and I.
Well, speaking, the doghouse is the only thing that Das is going to be on the spacecraft tonight, right? Sleeping in them too.
Yeah. Okay.
I love that. Yeah, totally.
Oh, gosh. I just want to keep doing this, but my wife needs me to not be on the stream right now.
Hi.
Jack, can you do this? Can you come station keep with the station or something?
No, I'm very bad at Kerbal, especially compared to you.
Yeah, but look.
You're like 5 years rusty.
Like...
All right, I'm going to let you guys deal with this.
Go.
I'm going to go eat really quick, and I
Sawyer,
will see
do your
everyone
thing.
in just a little bit for Starlink.
Bye, Sawyer.
Bye.
Okay, I have been watching along this entire time. This has been amazing, by the way.
Yeah?
It's been a stream. What is your conclusion? Like, have you come to like you're trying to station keep and dock with the station down, which is not the real life
right
caveat, etc.
Right.
This is very challenging.
It is. Yes, but we've been station keeping for certain values of station keeping in Kerbal I honestly don't count that because that was hilarious. We were doing all sorts of maneuvers we should not have been doing.
So good.
That was hilarious. I thought that was really funny.
What's your conclusion?
I think that the mission controllers made the decisions that made a lot of sense. And the station keeping was a challenge, but with a good understanding and better instrumentation, which they had, the station keeping was a thing. Like, we haven't been drifting uncontrolledly away from the station right now, right? I don't think they would have ever authorized an approach to the station with the 5 thrusters offline like that, right? I think that it would have been probably safer to get the OMAX online and then go for that deorbit, right?
Yeah.
If they couldn't get them back on line at all, I don't think they would have gone for the station. I think there's so many other thrusters on the capsule. They had their OMAC maneuvering thrusters, right? They had the big maneuvering thrusters to get them back and do the deorbit burn and stuff like that.
Right.
We haven't really tried to do a maneuver.
They have the OMAC thrusters for the burn, but they still need all the other thrusters for control on the way in, right?
That's what I was going to just say. Like, we didn't do a simulation to see how the thrusters being offline affected the OMAX. Like, how's your attitude control, right?
Yeah.
When you're trying to do an OMAC burn, that I think is a big question. And my lack of instrumentation here, just not having a good way to actually know if the 2 capsules are coplanar.
Yeah.
The mod I tried to install, like NavHUD, would have given me that, and it's not working in the latest version of Kerbal, so that's a bummer, right?
Dang. I mean,
yeah.
You have, and EJ and Sawyer, you've been taking pains this whole time to, like, where you can have it be, like, as realistic as possible to set this up, and you've done a really good job. There's just some things you can't.
Yeah, that's true.
Fix. I do wonder, like, do we have like a craft file for this? Do we have a save? Can we put that up for members somewhere? Can we, like?
We should.
I want people to tinker with this. Somebody made it. You said somebody made the mod that lets you see, like, in red what. Like, that's really cool. Maybe somebody will make a thing that does what you need for nav purposes and helps you out. Like, this is to me, this isn't over whenever this stream ends. This is a really fascinating thing, and as someone who's played a lot of Kerbal but is generally still really bad at docking manually, I'm sorry, I use a lot of MechJeb, which is why I'm still generally bad at docking manually. This is just really interesting to watch, and it's also, like EJ was saying earlier, it's a really good way to learn about Starliner. Like, how is it built? What are its dynamics? What do you have to take into consideration given all the different trade-offs that... Oh, you're so close. Oh,
close.
You turned off the magnetism on the docking ports, right? So you actually kind of have to... Oh!
No. It's going to dock, but it's going to dock because of the weak magnets. Yeah. The only reason that docked was because of the weak. We turned it way down. Like, we turned it down, but I didn't even know what would happen if they would even engage if you had them turned all the way off. There was 15% docking force. And did y'all see the final strategy there? Like, I tried to keep drifting towards the station, but I was not trying to pitch or yaw. I was like, no, I know it looks wrong. In real life, they would never, ever let you approach the station that way. You have to be way better aligned than that. But I was like, no, I'm not going to do anything that's going to bleed that forward momentum until I'm right there. And at the last second, I tried to do it. Oh. That's a dirty dock. Yeah, that's a dirty dock. I feel like we could do better than that.
You're making progress, though. You're making progress. But
we did both docking ports. We did find the other buried docking port, and we made the other docking port 15% as well. But the real life docking ports don't do that. I wish that we could find the, how many degrees can you be off? And it's probably like 1 degree or something, right? You can't approach the station at a 5-degree angle or something.
Right.
That's not a thing. But
knowing NASA, maybe it's even less than a degree. You know, it's some ridiculous tolerance, which makes sense. You're docking two crewed vehicles or a cargo vehicle to a crewed vehicle. Like, it's no joke.
Yeah, that really. I got it docked. I feel less good about it than I thought I would. It would have been better if I had better telemetry, and I'm just letting the station free drift right now. If I could have gotten into that attitude where I know that I'm sort of not collinear, I guess parallel, and I'm lined up correctly, and I get that forward momentum, I'm just missing that instrumentation. This would be way easier to do if I knew that I was parallel with the docking port. Like it doesn't matter where I am in space like this, right? But I just knew that we were parallel to each other, even if not aligned.
Right.
And I got that, we get the forward momentum. Like, we had to do it in the other order. We have to get the forward momentum going. We'd have to then get aligned, bleeding some of that momentum with the unbalanced pitch and yaw maneuvers that we have to do, right? And then I know that I'm aligned, and I'm not going to pitch or yaw or command that at all anymore. And I'm just going to translate, and I'm going to keep myself lined up and go forward, and then tap the brakes right before I touch down.
Yeah. You see, you have to like use that yaw offset like to your advantage, basically, instead of a disadvantage.
Yeah.
You have to plan the whole maneuver with that in mind.
You do, but I mean, using creative maneuvering, we were able to approach the station, right? We were able to create a rendezvous. We were able to make a maneuver with the thrusters disabled, with creative maneuvering, flipping around backwards. I think they would have just enabled the OMAX and approached the station if they were that far off, and then set up another rendezvous or whatever, right? If they had gotten to that point. But even without that, we were still able to get back to the station in an absolute emergency. Those thrusters are totally dead and will never come back online. You have to do this to save your life. You have to get to the station. We were still able to get that set up with some gamified planning, right? It's not actual great maneuver planning.
So in a scenario where things went way worse, they could have Apollo 13 themselves to the station.
To the station, I think it would be more likely they go away from the station.
Got it.
Like, they would go.
That's a heck of a.
They would go home. They wouldn't try this.
That's a heck of a call for mission control to make. Like, imagine you're Butcher Sonny and you're in that capsule and the station's right there. It's like being in a ship, and the shore is right there. And it's like, no, we're going back across the Atlantic. Sorry. It's like, whoa, what?
Yeah. And that gets you into the decision, like, hey, it's not safe for you to approach the station. Those thrusters didn't come back online, but we think we can get you home safely. The station is not it, right? Because those other 5 thrusters didn't go back online. Like, even though we could do it here in Kerbal and we did get it docked using the magnets, that's a huge caveat because there are no magnets in real life, right? And we're doing it fast and loose here. We didn't have as much planning as we had. We didn't have mission control helping us out. Like, nobody was really answering any of those questions for us.
Except for Alex. Alex was sort of mission control.
Why? Wait, what did Alex say? Did I miss something?
No, he's just always mission control. You know.
Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Interesting. But, it is very interesting that in this specific failure mode, it was actually difficult to keep the craft approaching the station. Because if you needed to command a pitch or a yaw, because of the loss of both of those thrusters in the doghouse, right? In the bottom and the starboard doghouse or whatever,
right?
Because of the loss of thrusters of those, if you have to pitch or yaw, you get a little drift.
You're going to slow down.
Balance that out. It's going to slow you down. It's going to slow down your forward momentum, making it more difficult for you to keep your momentum towards the station, right?
Man,
that's interesting.
I'm just so thankful that the thrusters came back when they turned them off and turned it on again. I don't even want to think about if they hadn't come back.
Yep. That would have been a totally different thing. I think further exploration is, with these thrusters offline, can you do a deorbit burn? Right?
Right.
If I can station keep with the station like this, those big OMAC thrusters are way more thrust, and they are balanced, so they shouldn't be giving uncommanded pitch or yaw or anything like that, right? I think the OMAC thrusters can do their job because the teeny tiny control of the RCS thrusters is minuscule compared to all those OMAC thrusters being online and doing a deorbit burn, right?
I wonder if it has any effect on like fine control in terms of landing ellipse, because Starliner has a really precise, like it can land in a
lands in white sands, yeah, that's
right.
a
It
good
can
point.
land like a really small area, and I don't know to what extent. I'm not a rocket scientist. But to what extent those tinier thrusters are used for like more of that fine control on a re-entry scenario? How much of a difference those may or may not make? I don't know.
Well, also remember, like after the service module decouples, and all of the thrusters that were not working after your deorbit burn, they were on the service module, and the service module does use its forward-facing thrusters to back away from the capsule after decoupling. I saw that in the press releases, right?
Right.
So those thrusters were working fine, and then all of these thrusters. See all these thrusters, the capsule thrusters.
I do
EJ
not.
put the caps. Oh,
Kevin, show us
sorry.
There we go. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I've been pointing out stuff on the capsule. The capsule thrusters fly the capsule during re-entry. Right?
Got it.
So you've already thrown away your problem thrusters, and these thrusters will safely back you away. And then it's these thrusters and the aerodynamic capabilities of the spacecraft that you're sort of using during the re-entry, like after you've done the re-entry burn.
Caleb's ISS at home is so bad. It's just what is that? A hitchhiker container with some panels on it?
It's just a hitchhiker with some panels, and then we did put a probe core and stuff.
So good.
Okay, hey, let me read more. Let me see if there's any chat. I do have to go, Jack. I need to go. There's some stuff going on.
That's cool. I just wanted to pop in because I mean, how could I not? It's a Kerbal stream. I don't know. We're all very busy, but if there was more Thursday or any day random Kerbal streams, I think everybody watching right now would rejoice heartily.
Yeah. I really think. Seb, hey, real quick, let's address this. According to Butch and Eric's article, it was safer to dock than to land when the thrusters came back online. That is, when the thrusters came back online, that's when the decision was made. Hey, you're missing 1 out of 28 thrusters. They came back online when we shut them down and then did a little puff to see if they were working the way we thought, and then brought them back into the control loop, right?
Right.
Like they were working as anticipated, except for the one that didn't come back or was out of family. And after they had that information, then it was safer. And I completely agree with that. One of those thrusters being out, you dock.
Once you do the reset and you have them back, dock. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'd hate for 2 thrusters. It's tough if 2 thrusters in the same doghouse go out. You could lose 4 thrusters back here, and as long as it was 1 from each doghouse, all right, you're still good, right? 2 thrusters in 2 of the doghouses, or 2 thrusters in 1 doghouse would be tough. 2 thrusters in 2 doghouses is even tougher.
Right.
But they cycled them, they checked them out, they came back online, and then they docked with the space station, like using that information, which was the right move. And then they didn't have to risk anybody on thrusters of unreliable provence, or whatever the right term is, right? They didn't have to. They had another way. They had another capsule that could get them back to the space station.
I just love that you guys you went so thorough on this that at one point you had EJ asking, "How do you know anything?"
I know. It's like, do we even exist? And I'm like, wait, what?
So good, so good.
It's a very passionate thing, right? EJ's absolutely right. Huge problems with the program. It needs to be fixed. I was coming at it from the angle of this decision is already made. The space station is already visiting, or the capsule is already at the space station. Like, how do you do? What is happening there with the thrusters at that time? How does it feel? How does it really affect your ability to control the craft? And we did a lot of shenanigans that you could tell. Like, I was trying to point it out when I had unbalanced thrust, or I knew that I was going to put myself in a situation where I required that unbalanced yaw or pitch to counteract an attitude, like a rate, right? I was trying to explain that, but it was obvious that it wasn't a healthy spacecraft with those 5 thrusters all offline, and it wasn't just doing whatever you want like a little race car, right? You can feel it. You get an appreciation for it. Like, before I sort of really figured out what was going on, I was sitting here like, man, I'm going to look like an idiot if I can't figure out how to control this thing, right? And it took a little bit of time. I didn't have mission control there, Boeing engineers or whoever telling me what I should do. And I was
also didn't train for like 4 years or whatever.
Train.
In fact, you did the opposite.
I did nothing. I didn't touch this
you
until today.
atrophied your skills for the last 5 years.
So there were times where I was really sweating it, like, hey, geez, I'm going to look like an absolute idiot if this turns out to be way worse. My gut, my instincts from designing craft and just understanding how it works was like, man, no, you should be able to figure this out, and you can't just drive it like a hot rod and think it's all going to perform. You have to figure out what the deficiencies or limitations are and sort of work within them. But I was trying to keep myself from getting in a big problem, right? Like rates that were way out of control, or all of a sudden I've just fought it too much and I'm drifting away at 20 meters per second. And I think that's like a huge testament to the coolness under pressure of the astronauts in the capsule and mission control. Like, stuff isn't going right. Geez, 2 thrusters and 2 different doghouses totally offline, so you're getting this unbalanced control. Like, wait a second, that sounds really bad. It is really bad if you use it and you get yourself into more problems.
Yeah.
But if you chill out, focus in, and freaking laser focus like they did, you can sort of work through the problem, which is what they did, and then figure out what the right way forward is.
Yeah, I forget what the idiom is. You might have even said it earlier, but it's like there's no problem bad enough that you can't make it worse. Like, don't make the problem worse. That's step one. When the problem happens, just don't make it worse. It's like, if it starts raining, don't say, well, at least it's not lightning and thunder. But no, even when you were just trying to station keep, like, just right then, you could see that you were increasing the amount that you were drifting away from the space station over time. Even just that, trying to station keep. So it's like
the more, like, the video gamified rates, right? Where everything's worse here because the orbits are smaller, and so a little change here you're creating a much worse problem for yourself, right?
Right.
Versus in real life, it's a much larger orbit. You have like more time, 90 minutes versus 30 minutes. The rates are going to be different there.
That's like spaceflight's drama, like, at its core, in a lot of ways, is you have to don't make the situation worse and act rationally, but B, a lot of times you don't have a lot of time to make a decision, SE to aux or whatever it is. If you just sat there and waited for the orbit to come around again, you get a little closer, you also get a little further. Sometimes even just waiting makes the situation way worse.
Yep. And mission control could tell you the things you need to do. Like, there, I was completely playing it by ear from however much time in Kerbal, and I knew that I was doing things that weren't really the most optimum maneuver, but I didn't really have the tools to plan the optimum maneuver that NASA would clearly have, right? So I was doing things, and even with the limited tools and my limited skill set, I was still able to sort of get it going, get it in control. The biggest thing I'm missing, if I had that ability to see if I was parallel, right? I just couldn't see that. I had to eyeball it, and I feel like we could have gotten it within limits if I just had that telemetry, like, on my screen. I really do have to get off the stream now.
Okay. That was awesome. Yeah. I'll shut up. Thank you for letting me pop in here at the end. I'll let you say whatever you want, but please, more Kerbal on behalf of myself, everyone at NSF, and all of our viewers and members. More Kerbal, please.
Yeah, it is very interesting, and it's a great tool to sort of understand how the spacecraft behaves. Right? I'm not an astronaut. My life's not in danger. It might be if I don't stop this stream soon because of my life. I was feeling pressure because I've got people watching, and somebody like seeing here and prove myself wrong or whatever. I was certainly feeling that pressure, but that's not life and death. Like, if I was totally wrong and I couldn't do anything to keep this thing in control, would my ego take a hit? Sure, but it's not the same as having the guts to strap yourself into a space capsule and fly to space.
Right.
There's nothing that I can do to emulate that, but it doesn't mean that I don't want to understand the physics of it. Right. And I think other people should understand the physics of it.
I would love someday in the future, it's like 5-10 years from now, Barry Wilmore's retired. And we're like, hey, you want to come on NSF and fly a Starliner? A Curbliner? Yeah, that would be amazing.
I don't think we'd ask him that. You know how Buzz Aldrin punched that guy?
Fair. That's fair.
I don't think so. Not denying the moon landing here, but I wanted to get a good feel for exactly what that meant. With all 5 thrusters offline, and here we are, docked to the station with the 5 thrusters offline. That would have, in a way, that would have never been allowed by NASA, but it was a lot of fun to watch.
I mean, even technically, the way that they did dock was not allowed. They had to waive the rules. But point taken.
We'll get into that at another date.
Okay.
After
okay.
the thrusters were recovered, were they still in violation of the flight rules?
That's a very good question.
No, I couldn't get to the bottom of that. I was trying to figure it out.
I will refrain from speculating in the interest of protecting your marriage.
Yeah. All right, folks, thank you so much for hanging out. It took us a lot longer to get into that than it should have. The original idea was to get it set up so we were sort of station keeping with the station and then go from there. And we did a lot of extraneous stuff before that. And quite frankly, the extraneous stuff helped me out because it gave me a chance to fly a craft I had never seen before and maneuver it and see how things worked and think through things. So that was my training session. You saw it all online. That was me figuring out what I could and couldn't do with the craft that had 5 thrusters offline. But it's a really interesting thing. I hope they fix Starliner.
Me too.
Before it flies again, and especially before they put humans in it. And not just like claim that it fixed, like actually prove they need to fly it uncrewed. And they need to not lose a single thruster. They need to up the red lines even more aggressively and fly it and see if it hits any of those red lines. I want to see the graphs getting nowhere near the cutoffs or anything like that.
Yeah, like bake one side of it in the sun and then fire the heck out of those thrusters.
Yeah, curbify it and spin, like do things with it to really prove.
You say curbify it?
Curbify it. Go up there and do donuts in Starliner without crew on board to prove that the thrusters are actually fixed.
I mean, that would restore confidence.
Yeah. All right, cool. Well, folks, I'm going to get out of here. I appreciate everybody telling me to go be kind to my wife. Jack, thank you so much for hanging out. EJ's awesome. We should get this craft file uploaded, at least in the Discord, to the community, whatever. So you could do it, and you can see what it's like to be out of control in the spacecraft. Well, let's get on out of here. Kevin, thanks for doing the stream. Sawyer's awesome as well.
Yeah, Sawyer really hung in there. Follow EJ on Twitch.
Yeah, please. Jebliner for all, nice. We did curbify it, yeah. This was actually enjoyable to watch, even the slow bits. Thanks for making this happen. Thanks, Ninja Guy Dan.
We are doing a regular flame trench tomorrow.
Cool.
So tune in for that. That'll be a thing.
There's a Starliner, oh my gosh, a Starlink stream happening tonight.
There is a Starlink stream happening later tonight. That's right. Yep.
Yeah.
That's why Sawyer needed to go.
Needed to go to eat before this. What did you think? I was going to play Kerbal for 30 minutes, then we were all going to go home?
Oh, dude, we saw the whole progression. The whole progression tonight. We went from you being like almost stage fright, like nervous to start
on the defensive.
On the member stream because you were worried about and then we had you going through like the apology phase where you're like, oh, I'm not going to be good at this, and then we had you kicking butt and taking names and like getting back into it. It was then you bonked it was great. It was great. You were there.
I backed into the ISS because I wasn't paying attention.
The stream for the ages. It was a good one.
It really was. Over here, one of the best flame trenches I've ever wished is Karpfen. It really was good. We should do this when it's less controversial to use KSP to illustrate things.
I mean, I really, I don't know about weekly, but I do feel like there's oftentimes a concept or a problem that we could illustrate in this same way. When there's a new craft docking to the space station extra fast or with a different rendezvous profile.
Oh yeah.
We could explore what that looks like in Kerbal. Anything like that would be cool. Or we could talk about stuff in Kerbal on Shuttle Sunday. How did the shuttle re-enter? Anyway, I'll stop.
All right. So we got to get out of here. I want to do it again. That was a dirty docking that only worked because it was in Kerbal. I want more instrumentation. I want to do it again. I want to play more Kerbal. But let's get out of here, Jack.
All right. Well, we all agree more. We'll see you guys later.
Yeah. Thanks for watching, y'all.
And here we go.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, with planet.
Water towers, fly! Yes! Tango down to nominal.
Flighting downside SPE off. Bring in SPE off. It's orange!
R45! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Décollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Jingle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond. of methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.